it. We'll have the roll call and we'll be able to start the meeting shortly. GM to order. And good morning, I'm Debbie Flanagan, and as the president of CSPA, I'd like to welcome our voting members attending in person and virtually, our volunteers, registered participants, and observers. And we're here in beautiful Richmond, BC. The AGM is an annual meeting of the voting members of CSPA. Voting members consist of drop zones, provincial organizations, provincial sport organizations, and clubs. And because CSPA is largely a volunteer-run organization, we're always looking way to get registered participants involved. So as the chair of the meeting, I'd like to officially welcome and recognize the registered participants that have taken the time to attend. So when we chose Richmond as the host city, we were hoping to encourage attendance of local USPA members and CSPA members that have walked away from CSPA just because of all of what happened in the Lower Mainland, jumping, moving to different drop zones. So we were hoping that we would get people to come in and just check us out and find a reason to come back to CSPA. So in that capacity, I'd like to officially welcome any observers that are here in attendance. For the special business portion of our AGM, when the memberships discuss motions received prior to the record date, the floor is going to be only open to the voting members. Not including business not including discussion during item 13, which is our special business, I'd like to ask the present voting member if they wish to allow registered participants and observer the right to speak on other issues during this meeting. So at this point, does anybody have an objection to having registered participants or observers ask questions or speak? So registered participants and observers, if you'd like to ask a question, I'm going to be reading out what the protocol is for being recognized by the chair. So we do encourage discussion and participation throughout this meeting, so I'm going to go over the protocols for speaking. To ensure every member has equal opportunity to speak, each member is permitted a maximum of 10 minutes to present their point of view. You'll be allowed to speak twice on any motion. So that means you'll have 20 minutes max. To allow our online viewers full listening capability, we ask you not to speak from your seats. If you can please raise your hand to be recognized, wait for the chair to acknowledge you and give you permission to speak, and then we're going to ask everybody to go to the microphone. And then when you get up to speak, please introduce the name of the member you are speaking for. Or if you're a registered participant, you can say your name and where you jump. If you wish to speak and there's already somebody at the microphone, please wait to be recognized by the chair before going to the microphone. Please remember that every member has a right to their opinion. Personal attacks are not welcome, and nor will they be tolerated. Do not call out or interrupt a member when they have the floor. If you hear the gavel, which I've never had to use in all the years I've done this, it means silence, and please respect that. So before we begin, I'd like to take a minute, check your cell phones, put it on silent. To start, we have to establish that we have a quorum, so I'm going to be doing the roll call for the voting members. If you're present or holding a proxy, I would like you to raise your hand, say here, just signify that you're present and ready to vote. Pacific Air Sports. Here. Second Decade Skydivers. Here. Unicorn Sport Parachute Club. Here. Chilliwack Skydiving Club. Kamloops Skydivers. Here. Skydive Vancouver Island. Here. Okanagan Skydive. Here. Whistler Skydiving. Here. North Okanagan Vertical. Here. Vancouver Skydive. Here. Capital City Skydiving. Here. Skydive BC North. Here. Eden North Paraschool. Here. Edmonton Skydive Center. Here. Alberta Skydivers. Alberta Sport Parachuting Association. Here. Skydive Big Sky. Here. Calgary Parachute Club. Online. Pacific skydivers. Skydive South Saskatchewan. Skydive South Sask? No, it's, oh, okay.
Sorry, nobody from Sask.
Move on.
Manitoba Sport Parachute Association. Skydive Manitoba Limited. Grand Bend.
Online.
Perfect. Thousand Island Skydivers. Swoop.
Here.
Parachute School of Toronto. Skydive Toronto, Inc.
Present.
Skydive Petawawa.
Online.
Skydive Burnaby.
Present.
Niagara Skydive.
Here.
Descendas Para Club.
Here.
Hamilton Sport Parachute Club.
Here.
Skydive Wasaga Beach.
Present.
Parachutism Atmosphere. Parachutism Voltige. Parachute Montreal. Parachute Gatineau Ottawa Skydive. That completes our roll call. We have 63 votes. We have, Nouvelle Air? Sorry, I thought I read that. Nouvelle Air? Sorry, Mario, if you're watching. Yes. One moment. He's fine. He's fine. He's been signed and registered. He's fine. All right, so we do have 63 votes. For today's voting, half of the 50% majority will be 32. To reach a special resolution, two-thirds vote, we'll need 42 votes. And so at this time, we do have quorum. We'll be able to continue on with the meeting. I'd like to introduce the Board of Directors and committee chairs and office staff. We have Jay Vanstone. And Gord Govin. Roger Therio. Brian DiCenzo. Izzy Perry. And if the chairs just want to stand in place, or raise your hand so people can recognize you, you'll be coming up to do your address from... Committee reports will be done from here. So we have, for the CNTC, Barbara Davies. From the CWC, Phil Perry. From the Judging Committee, Buzz Bennett. Long-term athlete development, we have Doreen Westgamel. From Campera, we have Purple Ned. From the Women's Initiative Committee, our own Michelle Matt-Stoyton. Our most amazing IT guy, Brian Cole. Absent is our Government Regulatory Committee, Mr. Pat Floyd. He chose to be in Australia. And at present, we do have a vacancy for the chair of the Technical and Safety Committee, which is a loss to CSPA. For our treasurer, we have Ian Flanagan. Our executive director, Michelle Matt-Stoyton. And the ever lovely Judy Renault as our executive secretary. At this time, I want to ask if I have faux pas and missed anybody. Oof, got it right. All right. At this time, I'm going to ask the membership to approve the agenda that was submitted. So be it resolved, the agenda be accepted as presented. Do I have anybody to move this motion? Do you want to write? And a second? Chilliwack and then Unicorn. At this point, I need to ask. Sorry. Does anybody have any abstentions? Anybody say no? The motion is passed. At this time, I need anybody to declare conflicts of interest. Is there anybody in the voting membership that needs to declare a conflict of interest? Third call, is there any conflict of interest? Thank you. With no conflict of interest, we are free to continue. Our next motion is the adoption of minutes for the 2016 AGM, which was held at the National Air Force Museum of Canada in Trenton, Ontario. Be it resolved to adopt the last minutes of the 2016 AGM for CSPA held at the National Air Force Museum of Canada, Trenton, Ontario on February 27th, 2016. Do I have somebody to move the motion?
Swoop.
Do I have somebody to second the motion? Do I have any abstentions? Do I have any against? Motion carried. Next item is number 8, which is just a review of items that were tasked for the board for the 2016 AGM. The first one is, be it resolved that CSPA resolves not to reappoint Ownsley, Hanvey, Clipsham, Deep, LLP as auditors and authorizes the board of directors to select and appoint an auditor ASAP and no later than November 30th, 2016 fiscal year end. The update from the board is we interviewed, we took proposals from 3 different auditors. We chose the auditor that is here, was in Alberta. He was interviewed by the treasurer and myself, and he was hired and had completed our audit. And I must say we're really, really happy with our new auditors. The second motion is, be it resolved that Bill Cole's unofficial night altitude record over Pearson International be listed on the history of parachuting. This has been completed and it's on the website. The last motion from the 2016 AGM was, be it resolved that the members propose that PIM 5 CAMPARA policy be changed to the following. Articles of a controversial nature must be reviewed and approved by the majority of the board. No such articles can be printed without the consent of the majority of the board. The changes on file. PIM 5 is currently undergoing a complete revision, and we'll have it all in print and hopefully up on the website and translated this year. Item 9 is our board and committee and office reports. And if I can ask my committee chairs to come up and just speak from the podium. And we'll start off with the national office.
Okay, can you pull up that stats? So on the website, we basically take our database and we export it into this crazy long document that basically reports every type and fluctuation of change in our numbers. So I'm just going to go over some key ones that basically looks at what our numbers are this year and what they were last year. Page 2, please. So the document's on the website. I have a hard copy here if you want to take a look at it. But basically, this is where we are from last year. Our numbers have gone down just from last year. You can see which provinces have increased, which ones have decreased. And we've definitely had a drop in our COPs. But in the big picture, we're actually still up from previous years. So we're down from last year, but in the big picture over the long term, we have gone up. The report is about 15 pages long, and you can actually look at your statistics for each province. So it's on the website if you're interested, and I also have a hard copy with me here. Other than that, I asked you guys as drop zones to fill out just some information for us to learn how your seasons went. I didn't get very many responses, but I'm hoping, based on social media posts and videos, that it seems the seasons went pretty well. So I don't have that information here because we didn't really have enough to really make an analysis of how the seasons went. So if there's anything else, just come and chat with us. Oh, any questions? Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for Michelle? Thank you, Michelle. And we would like the Aero Club of Canada report, please, Brian.
Good morning. Okay, the Aero Club of Canada is also having their AGM this weekend, so unfortunately we're not there to represent them. But I have the information that I can pass along to you, and that is that for FAA licenses submitted last year, Aerobatics Canada was 0, Canadian Ballooning Association was 4, CSPA was 76, hang gliding and paragliding was 19, Model Aeronautics was 25, and the Soaring Association was 6, for a total of 130 FAI licenses issued, sporting licenses. The income from those sporting licenses was $6,500. Currently, the memberships that they have registered is Aerobatics of Canada is 51, Ballooning Association, which is still a member of CAC, has 0, or it's unreported. CSPA is the largest at is the second largest at 3,500. Hang gliding, paragliding is at 3,483. The Model Aerobatics Association is 11,273, and the Soaring Association at 0. Okay, the annual fee that CSPA is paying is the same as last year at $13,365, and CAC actually pays the FAI the annual fee in francs of $30,600. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. The Technical and Safety Committee, while the chair is position is absent, Michelle is going to give a short report on the Technical and Safety Committee.
So we don't have a chair anymore in the committee right now, but what I can say is what the last couple of years the Technical and Safety Committee has done has been absolutely phenomenal. They've basically created an entirely new rigging program and have slowly brought it up. This year they rolled out more A1 and A courses, and they piloted the A2, and then hopefully for 2018 they'll be piloting the Rigger B course. They also ran the symposium, and I think most of you guys were from the West, so you weren't able to attend, but the symposium was absolutely phenomenal. We had over 200 skydivers attending, and we had about 25 exhibitors, and there were 3 days of seminars and meetings and opportunities, and they were phenomenal in organizing that. So from me, and I think the entire board to the Technical and Safety Committee, you guys have done a phenomenal job, so thank you for everything. And if you have questions on the Rigger program, John Davies would probably be a very good person to ask. But if not, yeah, and if anybody's interested, you can come and chat with any of us. So that's the update for them. Any questions?
Thanks, Michelle. Does anybody have any questions about the Rigger program and what the Technical and Safety Committee has done? Okay, thanks. Phil Perry for the CWC.
Morning, everyone. My name is Phil Perry. I'm chair of the CWC. I'm also the CSPA ratings processor. So last year, the number of courses we ran was down from the 10-year average. Most common comments I had from CF's drop zones was weather, economy. It's cyclical. We're actually already having a strong start to 2017. We've already run a couple of courses. We have a Coach 1 course going next month. Actually, 2 Coach 1 courses next month. So we're going to have a strong start, and hopefully the weather improves this year. We have a couple of CFs get to CF Coach 2 status. We have a couple who are working through to get to CF PFFI status. We do pay attention to what's happening in various regions to make sure that as much as possible there's coach facilitators in the region. If particular drop zones are having challenge finding course facilitators, contact me. I'm in tabs with all the CFs, and we can direct someone to help service whatever you need serviced. Monique got her Master Course status last year as well. Initiatives. Next slide. Okay. So last year we piloted a new progression pathway to PFF instructor. Prior to, you had to be a certified coach 2 and also an instructor, be it jump master or SSI. Only half the drop zones are running an IAD program, so really the only pathway to them was to become an SSI, and that was becoming a bottleneck. So last year we piloted that for those who did not want to become an SSI on their pathway to PFFI, they could do an apprenticeship module, fill out a portfolio, complete instructor-like tasks under direct supervision of their instructors on drop zones, do an online module, basically to fill in that portion prior to the PFF. Now, some of the comments I've had was the PFF system's being watered down, and no, there's another pathway to PFF. The standards on course haven't changed. What you need to do to successfully complete the course hasn't changed, and what happens after the course hasn't changed. So just the only thing is the gateway onto the course has changed. Last year, 4 people went that route, and they all successfully completed, and they're working through their apprenticeship at their drop zones. This year, we've already had 1 who's completed that alternate pathway, who's doing a course right now in Florida. Other initiatives we've done over the last couple of years, the Coach 1 certification process was streamlined to be an authentic assessment, and that has greatly improved, especially for the guys who are coming into the coaching system rather late, like say 500 jumps or so, and they decide now they want to do other stuff. So this has helped. The feedback from the drop zones has been overall positive, and the feedback from the CFs who have these guys on follow-on ratings, be it Coach 2, SSI Jump Master, and it sometimes requires a little bit more work on their part, but that's what they get paid for. Other things we've done is for the Canadian military, they do have square parachute instructors, and a couple years ago we created a pathway for them to challenge for Coach 1, Coach 2, SSI, PFFI, right? And now we have a couple guys who are going through that challenge process, right? And that was especially for some of the drop zones that are, say, in smaller regions but do have access to military bases. This is an alternate pathway for people to get into the CSPA system effectively. One of the comments I often hear is there should be a conversion process for Canadian to US and US to Canadian, and those pathways do exist, right? Like I can get my USPA AFFI instructor by following their process. So if you're not sure how to do it, ask the question, right? Those pathways do exist. Just ask the question. In 2017, we're going to be doing a CF training seminar. Location to be determined depending where the most of the people are, and that's just actively making sure that we're replenishing the people who are delivering courses. And again, when we go out to regions, we try to make sure that there's representation in regions, especially when we see that there are some regions where there's some of the CFs are retiring. We're also going to be doing Coach 3 Free Fly, a workshop, to start getting that program developed. As I've learned with these programs, patience is required. It takes a lot of input, especially since if I were to ask this room, what is Free Fly? I'll get 50 different opinions. Okay. I'd like to thank the committee that we have. It's myself, Monique, Burke, Dan, and Nick, and Izzy's our board liaison. And I'd like to thank the board for their support over the last year, and open it up to any questions.
Niagara Skydive,
Can you go up there for questions?
please.
Thank you very much. Could you just clarify, because I've gotten different answers to this question. If a drop zone is utilizing foreign rated instructors, do we have access to A, the defense fund, and B, the insurance policy?
Okay. So as far as the defense fund, so BSRs, if you have instructors working with students, they must be CSPA instructors. Okay, that's what the BSR says. Okay, insurance policy, the insurance policy changes year to year. So basically, the current policy, I'll defer to Michelle.
Fine.
Yeah. So the current insurance policy, you do have access to the insurance policy as it stands now. Yeah, but that's a third-party liability.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the clarification.
Yeah, but that totally depends year from year. Okay, so ask the question for the current year.
So would we be notified if that changed?
That there is an odd yes.
Are there any other questions for Phil from the CWC?
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Phil. Oops, sorry, Joe?
I'm sorry, I'd just like to take this issue a step further, because on two separate occasions, I heard that there was access to the insurance policy with the use of foreign instructors, particularly AFF instructors. And so has this shifted, has this changed now with the latest insurance renewal? Where do we sit now on this matter, please?
Yeah, so currently, as the insurance policy is, you have third-party liability for if you use foreign instructors.
Michelle would like to speak?
Just remember that by definition, to access the insurance and the defense fund, you have to have submitted a name report and followed the BSRs. So if one of the BSRs is to use CSPA instructors, then technically there is no access to defense and insurance based on that statement.
No, but that's for the defense fund, not the insurance policy.
So you can see why I'm confused, because we just got two different answers. It's a pretty easy question. If I'm using AFF instructors, and there is an unfortunate incident, will I have access to the defense fund, and will I have access to a third-party insurance?
The way that we read it is that, yes, you would have access to the third-party liability insurance, as long as you're a member.
Yeah. So file your AIM.
And your instructors would need, the instructors that you're using would need to be CSPA members. They could not be USPA members and receive CSPA third-party liability insurance.
That they would be in breach of the BSRs, and that's why I'm asking the question. Because Michelle said if we are in breach of the BSRs, we would not have access to the defense fund. If you're using-
No defense fund.
Sorry, to the insurance. Right, you said if we were in breach of the BSR, we would not be entitled to the insurance.
I think that opens up,
AFF instructor
It would be at the
would be in
discretion
breach
of
of
the board.
the BSR.
tandem instructors are not CSPA rated. Are we removing?
That was the next part of my question.
Yes.
By definition, am I gonna have to stand up here? The wording would be, everything is at the discretion of the board, ultimately. But by definition, we may have to look at that. The insurance policy in itself, not a problem. But technically, to have access to the defense and the insurance, we look at whether or not you followed the BSRs. And then from there, we take in all the other accounts for any submission.
But clearly, we wouldn't have been following the BSR because we were using another instructor that is licensed.
Correct.
Go.
Yeah, sorry, that's not the way I remember it from the last time. We had a discussion about this at our long-range planning meeting, so I apologize if there's dissension within our opinions here, but maybe we should ask for clarification from our insurance company. The board does not have the right to decide as well if somebody has insurance coverage on a claim. That's the insurance company that's going to decide as well if there's coverage for a specific claim.
And the
The last conversation I remember us having about this said that we had, so if you used a USPA instructor, you would not have access to the defense fund, but you would have insurance coverage. And that was the last conversation I remember us having it. So maybe what we need to do is to clarify this again with our current insurance carrier. And I know we have a renewal coming up right away here, and then we can move forward from there.
I'm remembering
gonna-
it the same way as you, that the insurance,
No defense, but yes.
it was the insurance company said that they would, and that was in my eye, and I believe what Gord is saying is that would be the definitive, was that if the
Yeah,
insurance company would cover it.
Debbie? Yeah, I'll wear my project manager hat for a bit. Is again, so from the no. I'm honored. So my project manager hat. So the cleanest way. So again, if you're using a foreign or instructor, there's no access to defense fund. That's clear. If it's foreign instructor, the thing that it will go to the insurance company. They'll look, and they'll do what insurance companies do, and that may be a hole. What what I was told was currently with the current insurance policy, the fact that you're using a USPA AFFI, they don't care. So long as he's got that card, right? But you do potentially create a bit of an opening. Okay, so you got to manage your risk.
It's not up to us what the
Yeah.
insurance company ultimately decides. If they say, no, we're denying this claim, it's not up to us to say.
The chair recognizes Alberta Skydivers.
I just have one more thing before I close out.
Oh, Ian, you
There
could go to
is-
the,
There
mic.
is a procedure for your US AFFIs to get their CSPA PFFI. There's a challenge process no different than if I was challenging for my American rating. So just follow that, and that would make you very clean. And if no, but I'm telling you, I'm giving you the pathway. If you choose not to do that pathway, that's your business decision.
So the answer is, the question is not.
I could maybe help clarify the insurance. The insurance is third-party liability coverage for CSPA members. If the student that lands on the house. Sorry. If your student who lands on the house causing damage to the house is not a CSPA member, there's no insurance coverage. It has nothing to do with who the instructor was. CSPA school policy extends that liability insurance to students of a CSPA drop zone for their first 10 jobs or while they're still a student. That would not apply to a drop zone that was not a CSPA drop zone. You would have to have insurance coverage for your student landing on the house has to be a CSPA member. Your drop zone, the drop zone is not a member of CSPA. There's no insurance coverage for the students of that drop zone unless they become an individual member of CSPA. So if you want insurance coverage for your students, that's the one who's going to land on the house, they have to be a CSPA member. And it doesn't matter who their instructor was or what their rating was, it's the student who lands on the house. If the house owner sues not only the student, but then goes on to sue the instructor to have third-party coverage would have to be a CSPA member.
So if,
I clarify that?
well,
Yes.
somewhat, because if you were a school,
If you're a
if you were a
school, your
school
student
and you're
is your
using
coverage.
AFF
Could we-
instructor,
could we speak one at a time, and can we speak at the,
CSPA school, to have that insurance coverage for your students, you need to be using CSPA instructors. Or you make the student join CSPA so they have their own individual coverage. But if you are a school, you pay your school fee, but you use a non-rated instructor by CSPA, it doesn't matter if they're USPA or TIM special rating, there is no insurance coverage unless they're individually a member of CSPA. So if you would like to have them covered by CSPA insurance for when they land on the airplane or land on the neighbor's house, you gotta make them an individual member from their first jump on. That help?
so the answer is no.
Yeah, unless they're a member.
Which they would, because they would be, they would support that program.
Well, you have to
Tim, could you get up, because the membership can't hear what your response is?
sell them a membership as part of the package. You sit there and go, I need you to be covered for when you land on that airplane, that's going to cost you $89.
Thank you.
Edmonton Skydive Center?
So we're still back at the case where Ian has said, if you're not using the right instructors, then your school membership doesn't actually provide the insurance, whereas the board has said that you people have had the discussion and the insurance company says that they're fine with it. Do we get it in writing from the insurance company that they're fine with it?
Michelle?
All the insurance company cares about is that you are an RP or a drop zone member with CSPA. Basically, you have to come through us to get access to the insurance. So we look at all of the other criteria. Their concern is, are you with us?
Do we have that in writing from them? Because-
Yes.
Okay.
It's written in our policy. They have to be with us.
This may be an item that we may want to talk about in new business, and the membership should voice their concerns by making a motion, directing the board. So we'll move this to new business? Okay, we're going to try it again, Tim. Do we have any other questions for the CWC? Mr. Cyr, Skydive BC North.
My question for the CWC is just the kiss the ring policy that they've come up with renewing ratings. Just a point in case of when I had to renew my ratings here, when they first came up with it, I wasn't made aware of it. And then all of a sudden, the ratings that I've had for the last 25 years were all of a sudden no longer valid.
Could you move closer to the microphone? Thank you.
How's that?
Way better.
So what happened basically was I had to drive 600 kilometers, had to close my drop zone for a weekend, drive 600 kilometers, work for somebody else for free for a weekend, drive home with my signatures, send my piece of paper in, and then, because then I was certified, I could then sign Randy off. And to me, it's just a big waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of effort. You know, the bureaucracy that CSPA has become when it comes to renewing your ratings and getting your ratings, the minimal availability of courses, the distances you have to travel. I operate right from Whitehorse down to 100 Mile House up to Spirit River, Alberta, across the terrace. I have quite a large territory. The people that I have are, here, there, and everywhere. So it's impossible to put a course on at any given time for me because, again, we're still operating. We're a small drop zone. We don't have the resources that a large drop zone has. And my question is, when the association has set things up for large drop zones, it's the small drop zones that suffer because of it. And, we've been in decline over the last 10 years. Every time I get an instructor trained, they leave. They go to a large drop zone, of course. I would just like to see things made easier for the remote drop zones. If not, it's just over the getting of the course conductor's rating. Like I was in one of the very first course conductor courses that was ever done, and I got the rating, and I was unable to complete the requirements over the 2 years because of an injury, and all of a sudden I'm back to square one again. Just the fact that CSPA fails to recognize the efforts that people like myself and other small jobs and operators put in over the years, just because we can't make that 1,200 kilometer trip to your drop zone because it's a big drop zone and has all the instructors. I think that it should be a much easier system. The bureaucracy and I have to get a recommendation from this person, and I've got to get 20 or 30 signatures to get a license. I can get a mayor's license with 3 signatures. I can get a death certificate with 3 signatures. But if I want a solo license or if I want an ACOP or a BCOP, it takes 20 or 30 signatures. And to me, it's just burdensome. And I don't understand why the CSP has to make things so difficult. Small drops.
Phil,
All right.
would you like
So
to?
the currency procedure has been in place for 6-7 years now, right? And it wasn't designed for large drop zones. It was designed for all drop zones, recognizing the various combinations, permutations we have across the country. This is my time, right? I have gone out to all drop zone owners, all chief instructors over the last month for feedback on, actually make sure they understood all the changes we have been making over the last couple of years. And there has been some misconceptions over the changes. And for feedback on any tweaks they need to see, any other things that they're seeing in the field. All those feedback will be going directly to the committee and also be made directly to the board, right? You've already provided your feedback. A number of other people in this room have provided feedback. Some have caught me and said, I was mean to get back to you, and and recognize that drop zone owners are busy. So when you have time for that feedback, please provide. Right? We have to do things in balance, but we do hear what's going on. Now, with your particular case, you have 2 SSCs. You two need to manage your ratings. And that's what I told your partner 2 years ago. Manage it. Okay? And if you want to have an offline discussion with me, please. Okay?
Like I say, it's just my 2 cents. It's a burden. It's, especially when you're out in the middle of nowhere. Like right now, I have 2 guys in the Yukon that would love to get a jump masters course. And of course, well, we got to get coach 1 first. So then they got to travel to get the coach 1. They got to travel to get the. But I'm going up there every year, and I have my course judge's rating, which is no longer valid. Revisiting what it's going to take to get that rating, and all of a sudden again, we got to get a D license, and they got to get this, and they got to get that. And to start my season, I've got upwards of 50 parachutes to have to do now. I got inspections to do, and we see how they all my sewing done. And I just don't have time for it. And there's not enough people up there for the course conductor to come up there and teach 1 person or 2 people.
Yeah. So some people rain course facilitator in location, some people send their people to a course. And if they need guidance as to where a course is, ask the question.
Well, that's just it. We're so far away from everything that, like I say, with the big drop zone, you say, we'll see the guy on the other side of the map. Well, the other side of the map's 600 kilometers away from it.
Can I suggest that you two get together and sit down and have a conversation? Because right now, this is really isn't being addressed to the membership. It's a two-way conversation. If you and Phil can make some time and have a talk, maybe during the break, and that would be great, because it will continue on in the meeting, and we'll get you'll be able to speak directly to him. Is that good? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions for the CWC? Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
And next up, we have the CNTC, please.
Can you make that bigger so they can see the faces? Okay, everybody, I'm Barb, and most people, I know almost everybody, I think. So I just want to start with, and I'll try to be brief. First, the committee. Oh, sorry. First, the committee. We have a new member of the CNTC. The CNTC is made up almost entirely of athletes who are competitors and world-class competitors. And so our new member of the CNTC is Blair Egan. He is young, he's smart, he's dynamic, he's a wingsuit flyer, he's currently a member of the Canadian team, and he's handsome too, so he's rounding it out here, guys. I'd like to, talk a little bit about team selection. It is a big part of what we do. And we have rules and procedures to follow. Just going to the nationals and winning doesn't make you a Canadian team member. It has to do with what you're doing, your training, your plan, what you intend to do, and all the rest. And we take it very seriously. We know some people we already know because they have a long history. Other people we don't know. But if you go to the Canadian nationals and you don't win, and you still want to be a team member, there's a pathway for that as well, and it's thoroughly documented in PIN 4F, and anytime anyone wants to ask about it, I can go into it. But there are ways to get into the team, because sometimes we don't have enough participation at the nationals in event, or sometimes we're allowed to send more people than our winners. And the other thing, there's also World Cups, which people can compete in, and there's a lot more people allowed to go. So I just want to bring everybody's attention to that there is a pathway, and not winning isn't the only way. This past year, we were involved with registering athletes to 3 world championships. The Canopy piloting in Farnham, Quebec, the wingsuit in Zephyr Hills, Florida, and the Mondial at Skydive Chicago. So all those big World Parachuting Championships were in North America. It'll probably never happen again. But it always is a lot of work, but we had, I think, 50 competitive slots to be filled. That's huge. It's the biggest delegation that we've ever sent in a year. So it's success for us that we were able to send all those people. They all presented well. There was a silver medal for vertical formation skydiving. But no other medals, but they all did well. We had Canadian records, is a big part of what we do. The person goes out and organizes their record, and then there's sort of never-ending paperwork and all the rest that goes on. So there were 6 new world records. There was a 42-way sequential, large formation sequential. There was a head down. There was, I can't remember them all, but they're in my report, and I know you've all read it. So, but there were 6 of them. So it was, and they went through the summer as a lot of work. Usually is what happens in a world championship here, that there's more world records. So that was a big thing about what we did. And also we did 5 manual updates, which is huge for us because our manuals are not in disarray. They're just not on the website, and they have been being updated and all the rest of it, but they just weren't getting through to the last part, which was translation and being put on the website. So there's 5 manual updates this year. We did 1 in conjunction with the judging committee, and actually they did 1, the judging, the PIM4E judging, that's done. And then the others all done, and now we're going on to the team selection one, which hasn't been updated. It's been updated, but it's not been published. So that's a big one, and then we'll go back to our policies and procedures, last done in 2010, and so things have changed. These pictures up here obviously are the Canadian teams. The big one is the people who went to the Mondial. The Canopy pilots are the dudes, cool dudes with the sunglasses, and the wingsuiters are our new team that went to the first ever World Parachuting Championships, the wingsuit. So for next year, we have, first, what's happening is the nationals. They've been awarded to Nouvelle Air in Farnham, June 30th to July 7th. It's a big commitment for everybody, but if you've never been to Nouvelle Air, you should go there. It's very dynamic drop zone. It's very exciting. The organization will be awesome. The World Games is an invitation-only meet. We have 1 competitor from Canopy piloting that goes. They have a fairly complicated set of how they choose a person, and it's out of our hands. And so the person going is Cspa, who some people might know was an Ontario jumper, and for several years has been running a drop zone in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Virginia, someplace like that. Cool name, right? Cool name, Kitty Hawk. Okay, I'm going to only briefly talk about the World Indoor Skydiving Championships. Last year, it was awarded to SkyVenture Montreal by the IPC, the International Parachuting Commission. And it will go forward. We have Melanie Garan here, who's on the Indoor Skydiving Commission for the IPC, and Alan, her father here, and they're the hosts for that. So if you have any questions about that competition, please talk to them. Okay, the World Cups I mentioned briefly. You can go there. You know, if you got a 4-way team that turns 5 points, you could go there if you wanted, and you could compete with the best skydivers in the world. You should go there. You can, and if you want to, contact me. Don't think, oh no, I can't go. Contact me, and I'll tell you how to get there, okay? More manuals for the coming year. It's a lot of work. Manuals are a lot of work. But anyway, there's more manuals coming. And more team selection. Team selection goes on forever. This year, it will be if anybody wants to go to a World Cup. And then next year, we're back to team selection for World Parachuting Championships in 2018. So as I'm not supposed to talk too long, I'm just going to say, do you have any questions for the CNTC? Do you know what we want, what we do all year? Do you feel we do enough? Do you feel we should do something else? We did last year offload quite a lot of our duties to other committees because there was too much to do. And so, yeah, any questions? Everybody's happy with CNTC? They love us? Yes. I'll tell my team.
Thank you, Barb.
They're waiting on their computers to hear from me.
So no questions for CNTC? Nope. Thank you, Barb. And following that, we have our IPC rep, which is Rena Gallo. IPC, for those of you who don't know it, it is the International Parachuting Commission.
Any of you know me, my name is Rena Gallo. I'm from BC here. Welcome to BC if you are from somewhere else. I was fortunate enough this year to attend the 67th IPC plenary meeting, and I'm sure all of you have read my report, so I won't read it out to you. Some of the highlights, though, there were 2 proposals from Canada, one from CF, from Eric Din for two-way, and one put forward for style and accuracy from Buzz Bennett. The committees at the IPC did discuss it, but both were voted down, so Canadian proposals did not go through. However, proposals, we can put them through at any time. We can bring them back time and time again. So if anybody here wishes anything in the IPC rules or international rules to change, please send them to me, bring them forward. If they don't go through 1 year, we can bring them back again, and hopefully at some point they will be adopted, if you feel strongly about them. The other things that you might be interested in, competitions for 2017. Out of this year's conference, Paris Ski, which is now March for 2017. World Games in Poland, which, as Barb said, we have one person representing because it's invitation only. World Cups for FS, CF, AE, and Speed in Germany. Style and Accuracy European Championships in Montenegro. Wingsuit Flying, Overton, Nevada. And CP World Cup in Dubai. Next year, European Championships of Indoor Skydiving in Voss, Norway. World Championships in Canopy Piloting in Poland. World Championships of Style and Accuracy in Bulgaria. World Championships of Wingsuit Flying in Czech Republic. World Championships of FS, VFS, AE, CF, and Speed Skydiving in Runaway Bay, Gold Coast, Australia. And World Cup of Indoor Skydiving in the Kingdom of Bahrain. So there's lots of competition in the next 2 years. Please get your people to come out and compete and represent Canada. We've been doing very well internationally, and we have a very proud tradition now. So I'm hoping everybody participates. There is going to be, the CF committee has put forward this year a new CF World Web Challenge. It will be going on from July to September of this year. It's trying to foster more CF activity because CF, as you know, is very small, and I am chair of that committee internationally, and we're trying very, very hard to get people interested and involved. And we are bringing back 8-way speed for anybody who's interested in doing 8-way speed, which hasn't been done in a long, long time. We're very excited about that, and we hope that you do support it. Anybody can enter, and it's all put online, and the judging is done all online, and it will all be done by international CF judges. So please come out and compete for that. Any other things? I think that's about it, if anybody has. Oh yeah, one big item that came out of this meeting, for 2 years in a row now, indoor skydiving has had 5 bids on the table for either a World Cup or World Championships. Within the last 3 years, since indoor was adopted at the IPC level, we've had a huge amount at this last year and this year. 7 bids in total for either 2017, 2018, or 2018, 2019. The tunnel owners are very keen to get involved, and they want to hold world championships. They want to hold World Cups, and so it's been quite an explosion on the international scene, which was not expected. There is discussion now about trying to get indoor into the Olympics, and actually the IOC is starting to look at it. Indoor is now being contemplated as part of the World Games. As you know, in the World Games, we used to have accuracy and formation skydive. They stopped that and went to CP because it was much more spectator type of sport, and now they're looking at indoor. So just to give you a flavor of what's happening out there in the world of skydiving. So if you have any questions.
Any questions for the IPC committee? Thank you, Rena. Canberra.
There I am. Yay. Okay. Morning. Morning. Can I have my 5 minutes?
Take your 5 minutes.
Awesome. Okay. So, quick rundown on Canberra. For those of you who don't know me, I used to do the magazine back from 2002 through to 2008, and then I stepped down, and somebody called me and asked me to step back up again, not looking at anybody in particular, and I did it. So anyways, I work very closely with Vic, who's out of Quebec, and he is a phenomenal designer. This magazine would not look like it does without him, and this magazine would not be here without you guys. And if you've been following me for years, you'll always hear me ranting about getting submissions and getting articles and getting stories and tidbits, but that's what makes Canberra Canberra. I don't write it. I write my little editorial, my little 400-word editorial every issue. We do 5 issues a year. We're consistently 48 pages. We are talking about adding a digital online option as well as having a hard copy. That might take a little bit still, but we're doing that because we want to increase advertisers. We have been losing some advertisers because of online. We don't have an online option right now. And I'm hoping that if we do that, that we'll start bringing them back. So that's something that Brian and I are going to be looking into the next little bit. Yeah, I'm pointing at you. But we'll keep you guys posted. But still, there's a lot of the membership that really enjoys getting a hard copy. We're not planning on taking that out. We're just planning on adding in a digital copy as well for people who are interested in that. One of the things... Vic rocks. Vic rocks. Does anybody here know Vic? There's only like 1 or 2 people. Okay. Anyways, he's amazing. You know, here's my day. I open my emails and I get an email that says, there's a submission. So I go into it and half the information that's mandatory is blank. And then I get a picture that's taken from Facebook that's like 2 gigabytes. And it's blurry and I can't even open it on my screen. It's so small. And I get 1 email. So I send the person an email. Hi, who are you? Who's in the picture? Oh, it's me. Okay. Do you have a high-res version of this? No. Okay. Well, I need a high-res version. Or they do have a high-res version. And then I'm like, awesome. Did you take this? No. Okay. I need the photographer's permission. So every photo that you guys see in Canberra sometimes is like 10, 12 emails before it actually gets in there. Because God love you guys, but yes, I mean, writing in photos is not your forte. You know, so my job is trying to take all these little bits and pieces that I get and put it into a magazine, and then I throw it at Vic and say, okay, make it look pretty, you know, and I think he does a hell of a good job. One of the things that I really wish that I could get is I would love to have DZ delegates that just sent me an email. This got their 100th jump. This person got their A license, all that kind of stuff. CSPA, Judy always sends that, and we always list it. But it's different when it comes from somebody else with a little picture. Or maybe you guys had a birthday or an anniversary or somebody got engaged or something along those lines. We really want to encourage Dropstones to submit just little tidbits, little bits and pieces, because that's who makes CSPA up. We have a lot of bigger stories and some great information, but the little ones are fun. You know, up and coming novice jumpers. We're really trying to encourage you guys to send me in biographies. I have a template if you want that you guys can use. You know, this past year we've done some very experienced jumpers and we've done some novice jumpers as well too, because collectively we are what makes Canberra and makes CSPA the membership. So I really encourage that. Phil, I was going to actually ask you to maybe get somebody on the CWC to always make sure that you guys are sending me out the coaches that are going on. Because some people are really good about it, but some aren't. And when I look at your numbers and I see how many courses went on in Canada last year, maybe a third of those ended up in the magazine. You know, so it'd be nice to be able to have that. So I guess this is my way of reaching out and asking you guys, oh yeah, we just did this wicked thing and we got this awesome, you know, picture of it, or somebody did something cool. Pop me an email. Doesn't have to be articulate. They're usually not. You know, I'm okay with that. I get things in all capital letters. In the old days, people would mail me stuff on like scribbled Post-it notes. Like, you know what, I take it all and we'll make it work as best as we can. But, you know, all I'm saying is this magazine is for you guys and it is about you guys. And it's Vic and I, we're the only two people who work on the magazine. We're both predominantly volunteers. We do get a small stipend for doing it, but we do it because we love it. Okay, so I want to thank everybody who has submitted, and I'm hoping that you guys will keep submitting. Yeah, that's good. Any questions? No? What? All the things? Send everything. Okay, don't send me porno, you know, but it's a family-friendly magazine. Okay, no questions? Awesome. Okay,
Thank you,
have a
Ned.
seat here.
And I have to apologize, I did miss IT, so we'll go back a slide and get Brian up here.
Sorry, Ned. Need an adjustment here. Good morning. My name is Brian Cole. I'm the IT chair for the CSPA, and I'm based out of Southern Ontario, so it's excellent to be out here on the West Coast. It's my first time. Beautiful city. Oh, shit. I should have known the audience. Okay. I want to highlight some of the initiatives that we've completed over the last year. Mainly, my role is to facilitate the organization with their technology needs, and that usually is directed by the national office, some of the initiatives they have, but I also support all the committees in small ways. A couple of the ones I'd like to highlight, we have an RP database, our membership database. It's based on FileMaker. It's phenomenal. Every time you go in and renew your ratings or renew your COPs or renew your membership, all through our web portal. It's actually downloaded to our national office, and then we have a bunch of magic that happens, and basically your credit card gets charged. We've needed to do some maintenance on this. We've done that throughout the year. Some of it I can do, some of it we've had to bring in some outside help. Our website is based on a Drupal, it's a CMS. Michelle does a number of the updates, but whenever we have some back-end stuff that needs to get done, that's usually when I get involved. And the in-time scoring system. Basically, if no one's seen that, it's a device that we have, it's a kit that we have at the CSPA that we make available to anyone who wants it. If you're running a meet, whether it's indoor or outdoor, if it's FS or CP, it's a very comprehensive platform. We used it actually last summer at the FAI CP event at Nouvelle Air, and it was actually very well received, even though the meet did experience some weather issues. We also use it quite heavily at SkyVenture and iFly, and that really puts it through the trials. Those are very quick meets, and with the judging, it really helps to facilitate everything going forward, get the results out, and I think the spectators like the experience as well. So that gets around, and if anyone's interested in utilizing the system, please definitely let myself or the national office know, and we can explain how that works, and we can hopefully get that out to you. For 2017, I want to continue to support the national office and the committees with any of the initiatives they have. Ned obviously is making a list for me. I know Michelle has a huge one as well. So we're just going to keep going on that. We want to continue to improve our SharePoint platform. We have a centralized document storage system to hopefully facilitate centralizing our internal documents from the various committees. In the past, a lot of those documents kind of floated around in cyberspace, and it was hard to kind of keep revision history and whatnot, so we're trying to really promote that internally. Obviously, the website's still a priority for us. Something we're going to speak about a little bit later on this afternoon is the longer-term goals with regards to our membership database. We're at a position right now where we need to evaluate how we're going to go forward with that, and I need some direction from the members on what they want to accomplish with regards to that. I don't want to get into that right now, but we'll have some discussion on that later on today. And the in-time scoring system. So SkyVenture had a qualification meet last weekend, the weekend before that. Went very well. We used the system there, and it's already slated to be used at CSPA Nationals at New Valère this summer. So that's a very comprehensive meet, and I'm looking forward to sort of seeing how that works out. Does anyone have any questions? I thought so.
Was there a hand? Nobody? Thank you very much, Brian. And if we could have Doreen come up for LTAD and CompDev.
Okay, long-term athlete development. 2016 budget year, we took over the responsibility of the athlete development funding. That was a responsibility under the CNTC that was moved to our committee. So last year we had a total of 8 applications. 3 met the criteria and were approved for funding. We worked with the Women's Initiative Committee with the application process and collaborated with them on a couple of the applications that were funded. The other thing that the Long-Term Athlete Development Committee is responsible for, our document is called Flight Plan. This is the original document that was printed. It is only available in an electronic copy now on the CSPA website. We're working on updates to that. It's always, we're always looking at how to improve it. So going ahead to 2017, we want to finalize the updates that we've been working on. This is the generic form of the long-term athlete development plan that you can find on the Canadian Sport for Life website. And they have completed updates, and it's called, they now have a version 2 of the plan. So when we finish our updates in 2017, this will be our version 2. But they're working on version 3. So we'll see what they come out with and incorporate into our plan. Once the budget is finalized at the AGM, then we'll be finalizing the criteria for the athlete development funding and working with the Women's Initiative Committee again to process those applications. And hopefully we get a few more this year than we did last year and have some funding that goes across the country. We're also working on what is called the skills matrix, which is related to what skills you acquire, consolidate, and refine in order to compete in the various disciplines. So it's all related to the 7-stage model in the long-term athlete development plan, but it's skills related to the competitive disciplines. That's about it for the Long-Term Athlete Development Committee. Any questions?
I have one question for you. I don't know if this is for you or not.
Microphone, please.
I don't know if this is for Michelle or Doreen, but I wanted to ask about some of the funding programs. Like I noticed that there was 4 events that happened last year.
That was my committee.
That's your committee?
I'll
Okay,
speak.
sorry, Doreen. Sure.
I'll sit down.
Okay.
Any
anything else
questions?
for long-term athlete development, fondly referred to as LTAD.
And competition development.
I also chair the Competition Development Coach Committee, which is a subcommittee of the CWC. So this is a program geared towards those coaches who want to coach competitors. The program was finalized in 2015, and we had our inaugural course a year ago. So 8 people participated in the course, and 7 completed all 4 modules that are provided by CSBA. 1 person completed 2 modules. So we want to continue to grow that course. We did try to organize 2 other courses, one in Ontario and one in Alberta, but there was insufficient interest in the course. So going ahead to 2017, we're hoping to hold a course September, October, so we're working on the plans for that. And also looking for additional members for the Competition Development Committee to help with just growing the knowledge and awareness of what Competition Development Coach Program is about. If you're not familiar with the CAC programs, the National Coaching Certification Programs, there's 3 different coaching streams. The Coach 1, Coach 2, Coach 3 fit into the instructional stream. So now we have the Competition Development Coach Program that fits into the competition stream. The other stream is community-based, which deals mainly with coaching kids, and so far to date that hasn't fit with the CSBA programs. Who knows what happens with indoor skydiving, but you know, for now we'll have coach programs in 2 of the streams. So, any questions about Comp Dev?
Thank you, Doreen. And it was awesome. Women's Initiative Committee.
I wear way too many hats. Okay, so my committee is very, very, very small, and I have a feeling most of you probably didn't even know we exist. So just a quick briefing. We were created under the LTAD committee as a way to try to increase female participation in skydiving to try to meet Sport Canada requirements. Back when we had funding from Sport Canada, the board realizes the advantages, and so they've kept me. Yay. So we have a little bit of funding that we use. This year, we funded 4 events. 2 were in conjunction with LTAD. One was a 4-way camp coached by Fusion, and then they ran in conjunction with a seminar, and both the camp and the seminar looked at how 4-way competition works, how to debrief, how to monitor training plans, and it was great because Fusion integrated what they learned on the Comp Dev course into those. So all 3 committees kind of came together, so it was really awesome to see that. The 3rd event that we funded was we worked with Fast Forward, who are the acrobatic team for wingsuit, and they held a seminar and a training camp. And the last one that we did was we helped the women in Quebec make the first women's crew record. And the price, yeah, awesome. Their funding to that went for the cost of the judges. Next year, we want to see more events across Canada. All the applications that we get seem to be very eastern. So I'm out west. You guys now know there is applications, there is funding available. So Alberta and BC drop zones, apply, like it's there. Same for LTAD. Our biggest goal is making sure that we spread across all disciplines, not just all FS. So we're looking, this year we branched out to CF and wingsuit. So still looking for maybe artistic, maybe somewhere out there. And the last thing we're going to do this year is we're going to try and roll out a mentorship database. So basically we're going to be approaching female coaches and instructors at drop zones across the country. We're going to get a list of those that are willing to be mentors, and then we're going to reach out to all the female skydivers across Canada and try to pair them with mentors at their local drop zones. So if there are any women here that are interested in being a part of that, definitely come and chat with me. Any questions?
I got the right committee. Can you elaborate on how we apply, please?
Yes. So funding applications for both LTAD and women's initiatives go out usually in March or April. I want to say March because we're trying to finalize it earlier this year. We send it out as a mass mail to the entire membership.
Important information?
Yes. And basically there are 2 links on the website. There's one that has information for LTAD. There's one that has information for women's initiatives. For both of them, you have to complete the athlete development funding request. And then for the women's initiatives, there's a second request for questions that we ask. Basically, the deadline we usually say is mid-March, and then we try to have the answers for April 1st. So basically, Jareen and I are finalizing stuff this weekend, and hopefully in the next week or two, that's when the announcements will be going up.
And like, are there certain prerequisites that you're looking for? Like,
Yeah, so basically, specific to LTAD especially, we're looking for, we want to look that the events or the goals or whatever you're asking money for follows with what LTAD does. So is it getting people to a level that they could compete? Is it working on their skills? And then for my women's committee specifically, we look at, does it try to develop and bring female skydivers together? Does it work at getting females as coaches and organizers? And it looks at how we integrate it. So there's a lot of different things that we take into account. All the information is actually still on the website. The application form itself will be released once we release it. And you can apply as individuals or you can apply as drop zones. I should also mention that. So DZOs that are in the audience right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Dissenters?
Yes, mine's a question/suggestion. The Women's Committee is obviously to encourage women and promote the women in the sport. But when looking for mentors, if you got women in the drop zone, but nobody has a mentor, is there a reason it can't be a male mentor?
Nope. Actually, I suppose we could send it out. The easiest way for us to target was to find female mentors. I will say this as a general. Most women often learn better when they're mentored by a woman, but that isn't to say that they can't be mentored by males. So yes, we can definitely look. If there are males that are interested in being mentors, then we can look at that as well. I'll put Kanina on it. Any other questions? Great.
No more questions? Thank you. Michelle, the next committee is GRC. No, we're going to do it after.
Okay, this is like the hat I hate wearing because I really don't know what I'm doing. So Pat Floyd, as we said, is CSP's kind of lawyer/advisor. He's in Australia for work right now. His committee was pretty quiet this year. We didn't really have any major things going on. What I will speak to briefly is a case that's been going on for the last couple years. A few years ago, one of our Quebec drop zones they received issues and tickets from the municipality for having skydiving on their airport. The main argument was that they didn't believe skydiving was an aeronautical activity, and so they shouldn't be allowed on their airport property. The drop zone and the municipality went to court. CSPA worked with the drop zone to provide an expert witness that testified that parachuting is actually an aeronautical activity. So Pat Floyd worked one-on-one and kind of guided them through that as well. Unfortunately, the drop zone lost. They appealed, and it went to the Supreme Court of Quebec, and they won. Now the municipality has appealed, and now it's going to the appeal in the Supreme Court of Quebec. So now we're at the next stage where they're still trying to fight it. And I will let Ian talk to that later. And it is in the neck, there is a little bit more of an explanation, but that's the general thing that the GRC is looking at right now. Other than that, any other issues from previous years have been rectified. Any questions? Oh, sorry.
Skydive Toronto.
This matter is huge. This matter concerns the access to have a drop zone.
This matter will be discussed later in new business.
I was just wondering if a fund has been initiated to help the applicant, in other words, the drop zone operators for this.
They did access their defense fund coverage in their first case, and it's been maxed out.
So they're being assisted?
They were assisted. They've maxed out their funding.
Do they have any assistance as this is being appealed to a higher court?
We will be discussing that in new business.
I'm sorry?
We will discuss that later today.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for GRC? Thank you. And we have our judging committee. Buzz Bennett.
The committee report is very short and factual, but it doesn't really do justice to the tremendous amount of work that the committee members put in the last 12 months with complete rewrite updates of the competition rules, which are PIM 4B. Those are not quite complete because and they will be very shortly, the wingsuit rules are now in a state to be submitted for translation and posting on the website. The reason they weren't before with all the others was that IPC, the wingsuit committee, was making changes up until the end of January, so we decided to wait because they were major changes. There's still a lot to do in 2017. We're sort of at the 95% stage. We've done a lot of work on the judges' rating program, PIM 4E, a level 1 course manual, which is the initial stepping stone into the judging program, and a chief judge's handbook. There are some things to be completed there in 2 weeks' time when we have our judges seminar in Montreal, and the committee will be meeting face-to-face at that time to make some final decisions on all of these documents. So as I say, we're sort of at the 95, 96% level, and it'll all come to fruition in a couple of weeks. I'd like to recognize 3 of the committee members, Vera Asquith, Rena Gallo, and Doreen West-Gemmell, who is sitting over there. Thanks for being here. And especially, I want to give a huge thanks to Doreen, who was one of the people who stepped up when the committee was formed a year and a half ago. And as you already know, she has a full workload. She did with the LTAD, et cetera, she did a huge amount of work with Rena on the competition rules, and in 2 weeks' time she'll be stepping away from the committee. I want to give her my thanks, a huge debt of gratitude for the amount of work she put in and the wise counsel that she's given us along the way. And I would like to think that perhaps occasionally I can go and appeal to her for more wise counsels. Thank you very much, Doreen. Time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the committee reports. So at this time, on behalf of CSPA, the Board of Directors would like to say thank you very much to all of our volunteers. The time you give, you'll never get back. You hopefully will be seeing results with all the blood, sweat, and tears that you're giving to this association. Without you, we can't do anything. There's not enough words to thank you. So at this time, be it resolved that all reports be presented or accepted as presented. Do I have somebody to move the motion? Thank you. And do I have a second? Thank you. Do I have any abstentions? Do I have any against? The motion is carried. At this time, I can see people starting to nod off. I think it's time to take maybe a 10-minute break, get up, walk around, use the facilities, and what time is it? We'll reconvene at 10, how about 10:55? Thank you.
Grab your seats, we're ready to start.
Don't hurt yourself.
That was not skydiving, that was skiing.
All right, if everybody's ready, we'll call the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is the approval of auditor's report and financial statements for November 30th, 2016. But first, we're going to have a presentation by the treasurer. You going to come and speak to that?
I'll be peering around the post so we can see the spreadsheet. For the people, sorry. This year we chose a new auditing firm. I'd been unhappy with the firm that had been doing our audits in the past. Cut a long story short, I'm very happy with the new auditor. I think that we've gotten much more for our money than we did in the past. The detail that they went into and the recommendations that they came back with, I think, are very helpful. They're good. I think the membership can be confident, looking at the statements that they've prepared, that they're accurate and that they've looked into them in much greater detail than was happening in the past. So the long and the short is I recommend the acceptance of the financial statements as presented. We got these yesterday. The reason that's mostly my fault because I was slow in responding to the auditor because I was in Florida and then I wasn't feeling well. So the could have been ready sooner if I'd been more on the ball, but so it's not the auditor's fault that we're getting these statements just today. I think we can get them printed while we're here and we'll have copies for people to take away. But as of this second, we only have them on the screen. What we have, if Brian could bring it up, is my spreadsheet as opposed to the statements. The statements take what the spreadsheet I'm about to show you is just in greater detail, but the numbers at the end of the day are the same. So what you're looking at here is this is what we budgeted for the year ending November 30th, 2016. This is the actual number, and this is just the variance. So to look at that, we budgeted 2805. We actually spent 42 or received 4,200. So there was a $1,400 difference. If we just kind of scroll down, that's our revenue side, keep on going, down kind of to the bottom line. The net, what we said, the budget that we presented and was approved by the association had a $78,000 deficit. We actually ended up with an $11,000 surplus. So the variance between what was budgeted and what actually happened was $89,000. So the budgeting process in the past has been problematic. When we get to the budgeting for going forward, I think we've improved upon it greatly. To make this totally understandable, CSPA has three funds, we call them. You have the general fund, which is the money that's used for the operations. We have the legal defense fund, which is separate and has its own source of income and its own expenses. And we have the team fund. The legal defense fund's the simplest, so I'll start with it. It has two sources of income, which is schools, when they join CSPA, if they want access to the legal defense fund, pay a fee. And we earn interest on the accumulated legal defense fund. The legal defense fund is segregated into two separate bank accounts. There's a checking account that I keep $50 in so that when there is a claim against the defense fund, we have a separate checking account from which to write a check. And we have a GIC, which is somewhat unique in that it pays interest monthly, and we're free to add or subtract to the GIC at any time. So we collect the interest every month, we roll it back into the account, so the interest is compounding. So if we look at the legal defense fund, we budgeted revenue of $10,300. We actually got $10,900 because I a little underestimated the interest that we'd earn. We had essentially 2 claims against the legal defense fund that came to $11,000. So the legal defense fund had a net loss of $934 for the year. The team fund is made up again of 2 components. We have what we call the endowment fund and then the current team account. The endowment fund is made up of the $5 per member that is per membership and is never spent. It just sits in, again, one of these GICs where we're earning interest that's paid monthly, and it accumulates. The January 31st balance in the team fund, endowment fund, is about $380,000. The second component of the team fund is the current amount, I call it. It's the amount that's available to spend supporting teams that go to World Championships. The World Championships are every 2 years, so there's only claims made against the team fund every 2 years. To make it fair to everybody, what we do is accumulate 2 years of income in the team fund. So the money that was spent in 2016 was the balance in the team fund as of November 30th, 2015. The money that will be spent in 2018, which is the next World Meet, is the balance in the fund as of November 30th, 2017. So what you will see here is the team fund shows a loss because its income was $33,000, but we paid out $41,000 because $41,000 was the balance in the current fund as of November 30th, 2015. We've had 1 year's income. We'll have another year's income with no expenses against it. And then in 2018 is when there will be money spent again. So the way it works, you would expect to see a deficit in a year where we make a payout because you're spending 2 years worth of income comparing it against 1 year's income. So the team fund has a loss of $8,000, which is was to be expected. The general fund, the budget was that we would lose $66,000, and we actually came out $20,000 ahead. So that was for a number of reasons. Partly we underestimated some income and overestimated what some of the expenses were. So we actually ended up the year with a $20,000 surplus in the general fund. And then when you add up those 3 numbers, overall, the net revenue for the association was $11,000 for the year. Any questions about that? Yes.
What percentage?
Could you get up, sorry, could we use thank you. And we're recognizing Niagara Skydive.
What percentage of the income for the association directly comes from the participants? So the $89 that we each pay.
Yeah, if you go up to the top again, please, Brian. And you have these numbers in the information that was sent out with the package. The draft financial statements that are included with the package are more or less identical to the auditor's statement. There's a $5,000 difference, which is the accrual of the auditing fees that weren't included in the draft statements that you sent, but that's it. So there you can see, Tim, that's the revenue. Their general membership, The total revenue was $437,000, and individual affiliation fees are $286. And you can see where the rest of the income comes from. We also made $7,500 in interest on the money sat in the account.
286 of 400, I can't see, my eyes are not.
Yeah, it's 286,776 of 437,943. Yes.
Hey, do drop zones and regular members have access to copies of this spreadsheet?
They can. I just finished it this morning when I got the implemented the adjusting entry from the accountant. But yeah, I can make this available.
They just have to request it from me.
Yeah.
You can stop by and talk to Judy and Michelle, and they can email. If you want a printed copy today, we'll go and get them printed. If you can just let them know, we just want to print copies and not have people not take them. So if you want a physical copy today, just let me know, or go let Judy and.
Yeah, and with the
we can email them to you.
With the material that was sent out with the package, there's the income statement, the draft income statement, which is this green column, and the only change that's significant is the $5,000 that now shows up in the green column that isn't in the material you received, because that was the accrual of auditing fees. Yes, Buzz.
Unicorn Skydive.
I'm going to ask you this question now, but you may wish to answer it during the budget. I think you've basically admitted that the budgeting process that you've used in the past is not a good one, because I think you budgeted for a loss of 60,000 and ended up with
a surplus of 20.
We're in the black 20,000, which is an $80,000 difference.
Yes.
Which to me is quite serious, that we could be so far out between what we budgeted and what was actually realized. We are being told that we're in a period of austerity and that committees are being asked to cut back on the budgets, etc., etc. If the budgeting process is so flawed, do we really know that we are actually entering a period of austerity? In other words, what is this conclusion based on? I may be springing this on you because clearly you haven't had a chance to think about it, and I'd be happy to have an answer during the debate on the budget if that suits you.
Yes.
Well,
thank you.
The short answer is
Ian,
that,
let's do this during budget, okay?
Well, I'll give Buzz a short answer, is that we've tightened up the budgeting process, and if you just slip to the next worksheet, Brian, the 2017-18 budget worksheet.
Ian, could we do?
I'll just show him for 1 second.
Yes, but I would like to do
This
budget
is-
in
this
budget,
will be in the
please.
budget, Buzz. And what we started with is 2 years of actual results, a budget for 2 years. Yes.
Order.
Okay.
Why does he force me to do this to him?
Any other questions about the last year's statement? For the people
Are there
that-
any other questions
Right, for the
about
people
the
that are-
approval of the auditor's report and financial
There
statements?
is one other thing I have to say about the statements, is that in past years, CSPA has always treated revenue on a cash basis. That's what I wanted to do this year. My arm was severely twisted, and so the auditors say that to meet generally accepted accounting principles, we have to defer revenue to the period in which the expenses are going to be incurred. So if you paid your $89 halfway through the year, half of the $89 is for this year, and the other half is deferred to next year. When you do that calculation, it produces a $500 difference between the cash basis accounting and accrual basis accounting. So if you're really anal type and are looking at the income statement in the financial statements, there is a $500 difference from what's presented here, which is because I haven't entered the deferral yet because I got it last night. But it matters to accountants and no one else.
Does anybody have any other questions? Thank you, Ian.
Okay.
We'll get to listen to him again during the budget. So at this point, we don't have the printed financials for the membership, so I need to ask, are you willing to move to approval without actually having a copy of them at this time?
I move to do that.
Just a general question to the membership before I make the motion? I don't have, okay, perfect. I'm going to call the motion. Be it resolved that the November 30th, 2016 financial statement compiled by St. Arnaud, Pinsett, Stamen be accepted as presented, and I have it moved by Alberta Skydivers. Do I have a second? Niagara Skydive, thank you. Do I have anybody to abstain? Anybody against? You're abstaining? And Chilliwack? Chilliwack is abstaining. Do I have anybody against? Then the motion is carried. Thank you.
Anybody against? Anybody?
No against. One abstention.
It was Alberta.
And the second part of this is we need to appoint the auditors for the next year. So the motion is, be it resolved that St. Arnaud, Pinsett, Stamen be appointed as auditors for the fiscal year December 1st, 2016 to November 30th, 2017. Do I have somebody to move? Unicorn, thank you. And a second? Second decade? Thank you. Do I have any abstentions? Do I have any against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Item 12 on our business meeting is business specified in meeting notes. We don't have any. So this leads us into our special business portion. It is 11:16. The question is, do we want to have a recess now for lunch? Or do you want to invest the time before lunch to go into what is going to be a long part of our meeting? It's going to be good. I have a firm belief that we are going to be wonderful. The membership. Okay, so we are not going to break then until after we have finished item 13, which is special business. Everybody had a break? I'm sorry, Joe?
Is that wise? Because what's going to happen is it's going to be a break in the middle of it.
I'm not going to break. When we launch into item 13, we are staying with item 13 until the vote. But this is the member decision. I'm asking you. I'm going to just do an informal show of hands. Who wants to take the break now? I've got. Can you just kind of hold up your hands real high so I can? It's the voting members. The voting members, please. Thank you. So I only have 3 of the. Break? Well, this was going to be our lunch. It was an hour and a half because we also have the presentation. We have the 3 people that have gone to great lengths to do these information sessions. Input from the membership. I'm quite happy to take suggestions. Go for break? Okay, calling the question again. Who wants to take the break now? All right, we are going to break for lunch now. It is an hour and a half. And then when we come back, it's 11:18, 12:18, 12:30. Can we do it by 12:30 and reconvene at 12:30? Thank you. I'm sorry? Oh, we have a raffle. Don't go.
Did everybody get a ticket when they came in? If you didn't, put your hand up and Kanina's going to give you a ticket. You're bored. So the first prize was donated by Franquet. He is a local suit manufacturer from Quebec. He has donated this lovely packing mat. So everybody has tickets. Izzy, you want to do the honors?
We don't.
You don't get one.
You're an artist. Anyone else didn't get a ticket? Roger's an RP.
Michelle, you should maybe announce to everybody sort of what the timing is.
12:30.
Anyone else?
All right, here we go. Nine 945073. There we go, Rick.
And a thank you to the sponsor that donated it.
obviously I'm CSPA's executive director. I started something with Ned that every issue of Canberra, I would write an article that explained a little bit of what we do. So as Phil says, we call this WeFim, what's in it for me. So in the January-March issue of Canberra, by the way, Ned, I love this picture. I wrote an article that was like really, really, really long, and it was basically like, what do we do? What is in it for you guys as skydivers? And I had so many positive responses from it that Gord asked me to try and make it into a 10-minute presentation, so I'm going to do my best. It's also on the website, and I've been approached by a few people to make it into like little videos that we can post on our website. So basically, I'm going to take a like 6-page article and a very overloaded association and present it in 10 minutes. So bear with me, okay? So to understand what's in it for you, you have to understand what we do. So we're going to look at the really, really, really big picture and see where CSPA fits. First, we have the World Air Sports Federation, also known as the FAI in their translation. They are our governing body. They're our umbrella. Under them, you have the International Parachuting Commission. That's who we answer to. They look at the parachuting activities within the FAI. Under the IPC, we are a member of the Aero Club of Canada. They are the National Air Sport Control in Canada. We are affiliated directly to them. They affiliate to the IPC, thus we are a member via them. Sport Canada. We are the official national sport organization for parachuting in Canada. That is a big job. We are also affiliated through the Coaching Association of Canada, and all of our programs are recognized through the National Coaching Certification Program. Every sport in Canada, basketball, hockey, soccer, diving, orienteering, they all follow the exact same certification program. What you learn in your basics of coaching as a skydiver, you will learn in every other sport. That is huge. We are a part of the big picture. We also follow Sport for Life. They govern the long-term athlete development. That is what Flight Plan is that Doreen will be talking about next, and that is basically how you grow from being here to being an athlete or being active for life. So we answer to Sport Canada via all of those people as well. Transport Canada. Thankfully, we don't really answer to them, but we have a very good partnership with them. The only thing they really govern is exhibition jumps, but we do communicate with them constantly, and we have an amazing working relationship with them. So they're another body that we do relate to. Canada Revenue Agency. We are a registered Canadian Amateur Athletic Association. That status means, like I said, we are the official sport in Canada for parachuting, and under them, that makes us a charity. So when you give your donations, you get a charitable tax receipt because of that classification. So we also answer to Canada Revenue Agency. We also answer to Corporations Canada. Because we're a nonprofit organization, we answer to the Nonprofit Act. A couple years ago, we completely rewrote our bylaws because they introduced a new Nonprofit Act. So you have 5 really big bodies. CSP is at the very bottom of all of that. So you have to understand what we deal with all the way up here. Now we're going to look at what we'll deal with internally. So the slightly smaller big picture, how we're organized. You have the board of directors, these guys. You have me and Judy who work in the national office. We have 3 standing committees: Technical and Safety Committee, Coaching and Working Committee, and the Competition and National Teams Committee. These are the 3 committees that are the key, and they're in our bylaws. So Technical and Safety, again, looks at everything safety related. They run a rigging program. Coaching and Working, God, their portfolio is huge. But that's basically every coaching program in CSPA is related to that. And your Competition National Teams, that's the team selection and every competition that we run in Canada. Long-term athlete development, they're an ad hoc committee, but they look at Flight Plan, and they look at how to develop athletes from the grassroots to the competition. Information technology, you all met Brian. All of this is possible without him. There's another committee. Judging committee, they look at all the affairs of CSP and all the judging qualifications, and they run the judging in different competitions, whether it's regional, provincial, or international. Canberra, you have Ned, give a wave. She's awesome. You already heard everything that she does. The last one is the Government Regulatory Committee. Again, we have an advisor who helps us deal with all of the affairs of the association from a legal perspective. And he's not cheap, but he's a volunteer, and he loves what he does. Competition development, another ad hoc that's partnered under the CWC. Doreen spoke to it a little bit, and that's the coaches that coach the national team athletes. Women's initiatives, my little baby committee that was created to get more women in skydiving, we're under LTAD. There's CSPA. Kind of overloaded, but that's us in a nutshell. Where do you fit in? We have the members. The members are the drop zones, the provincial organizations, and the clubs. And then there's you. You're a registered participant, okay? The Nonprofit Act changes. We changed our bylaws. The individuals are not members anymore. You're registered participants. You affiliate your vote to a drop zone who carries it on your behalf. So when you join, we ask you, do you want to join Vancouver Island? Do you want to join Whistler? That's what you're doing, is you're giving your membership to these, and the number of votes, all those little colored cards that they're carrying, that's determined on how many registered participants are affiliated with them. So the number of votes they get, it's based on how many skydivers they have. So that's where you fit in the big picture. Pure numbers. We only have 2 paid, yes?
Still could be a member at large, or is that
Nope. Member at large does not exist anymore. You had to be affiliated to a member. Up to 49, 1 vote, 50 to 99, 2 votes, up to after 100, 3. So we only have 2 national office staff. So everything that I just said, 2 people. We have 3,500 of you guys as skydivers. Not bad, but pretty good. 50 members. That's the drop zones, the clubs, the PSOs. Right now we have 6 directors. We can have up to 7. We only have 9 committee chairs, 30 committee members. All of that, less than 50 people run this entire association, and 99% of them are volunteers. Go give them a hug because they are freaking amazing, okay? So that's kind of CSPA in a nutshell. Now, what's in it for you? You pay your $89. Where does it go towards? You can jump anywhere in the world at a drop zone that's affiliated with the FAI. So if you go to the States and you go to a drop zone that's affiliated with USPA, you can jump there. A good example of where you would not be allowed to jump is a drop zone that's not FAI affiliated. I'll throw it out there. Lodi is not affiliated with CSP or USPA. You would not be covered there. Okay, but there are very few drop zones that are not affiliated through the FAI. So $89, you can jump anywhere in the world.
What do you mean by not covered? Your membership insurance doesn't cover you? So if I damage something in Lodi, which we've all done, then I have to get in the car and get the hell out of the country.
Correct.
But
You have no access to insurance at a drop zone that's not. Yes. Yeah. So next question. So you get $3 million of third-party liability insurance. $3 million sounds like a really big number, but if you land, so let's say you have a cutaway and your main lands in a farmer's field and the tractor that's plowing it chops it up and totally damages the equipment. That could run you hundreds of thousands of dollars. $3 million seems like a big number, but trust me, when you need it, it's there. The $50,000 that USPA offers, that won't go very far in the case of an incident. Defense fund. Many of you that are probably, unless you're DZOs, you probably don't know that you do have access to the defense fund. If something happens and you get sued, you have access to up to $10,000, pending all the other requirements are met, to help pay your legal fees. It doesn't go a whole lot, but it is there. So your $89, you're getting a lot just from here. I can give an example.
No, about, you guys can hear me, yeah? Just, sorry, Michelle.
That's
I
fine.
just think this is relevant. So, there was a skydiver who's a CSPA member, she went down to jump in Bavaria of all places, and they told her she couldn't skydive there unless she had third-party liability insurance. She didn't know that CSPA's membership includes third-party liability insurance, so they forced her to buy a policy that cost her like €40 or whatever it was just to jump there. So, anyways, I was just selling her medical insurance and that came up in conversation. So that's something that you guys might not think oh well, I'm not gonna destroy somebody's house or whatever, but there are some PZs that are starting to require that, so we include that in the membership fee. So potentially that can save you money
Yeah.
as well.
So something else I should add to that is on the back of your card, it does say it's offered at drop zones worldwide. So if a drop zone challenges it, it's on your card. We've been having issues with a few drop zones in the States that don't accept CSPA memberships. Every time you hear about that on an individual basis, contact me because I work very closely with the executive director of USPA and we're trying to get this sorted.
There's lots of instances where you go to the States and they force you to join.
Yes. It's because they don't understand the insurance coverage that we have. Yeah. So again, for the most part, we're good, but on an individual basis, I talk to Ed Scott regularly and we try to rectify that. So if you ever have an issue, contact me. Okay, so you can jump worldwide. Yeah. Well, Lodi is one, but that doesn't really affect. I had to fight for our athletes to go to Mondial in Chicago and to make sure our CSPM membership was valid. Affiliation, sorry. Wrong term. So yeah, I'd fight a couple every year. But again, we have a great relationship with USPA for stuff like this. Okay, so yeah, again, if you have issues, just send me personal emails and I will look into it.
We just got a letter from Skydive Carolina and they request that we have a temporary.
Yeah, so again, all it takes is one quick phone call to USPA and we can get it sorted. So we're only at 3 things and I'm still not done. You're $89, you're getting $310,000 right now, access for $89. Pretty good. National team support, $5 from every $89 you give goes directly to the national team to help support them. It may not directly affect you, but for example, when you watch the Olympics and you watch Canada take home gold in hockey, does that not make you feel good? Yeah, so it's the same with the athletes. I cried when Evolution finally made it to the podium. It was just so remarkable because they've been waiting so long. It does affect you. There is a little bit of heartwarming stuff in you. So $5, that's what the team endowment fund that Ian was talking about. So you automatically support the team fund every time you renew a CSPA. Competitions, boogies, events, skill camps. CSPA gives thousands of dollars in funding to drop zones and organizers to fund events. If you have the opportunity to go to one of these events, your registration fees are going to be lowered because we've subsidized the expenses. So you, as registered participants, your money is contributing to sponsoring and subsidizing these events that you, in return, get to partake in, okay? We apparently need to do a better job of promoting and realizing for drop zones to know that that funding is there. We're gonna work on that, but know that that's available. Ratings. You get access to, as I said, a national-wide certification program that is recognized across all sports. That's huge. CWC can speak to that if you ever want to talk with Phil. And of course, Canberra. You get a beautiful, awesome magazine that has you in it. So $89, it seems like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, you're actually getting a lot back. It just may not seem like it. So bear that in mind, that CSP actually, we are here for you. And I hope you see what we can do for you and that you do think it's valuable to be a part of CSPA. Any questions?
I think you missed, if you go back to that very first slide of all of the big shots that were in there.
There.
Yeah, you can leave that up. How much money do we get from all of those 5 big shots?
0.
Or self-funded?
We are completely self-funded. Sorry. Coaching Association of Canada, we pay $1,500 and we get $3,000. And so that usually goes to subsidize the costs of running coach programs. So again, that would go directly, your registration fees would be lower because we're subsidizing the event from that funding. But that's specific funding that has to go towards a certain program. Yes, so Sport Canada used to fund us. We lost our funding. The main criteria for funding now is you have to have 5,000 skydivers. We're pretty far from that, so right now we're not eligible for Sport Canada funding. And we used to get more money from Coaching Association of Canada, but because we're not an Olympic sport anymore, we're the lowest tier of funding, and that's 3,000. Any other questions? There's 3,500 skydivers. 17% female. Probably lower this year, actually, so 16.
So your number of 3,500, that's registered participants who are active and have valid memberships?
Correct. Affiliations.
Out of sport, still have a number.
Current affiliations. Yeah. Current. They've paid their $89 and they're current for a year.
The list must be miles long of people who used to be.
We have 15,000 in the database, and the database is only about 10 years old. We're in the 16,000 numbers of CSPA. 18,000, so there you go, 18,000. Every new person that joins gets the next number. Any other questions? We're gonna move on. Yes, you should talk to them. You can talk to me, and then I can direct you to the right committee.
You mentioned there's funding for boogies. Is that all boogies, and what kind of funding?
It would be boogies that would potentially it would be through athlete development funding or the Women's Initiatives Committee funding. So they'd have to meet the requirements of those events. And that will be released to the drop zones hopefully this month. And by this month, I mean March. Okay, we're going to move on to Doreen's. We're going to learn about LTAD. Anyway, if you want to read more about that, the Campera article's up on the website, but that's the big picture. That was way longer than 10 minutes, I'm sorry. If you want that. You just click that button to go forward.
All right. Okay, here we go. And I have to keep this short and sweet, apparently. So long-term athlete development, or LTAD. Everyone in the room is athlete in long-term athlete development plans. And if you participate in any sport, then we are the athletes in long-term athlete development. So the definition of a sport can be simply activity that involves physical exertion, might involve competing, or simply defined as a physical activity. And I think most of you would agree that skydiving is then a sport. So if an athlete is someone who is proficient in sports or physical activity, and if you participate in skydiving with some basic ability, then you are an athlete. We might not be those elite athletes who compete at the world level. But like Michelle mentioned, when you watch the Olympics, and cheer on Canadian wins at the Olympics, or maybe you watch NHL, you might play golf. You're not on the pro golf tour, but we're still part of athlete. So I showed you earlier, Flight Plan is the document that we developed for the long-term athlete development plan for skydiving in Canada. So the plan is a framework of all the programs of CSPA. It is a standard framework that all sports in Canada have developed for their sport. So there's a long-term athlete development plan for whatever sport you want to look up. So why do we even have a plan? I mentioned that we did receive Sport Canada funding. What happened to my slide? I have to click again? Oh, there we go. Okay. So from 2001 to 2011, we received Sport Canada funding. And during that time, Sport Canada was focused on improving Canadian successes at the world level. They'd gone through a period of those sports that were involved in Olympics, it was like the athletes were just showing up to get the uniform. But the focus then was on how to improve our wins at the Olympics. And maybe recall hearing things such as own the podium. So we got in on the funding because of the Vancouver Olympics being held in 2010. So as I mentioned, look on the website of Sport Canada for any other sport that's funded that have a long-term athlete development plan. Look on the Coaching Association website. They have a list of sports, and you can find the links to the long-term athlete development plan for other sports. We all use the same model. It's a 7-stage model. And also the generic plan can be found on the Canadian Sport for Life website. So 10 years ago, when we were with Sport Canada funding and developing the LTAD for skydiving, there was a standard process that we went through, identify your strengths and weaknesses, and then slot that into the 7-stage model. So we didn't reinvent things. It's not a separate document. We didn't reinvent skydiving in Canada. We took the programs and information that CSPA has and put it into the 7-stage model. The concept behind LTAD is that you as the athlete are at the center, and then you are supported by the various other people that have specific ratings and the organization as a whole. So you, the athlete, are the important piece, and then you're supported by the coaches who teach you the skills to earn your solo, your ACOP, and so forth. You're supported by riggers who maintain your equipment, and then if you choose to compete or go on to a record attempt, you're supported by the judges who then verify your performance. So one piece then for CSPA to address is that through the LTAD committee is how to support you, the athlete, in your skill development. So through the athlete development funding, CSPA is providing support to skills camps and seminars for your benefit. That's what we're trying to promote. So your dollars that go into the budget to provide us with the athlete development funding, then we're in turn trying to promote your skill development to take that as far as you want to go, whether that's going on to compete or not, but just to help you develop skills, to safely participate in the sport, and introduce you perhaps to competition. Another piece is coaches. When we developed the long-term athlete development plan for skydiving, CSPA was way ahead of the game 10 years ago when we were meeting to discuss all different aspects that went into the LTAD plan. CSPA has well developed the Coach 1 and Coach 2 programs, which is the instruction of skydivers. We had a judging program. We had standard competition rules, all of these things. Some of the other sports, one side of the country was using different rules than the other side of the country. But CSPA had well-developed programs. The only thing that they didn't have was a coaching program to support those who were competing. So that's where the competition development coach program came in. Another piece is to try and encourage collaboration. That can be a little bit difficult with a national organization, with committee members who are all across the country, but we're trying to promote working together and working with the board members so that we're all focused on how to support you as the athlete. Outside of the box, outside of our organization, collaborating with other sports perhaps, looking to other sports for information that might translate into a better aspect for our sport, collaborating with other organizations, who might be interested in becoming the next national team member? Who can we recruit from? And also looking at perhaps the wind tunnels. How do they fit in the development of potential skydivers? How do we collaborate with them? The final piece is support. So from tandem passengers, solar certificate holders, riggers, judges, coaches, everybody supporting the athlete, CSPA as a whole supporting everyone, excuse me, and helping you, the athlete, pursue what you want to pursue. So again, just when you watch other sports, watch the Super Bowl, watch the NHL playoffs, we all cheer on those elite athletes. So trying to support you and cheering on our elite athletes as well.
Don't encourage him that. It wasn't me. Don't kill his dreams.
So the flight plan is available on the website. Has 7 stages. Active start is actually what skills you might have before you start your skydiving career. Moving on through up to active for life. And it's not that you have to progress through all 7 stages. It's not a linear progression. You might get to stage 4, learn to compete, and you've decided, okay, I've got my CCOP, I'm a coach 1, I'm good with, that allows me to do whatever I want to do in the sport. So you're fine with that. Maybe 2 years from now, somebody says, hey, we're looking for a 4th for FS, or we need a camera flyer for AE, are you interested? Well, then you'd move back into stage 5, train to compete. But, you know, at whatever point you are, if you're involved and active in the sport, I don't jump anymore. I'm active for life. I've been there for a while. Yeah, I'm old, but if you're in the active for life stage, it doesn't necessarily mean you're old. It's just that you've reached the point where you're comfortable in the sport, safe in the sport, and you've gained the skills that you're comfortable with. So that's the overall vision of flight plan, that long-term athlete development, that we're all athletes in the sport. It's just a generic term that is applied to all sports instead of having a long-term baseball player plan or long-term swimmer plan. It's long-term athlete development plan. And the programs is CSBA. Well, they'll get you through from solo to A to C to coach 1 to coach 2. Everything's laid out logically. When you gain those skills, whatever you do with them, that's up to you. So pursue your dreams. Questions? Nope. Nope. Good.
Yeah, no, Larry's been bad. All right, so my presentation is on downsizing.
Podium.
Or the caption was how to avoid taking.
Podium, because you're still online.
Oh, sorry, all of that.
There are 22 people watching online right now.
What's the count?
22.
22. Ooh, that's a record. All right. So my presentation is going to be on downsizing suggestions. Drop zones are already starting to talk about preparing for Safety Day. Let's get a sense for what we have in the room. How many people here are, be it in the drop zone owner position, drop zone safety officer position, chief instructor position, either currently or in the past? Okay, cool. How many are instructors or coaches working with either novices or students? Cool. How many people have known people who made very inappropriate selections when it comes to canopies? Right on. So when we rolled out the new PIM 2B, we included this downsizing chart that has been around for quite a while and has been used by a lot of drop zones to help guide people when they make selections in canopies. One of the challenges we run into is the thought process of some people when they encounter situations is interesting. Some people fight, some people flight, some people freeze. And when they have a canopy that is beyond their means, that may have unintended consequences. So this downsizing chart was designed to help guide somebody through that first 500 jumps. If you survive 500 jumps, you should have the experience to make your choices. Now, there's the golden rule of downsizing. What that is this is the way I downsize, good enough for me, good enough for you. And that only works if they're like you. And the reality is, everybody's brain is wired differently. There's the platinum rule of downsizing. What is the best way for you to downsize? A common problem is people don't know what they don't know. Now, I've been instructing in some shape, form, or another for over 25 years. After I see an anomaly and I have a discussion with the person, it's not to give them, it's to get feedback. I want to know what was going through their mind that led them to do whatever it is I was talking to them about. One time was a junior jumper, 100 jumps. Now, the place I was at has guys with 10,000 plus jumps. And when I saw the person do what they did, and I asked him why, he said, well, I wanted to land by like the same guy with 10,000 jumps, and he had 100 jumps. And he came within 2 inches of doing both femurs. All he had was grass stains, scared himself, and then the drop zone owner kicked him off the drop zone because he almost killed himself. Just because they see somebody land, they don't have the skills. So the way this chart is designed, again, is to give guidance. So jump 1, jump 20, jump 40, exit weights. There's also altitude elevation changes, right? I love going to Montana when I see people coming from a sea level drop zone jumping at 4,000 feet. And they got something that's barely sized for sea level, and now they're at a thinner elevation, and feet, head, ass, feet, head, ass, feet, head, ass. The other thing is if they don't practice different canopy skills, that they're scared to turn, or they turn low to the ground inappropriately with a very tiny canopy. All right, so for the safety days or getting people back blown off the winter rust is, have they done their canopy drills? Have they done rear riser turns? Have they done flat turns? Have they done crosswinders? Right, and if they're scared to, maybe they need to rethink their canopy choice. You can't have a system that's catered to the top 1%. The reality is, everybody thinks they're better than average, and really, half of us are better than average, half of us are worse. We need to protect the people as they're going through, right? And I love drop zone owners who have the courage to tell their customers, you can't jump that here. We got to keep these guys safe, right? Once they have 500 jumps, they can jump whatever they want. So, being facetious, no, but the reality is we're all grown-ups. We all make our adult decisions, all right? I like to, and we were touching on that earlier, the fit for life. I want to be one of those grumpy 80-year-olds still skydiving. Okay, cool. So again, this is in the 2B, right? If you have any questions, you know where I am. Come have a chat. And again, if you haven't already started doing so, start thinking about what your safety day topics are going to be. Cool. Danny?
I just want to make a mention, I think the chart's a great idea. I do agree with that. I think one thing that people really should take note of is the last page and the last paragraphs there. The frame of reference, like it's a guideline for sure. It's not set in stone. It's not saying this is a maximum, like a must. The notes on the frame of reference means everything, right?
Yeah.
Jump numbers do not mean skill by any extent. Or currency, and just reading the frame of reference and understanding that, that's a lot of weight.
No, 100%. And there's really good opportunities out there. There's lots of really competent, capable people teaching canopy control courses, be it introductory through advanced, and I highly encourage people to take it, right? When people self-learn off YouTube, that can be dangerous. Okay, Izzy?
Just to add to what you're saying too, to let the people know there's no shame in jumping over your parachute. Right? You always see the guys that are like, oh, you're still judging 150? It's like, yep, see my ankles, they're broken. And you see this a lot in like the baby skydivers, right? They're like, oh my god, I can't wait to get to something small. And it's like, it's okay if
Yeah.
I know, right? Hey, bigger parachutes.
Yeah. Yeah, like,
To remove that sort of, I think sometimes there's a stigma with people jumping bigger parachutes, right? And it's like, no, it's okay.
yeah, this is a fun game, and the reality is the technology and the train are such, this can be a pretty safe sport, given the circumstances. But if you want to make it dangerous, you can. And I always see people making inappropriate decisions when it comes to Canopy, thinking, I won't screw up. Reality is, we're all human. We all have days, right? And when you enter a situation where it's not great, you want to have some margin of error. Because once you start committing yourself to perfection, you got to be perfect, or it's going to hurt. That's reality. So that's one of the reasons why this chart was there. And we're dealing with a special snowflake who's bulletproof. Well, that's what Bounce Bean goes for.
I was just going to say, I like that you also mentioned to know where you're jumping, because altitude makes a huge difference. And I mean, of course, we're Vancouver Island, and it's totally different from Alberta.
100%.
So see when people come out, and they're like, mind you, it was Aiden who said he was flying through molasses. But it is, because we have some of our skydivers who've gone down to Arizona.
Yeah.
Totally different, and if you don't know or are unsure what to expect.
Yeah, like my parachute size for Montana, jumping at 4,000 feet. I love the guys in Colorado coming from 6,000 feet down to the thicker air 4,000 feet. They're fun. Cool. Any other questions, guys? All right, so again, feel free to have a chat with me around all day. Next show is at 4 o'clock. Cool. Thank you.
I don't have the resolution, the special resolution motion.
She's gonna put it up on
Put it on.
It's in my package, but Okay, it's 12:33, and we'll call the meeting back to order. And we're moving to item 13, which is our special business. This is the motion that was received by the record date. This is the indoor skydiving motion. Can you put it up? Sorry, I don't have my copy. So the indoor skydiving motion is, be it resolved that CSPA adopt indoor skydiving as a competition discipline, and to that end, amend the purpose of CSPA to include competition indoor skydiving, subject to the approval from CRA to change, and that indoor skydiving participants and tunnel activities be excluded from access to the defense and current team funds. Be it resolved that the new purpose of CSPA, subject to approval from CRA, read, the exclusive purpose of the cooperation is to foster and govern amateur sport parachuting and competition indoor skydiving in Canada on a nationwide basis to the benefit of all members and registered participants of the corporation. This was submitted in time and meets the special resolution needs, moved by Edmonton Skydive and seconded by Parachute Voltige. To speak to the motion, we will take the presenters of the motion. So we can have, Melanie, are you going to come speak for Voltige? Okay. So Melanie, we'll just go over the speaking rules again. 10 minutes per member. You may speak twice. So I would like everybody to respect the presentations and the speaking. When you're speaking, you can come and speak from the center. Melanie will be presenting for Voltige. She has a small visual presentation, and Joe Chow for Skydive Toronto has a small visual presentation as well. They'll be presenting from over there. Any comments for speaking will be done at the middle. Thank you, Melanie.
Work, yeah. I'm here to speak from the heart. We're all a group of really passionate people, and we all love the sport, and I think we can all find a way together to get a positive outcome out of this. I understand there's a lot of fear of the unknown, but if we were always acting on fear of the unknown, there wouldn't be any skydiving, yet we are here today. Indoor skydiving is already part of this sport. You all know this. And even though there are only two tunnels out east, soon a third one because we're working on a third one right now. In the next few years, there will be other tunnels constructed out west. So there's going to be more and more accessibility for skydivers to have access to wind tunnels. Please trust in the word that I say when we can take on a lot of the work. But know that most of the work has already been done by the IPC. For example, if translation is required, there's a lot of people that can't do the work in our team. Imagine the power of community. Like this morning, I was laying in bed. I was wide awake at 5 a.m. because we're from out east. And I just posted online to the community, and I said, would anybody be willing to give a hand if it came to this? If we had to do a committee and if we needed people to help for translation. And in a couple of hours, we got 30 people that came forward and said, yes, we're willing to do this because this is important. yesterday when Alain and I arrived from Quebec, we arrived late and we're mingling with everybody at the bar, and we were hearing a lot of what ifs. You know, what if something bad happens out of this, or what if this generates more work for us? But instead of looking at the negative what ifs, what if we look at the positive ones? What if this is part of the Olympics one day? What if this generates more revenue for CSPA? And I have a sheet that I want to show. I was at the IPC also, and the financials showed that indoor skydiving was actually the biggest source of revenue for IPC this year, for 2016. That could be the same thing for CSPA. I think that's important to keep in mind. Do you want to? Just want to scroll down a little bit. Yeah, so indoor skydiving was the biggest source of revenue so for sure IPC wants indoor skydiving to stay within the IPC, and I think there's a lot of potential for CSPA as well. What about general population awareness as well? Like, how do we get more people involved in the sport? We get thousands of people on a weekly basis come through our doors, and we all share our passion for the sport. All of our instructors, all of our staff always encourage people to do tandem jumps and to become skydivers, and that's the way that we're going to get more and more people involved. The other thing is we give access to kids to do this sport. And I think that's important. You don't just think about the new skydivers that you're going to get next season, but think also about the skydivers you're going to get in 5 to 10 years from now, and they're going to come from the tunnel. So I want to show a quick video that we did a few years ago, and I think it speaks speaks volumes to what we're trying to accomplish and what we could do with this. future, and that's what I'm asking everybody to do today. That's it.
Thank you. Do I have a next speaker? Joe, are you? No problem. Do I have, what the format should be somebody who is speaking for, somebody who would like to speak against?
Is Edmonton not speaking on behalf of?
No, we're going one and one. Do I have anybody else that wants to speak? Niagara Skydive.
Thank you very much, Madam President, board of directors, committee chairs, fellow skydivers. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very touching. I don't think that our debate here today is whether indoor skydiving or tunnel flying is a great discipline. I think what we're here to debate is whether it is the same as skydiving. I'd like you to indulge me for a moment, and I want you to think that we're on a boat, and we're floating down a river, and we're paddling away. This activity is called boating. If you take the boat away, you're swimming. You're not boating anymore. It is a different activity. And both activities are wonderful and great experiences, but they are different. Go one step further, the river dries up, we are no longer swimming, we are now walking. It is another activity. It's not boating, it's not swimming, it's walking. We define skydiving in all of our manuals as 3 phases. We have preparation, in-flight, free fall, canopy, and technical. We have been proclaiming that for the better part of 50 years. The tunnel represents one of the 4 pillars of a skydive. It is simply a different activity. The CSPA was kind enough to send us an opinion by the Sport Law Strategy Group, dated April 2016. And it was the Sport Law's opinion that this was a separate activity. It's not skydiving. And if we chose to accept them into the CSPA, we would actually have to change the purpose. And the purpose of the CSPA for the last 55 years has been to promote skydiving. And we define skydiving as 5 phases. When the tunnel flying is simply one of those 5 stages. We are very defensive of those people that have traveled across the country to protect what we now have, as you are very defensive in wanting change. All of this is wonderful. We all come out to argue our pieces. We're going to debate it. We're going to vote. We're going to laugh and cry and go and drink beer and be friends at the end. But we're all here to convince other people that our position is correct. What funds all of this? What's paying for this room here today, for these people's per diem, for the wonderful presentations, is money that was generated by drop zones. Drop zones create revenue for the CSPA. I asked Mr. Flanagan what portion of our revenue came directly from participants. It was about 53%. What pushes that 53% is that guys like me, guys like Joe, guys like Ian, require people that jump at our drop zones to pay $89 to become a member. We generate revenue. What this motion is suggesting is that we are now going to invite a different discipline in, which shows no promise of increasing revenue and a huge responsibility of expenses. The tunnel does not require its participants to join the CSPA. In fact, the tunnel isn't even a member of the CSPA. They could have very easily joined as a club. We have Unicorn Skydiving here, we have Chilliwack Skydiving, we have all sorts of associations of people that have decided that they wanted the right to come here, express their opinions, and vote. And all that takes is $89 and 5 other people that feel the same way that you do. I would think that the tunnel in Montreal has been around for probably 7 years, and the tunnel in Toronto has been around for 3 years, and they've never taken the time to actually become a member. And now they are asking us to invite them in and support them. To say there is no additional expense is being naive. I've been involved with this association for over 20 years and was the chair of the coaching working committee for 10 years. And let me assure you, there are huge expenses. If we invite these people into our association and change our purpose, here are just a few of the things that we will have to pay for. We will have to develop manuals. Now, I'm told they've already got manuals. Well, the USPA had manuals, but the CSPA required their own manuals. So we will have to develop manuals. We will have to develop coaching programs. We will have to develop a course facilitator program. That will require that we develop 3 manuals: a workbook, a reference manual, and a course manual, or the facilitator's guide. I was the chair of the coaching working committee for 10 years. We integrated Coach 1 and Coach 2. Let me assure you, the cost of developing those manuals is going to be $30,000. Now we have a requirement that we publish those manuals in both official languages. A manual has about 40,000 words in it. Translation is 14 cents a word. Do the math. There's going to be another $15,000 just to translate the manuals. And they are bringing no more money into the association because they are not required to be CSPA members. They're not CSPA members themselves. We'll have to train judges. We'll have to come up with judging manuals. We'll have to pay for the judges to go to competitions. And of course, translation. The current proposal asks for us to recognize this discipline. The proposal also says that we will preclude them from access to the defense fund and the team fund. This is commonly called discrimination. We invite people into our association and we refuse to give them access to all of the privileges that all of the other participants have. It's discrimination. Why would we ever change our purpose and publish that we are intending to discriminate against a discipline that we have just invited into our association? I respectfully request that we vote no and that we reconfirm the CSPA's exclusive use and its purpose to foster and govern amateur sport parachuting. Madam President, board members, committee chairs, fellow skydivers, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Niagara Skydive. Edmonton Skydive.
Thank you, Debbie. And, thank you, Tim, for your spirited response. I just want to talk to, first of all, I want to talk about what it is that we do at CSPA. What is our purpose? Our stated purpose is we're here to promote amateur skydiving. What is it that we do to promote skydiving in this country? We do a lot of things. The drop zones tend to do their own marketing, but CSPA does some of its own. What is good for skydiving, what is good for growing skydiving, should be our business. So the question is the tunnel good for skydiving? Are the presence of tunnels good for skydiving in Canada? I don't see how we can say any other way that it is. Why? Because it introduces more people to our sport. It introduces more people to flying, and as a result, gets more people out to the drop zone. We've seen the tunnels across North America, just around the world, are hugely popular. There's more and more people participating in it around the world. As we saw from Rena's report, the revenue, the IPC, that's the International Parachuting Council, by the way, their biggest growth in revenue comes from the tunnels. So what we're seeing on a worldwide basis is that the tunnel is seen as a part of what we do, and it's becoming a more and more important part of what we do. So the question is, do we want to be part of that? Do we want that to be part of the sport in Canada? The truth is, that's not even what we're discussing, because it is a part of the sport in Canada. It's already a big part of the sport in Canada. The question is, do we want to be part of it as an organization? So it's important for us to remember that this is going to happen within our sport, whether or not we make it part of CSPA. It will still be part of skydiving in Canada because it's growing and there's no stopping it. As has been pointed out, the number of tunnels in Canada is growing. There's another one under construction in Ontario. There's 3 locations in the west. There's various levels of activity towards building tunnels, and I'm sure lots of people, lots of Westerners roll their eyes. You always hear about tunnels, but until they break ground, nobody really wants to really say that it's happening, and that's fair enough. But I think that if we look at what's happening around North America in particular with tunnels, it would be ridiculous to assume that we're not going to have these tunnels in the West. And again, it's going to be part of the skydiving experience. If we look at the skydivers that we have today, how many of them use tunnels? That's right, it's in our long-term athlete development program. We use tunnels as part of the sport already. The IPC is given us the duty to come up with a national team for the World Championship. That's our role as the representative of the FAI in Canada. Why would we turn that down? That doesn't make any sense. The sport is moving in that direction, and we are the organization for the sport in this country. If we decline to take part in it, then we're simply making ourselves smaller within the realm of the sport. It makes no sense. Tim, you said that the tunnel flying is not part of skydiving because there are various parts to skydiving, and tunnel flying is only one part. You're correct. It's part of skydiving. It's one part of skydiving, and so therefore it is a component of skydiving, and that's why it belongs in our realm, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're flying in the wind, and we're the ones who know how to do that. And why we want to set up something apart because like I say, it's going to be there whether we're part of it or not. Why would we want that to be separate? Makes no sense. This is what we do. Why do we not want to grow? Why do we not want to grow our sport? We do want to grow our sport. Another complaint was that it's going to cost us more money. Well, if we grow, if we expand, it is going to cost money. But to suggest that there's no revenue input by bringing in new members I really find this very confusing. What the tunnel flyers or the tunnels are telling us is that they have hundreds, if not thousands, of people that are flying in the tunnels that are potential members. Their people are coming back, they're learning how to fly, they're forming teams. A lot of them are skydivers already, a lot of them become skydivers, but some aren't. And so those people we now bring in to our organization. As Melanie said, we have human resource problems, we have volunteer problems. Melanie came up with 30 people in a couple of hours this morning. Are they all actually going to show up and help? I think we know the answer to that is no, but some of them will. To think that we're going to bring on these responsibilities and none of these new members are going to contribute to the organization makes no sense. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't a certain percentage of the new members want to be part of an organization and be contributors, just like a certain percentage of skydivers want to spend their Saturday in this room and be on the committee and do all the work? That's how these organizations work. Not everybody who skydives helps out, but enough of us do that, you know, the organization keeps going. If we grow our organization, we can expect that our resources will grow as well, both financially and human resources. So I really find that your complaint that we're going to accept all this fiscal liability with no increased income, I just really don't understand where we get this idea that we're going to grow the organization and not have new revenue, not have new members, when clearly there are those new members to be had. I mean, clearly those children on in the after-school club, they aren't members now. They will be members. And when they grow up, not all of them, but some of them are going to be skydivers. It isn't two organizations. It isn't two activities. It's part of skydiving. Whether we want it or not, it's here. I think we should bring it into the organization, make it part of us, and move forward, because that's the direction the sport is going. And I think the fact that the FAI and the IPC recognize that should be our guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking for somebody who wishes to speak against the motion. I'm trying to do this as fairly as possible, so I'm trying to stagger them. Does anybody want to speak against this motion? Joe, you're the last speaker against the motion.
Years ago, I visited a drop zone for the first time. I saw an airplane flying above me. I saw human beings jump out of that airplane, free fall through the sky, open their chutes, and then descend down onto a drop zone. I was awed. And that feeling of awe has stayed with me ever since. Through the 5 decades that I've been skydiving. And every time I land, either on a tandem jump or an accuracy jump, I'm still awed. I say to myself and to my passenger, did we just do that? Nah. But that's not just my story. That is your story, every one of you who are here. Some time ago, you were amazed by the sport of skydiving, and you took it up. And today you are gathered here because you care. You care so intensely about our sport and about the Canadian Sport Parachuting Association. Because for 55 years, this association has shepherded us through a development like no other. We have gone through changes in technique, changes in equipment, changes in instructor structure. And the CSPA has done a wonderful job. It is our instrument so that we can continue to be, all of us, divers of the sky. That's what we are, divers of the sky. And today we have a motion on the floor to change all that, to dispense with much of that, to give our association away. Do you know what the purpose of an association means? Just one word, but it means everything. The purpose of an organization is the direction that's going to take. It justifies the expenditure of its resources, human resources, financial resources. It is its very reason for being. It's the raison d'etre of our organization. And we're going to give that away? You gotta be kidding me. The CSPA, with its 3,300 regular members, and we train over 50,000 tandem and solo student members every year. You've got to be kidding me. Now, we've been told that the FAI across the Atlantic pond passed some motion or another that requires us to do this. Well, the British Parachute Association and the US Parachute Association, they're not putting up with that. They say no, and we should too. And then we were told this has to be done to form a tunnel flying team to go to the World Championships. Well, there was a tunnel flying team that went from Canada to the 2016, was it World Cup? And they found a way, we found a way without changing the purpose of CSPA. And I'm sure that we will also find a way for them to go without changing the purpose of CSPA. Now, if you think I'm against tunnel flying, nothing can be further from the truth. I respect the skills of the tunnel flyers. And I applaud the success of their owner, Elaine, Melanie. My hat's off to you. And I think it's wonderful. This instrument, this training device that we have to upgrade the skill of our skydivers, it is absolutely wonderful. But is it skydiving? Where's the airplane? Where's the parachute? Where's the drop zone they're going to land on? Because it can be argued that for skydiving to exist, those three things are even more important than the tunnel. There was skydiving before the tunnel. No parachute, you're not going to jump out of an airplane. No airplane, you're grounded. No drop zone or drop zone operator, ain't no skydiving. So today, we meet here to discuss whether we should include a training aid, a wonderful training aid, as part of CSPA's purpose. A training aid that's located in a building, in a shopping plaza, part of the concrete jungle, if I may say so. I say no. I respectfully say no. And to remind you of what we do as divers of the sky, I'm going to ask for this short film to be played. By the way, I simply asked for a film to be made showing the joys of skydiving, so the content, well, you see what I mean. Okay.
Standing up and we can't see film from here.
Is there sound?
Looking for a speaker, okay, Unicorn? Yes.
I think it's no secret that I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this motion and what's behind it. But I'd like to open by saying that listening to those who have spoken against it, I became very confused because they seem to be talking about something that has not been proposed. It says include competition indoor skydiving within the CSPA ambit. And in order to do that, then there's a change of purpose. There is no suggestion that this motion is wanting to bring tunnel operations in the general sense within CSPA. It's a very limited objective. Competition indoor skydiving, which involves organizing an indoor competition, and the intention would be from that select teams, as the CNTC already does from our outdoor competitions, to represent Canada at indoor World Championships and World Cups. It's nothing more than that. There is no suggestion of it being adopted as a coaching tool or anything else. So I would ask you just to focus on the motion as it's written, which is very limited. Now, as I said, I'm totally in favor of this, and I'll tell you why. First of all, CSPA is given a mandate from the Aero Club of Canada to be responsible for all things connected with the International Parachuting Commission, which prior to 4 years ago was sport parachuting. And the IPC adopted indoor skydiving as a competition activity, and we would be failing in our mandate, I believe, from the Aero Club of Canada if we did not do likewise. Now, we're told we're giving away the association by changing its purpose. I'm not sure to whom we're giving it away. I'm struggling to find to whom are we giving it away. And it's being suggested that CSPA does not move ahead. It stays static. Now, organisms evolve as organizations do. And to me, this is just part of a natural evolution of the organization rather than staying static and still and not progressing. We're told that what happens in a tunnel isn't skydiving. Well, if you look at a video of what happens in the outdoor sky during a competition, and you look at a video of what happens in a tunnel, it's virtually the same. What happens in FS, four-way FS in the sky, is identical to what happens in four-way FS in the tunnel, in artistic. The only difference, really, in the tunnel, you have an extra dimension called dynamic, which you don't have in the outdoor event. So, if you simply look at what happens in the tunnel compared to the outdoors, if outdoors is skydiving, the indoor activity is also skydiving. It's unfortunate that the indoor skydiving name was chosen, but that's the one the IPC chose, and to attack it on the basis of its name, I think, is misguided. Call it body flight, whatever you like. But really, what's happening in a tunnel is exactly what's happening outside. One of the things we complain about is the lack of spectator interest, the lack of media interest. With our regular activities, the only things that Joe spectator can see up close and personal is classic accuracy and canopy piloting. And classic accuracy is dull as ditch water and incredibly predictable. And really, it's not spectator attractive, with due respect to accuracy jumpers, and I do that myself as well, but it's very predictable. However, canopy piloting is incredibly exciting to Joe Public. Now, the tunnel is ideal from a media and a spectator point of view to see what skydiving actually is. It isn't weather dependent. You can schedule a competition, an activity at a certain time. It will happen then. The TV can show up, the media can show up, spectators can show up, and they surround the tunnel, which are all made of perspex or glass or whatever. So from that perspective, taking in competition indoor skydiving actually gives us a wonderful opportunity to showcase what we do to the media and the general public. Now, 2 letters have been circulated, and Tim and Joe, I think, have spoken to them.
Can we,
and I think that
remember, let's keep names.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
use member from, if you don't mind.
The member from, they wrote 2 letters, and they have spoken against the motion, and many things in those letters were correct, but I think certain statements there were not, and some of them, I think, were so exaggerated as to be close to fear-mongering. We've been told that tunnels want to get involved in CSPA. I don't think they do. This motion doesn't address that at all. CSPA has no interest, as I see it, getting involved in tunnel operations or what they do with their commercial business. All we're interested in is competition that happens inside a tunnel operated by an independent person. We're told that adopting competition indoor skydiving will redirect the efforts of the entire association. I don't think so. It'll redirect the efforts of the CNTC to choose a national team. The impact on the judging committee and the judging community is minimal. There are no manuals to write. The indoor rules are already in place. In fact, the IPC ones were written mainly by REMA a few years ago. We just take them in. They're already written. It's about an hour job to adapt them to the CSPA format, and that's it. It has no impact on judges. We recognize an indoor competition performance as being equivalent to an outdoor competition jump for rating purposes. So from a judging perspective, we're already there. And if you go to a tunnel competition and you watch a competition performance on a screen, the only difference is the fact that you're seeing the exit from the tunnel or the netting below instead of blue sky or green or brown earth. What you're watching as a judge is exactly the same, whether it's outdoor or indoor. And we're told that we're going to change our whole purpose for a handful, which I found rather offensive, of indoor flying competitors. Well, I don't think we should dismiss them quite so lightly. We don't know where this will end up, but I would suggest that 50 odd years ago or 60 odd years ago, all we had were a handful of sport parachutists going forward. And as we've been told, look where we are today. And maybe what will happen with competition indoor skydiving is that a handful,
We're at the 9-minute mark.
okay, that we have today will develop into something of a similar size. If we don't take that first step, there is no journey. So I would ask, I realize my time is up, I would ask to think in terms, it's a limited motion, competition indoor skydiving, and I would ask respectfully that you support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Buzz. Do I have a speaker that would like to oppose Alberta Skydivers?
opposed to indoor skydiving, but I am opposed to changing the purpose of the association to incorporate indoor skydiving as a second and separate activity from sport parachuting. Just to make a couple of quick points, it was pointed out that at the IPC level, indoor skydiving is a moneymaker. At the IPC level, running competitions is their business. They make money running competitions. That's what they do. At the CSPA level, competitions are an expense. We fund we subsidize our nationals. We provide funding for the teams that go to World Parachuting Championships. It's that fact that our charitable status is based upon. The government has deemed that it's appropriate to give a tax receipt, the taxpayer support, to people who make contributions to support parachuting competition at a world level. That's why we're a charity. That's why you can get a tax receipt for doing this. It doesn't make money. That if we, I know the motion sits there and says that they're not asking for access to the current defense and current team funds, but going forward, now they're a member, and I think it's very problematic to say that you have a member of an activity that we've treated as a purpose. Our charitable status depends on the fact that we support that activities, competitions, and world meets and things going forward. To sit there and say that a certain class of members are not entitled to access to that money. That money that's currently in the team is the result of 50 years of savings on the part of CSPA for parachuting. It's the accumulated surplus over the life of the association. The people that made their contributions to the team fund 15 years ago were not contemplating that money being used to support another completely different activity than sport parachuting. I see the potential for additional expenses that exceed the potential for additional revenue. We don't have any hard numbers. We don't have any idea of how many additional members that we would get from indoor skydiving that aren't members already because they're skydivers. I mean, there's a huge overlap of membership between our participants in skydiving and indoor skydiving, which is really why we're here. I mean, the people that do, there's a huge overlap between the two groups that do that. I don't see a whole lot of additional revenue coming, and I haven't seen any evidence of what that number would be, how many extra dollars we can get versus the extra expense that we could be put to. And, you know, as I understand it, an immediate concern for the people with indoor skydiving is they have some method of having the upcoming world meet endorsed, and that there's a way of selecting a team that's acceptable to the IPCA. I think that's something that we can do as CSPA on a one-off basis. Sit there and go, yes, that this is the team that we endorse to go to the parachuting championships this year or indoor skydiving championships this year, and that we endorse that without changing the purpose of the association. That we do that and then go forward from there. I don't want to exclude people or make them feel that they're being rejected. It's just indoor skydiving is a different activity. It's like Jim said, it's like floor hockey and ice hockey. They're similar, they may have some overlap in players, but they're just different activities. And what this motion is asking us to do is take on a whole new activity. And it's just confusing the issue to say that it's sort of like skydiving, because it isn't. They're just different activities. And they're asking us to take on a whole new activity without a business plan, if you like, that makes sense to me. It shows where the additional expenses that could come from this are offset by additional revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking for somebody that would like to speak for Chilliwack Skydivers.
Before I begin, I have a question for Ian. Did you say team fund from 50 years?
No, the accumulated surplus in CSPA is accumulated, it's $1 million right now, and it's the accumulated surplus over the length of the association.
But you referred to it as the team fund.
Well, the team fund, the legal defense fund, the general fund, the money that we have in the bank has been accumulated over years.
Right. I can tell you're an accountant because you can confuse the issue with any set of numbers. However, thank you, Tim. Thank you very much for your comment.
Barb,
the team
can
fund
we refrain from personal attacks?
Right.
Please.
We will. The team fund that, what I talk about the team fund is the team fund we have for awarding or giving to athletes who meet selection criteria. It was started in about 1994 at an AGM here in Richmond. So it's only that old. And I'm kind of objected to the fact, like you're making it to be more from people who never envisaged anything. People who started this organization never envisaged having free fall skydiving, relative work, formation skydiving as competition disciplines and all the rest of it. So what is kind of not where we're at. We're at here and now and in the future. And we need to move forward, and like anything that if you can't move forward, you're really just treading water, and your relevance becomes less and less on year-to-year basis. CSPA's purpose already is to regulate sport and how it's played, to promote the sport, to oversee the national teams, to get them to world meets, et cetera, et cetera. We've already had an opinion from the Sport and Law group, which originally was the Center for Sport and Law, that are the experts in amateur sport, not-for-profit organizations. And they say, yes, it is different. We should change our purpose. It relates, but we should change our purpose. Okay, some people don't agree with that lawyer, but they are the lawyer, and they are experts in their field. The CRA, under approval of the CRA, they've already said, it's okay, go ahead. But yes, you should change your purpose. Originally, when we talked about bringing in indoor skydiving, we had no idea of it changing our purpose. We just wanted to get these guys in, share the pie. We have sovereignty over who gets sporting licenses in this particular sporting area, and we can share the pie because there's enough for everybody. Well, some of us don't think there's enough for everybody, but there is. Many of the objections put forward have already been dealt with behind the scenes by experts, by people who support moving forward and including this. So a lot of things that are being put forward, they're being put forward without the facts. And the facts are many of these things are already in place, and we've been working on them for 5 years. So I'm sorry if people didn't know we're working on them, but we're volunteers for skydiving, and we can work on whatever we want to. So the fact that you don't know we've been doing it, where were you? We could have used your help. I'm obviously strongly in favor of competition skydiving. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing the volunteer job I am. As my learned colleague, Mr. Bennett, said, sorry for mentioning your name, I mean, he said all the things that I wanted to say, but he did it probably a lot better than I would. But passionately, competitive skydiving is what the sport is about. All the other activities that you do, we're not even we're not going there. We're not interested in developing coaching programs and writing those manuals and everything else. We're interested in competitive skydiving. And this organization needs to take advantage of the opportunity to grow.
because we're kind of stagnant, which the board is already saying, so we need to take advantage of this opportunity. And I really seriously hope that you make those dreams come true.
Thank you, Barb. Do I have anybody that wishes to speak against? Are we done? I will be yeah, I have to see if anybody wants to speak against, and if not, then. Do we want to have all the presentations? Excuse me, we have to, let's not get off topic here. Are you you've got Okanagans? Yes. As a member, you may speak. Would you mind, thanks, sorry to make you walk. This is not a skydiving accident, by the way.
My question, and I'm a little confused, it's kind of back and forth, and there's good points and there's bad points.
Could you get a little closer?
Trying to understand. My question being from a small drop zone is what's my benefit as a CSPA membership and what's a benefit to my club? Once again, this board is directed by the members, and what is the benefit for the members? What's the benefit for the drop zone? Or what's the negative effect maybe to a drop zone or to the businesses that a lot of us are representing here? And that's my question is, I need more positives and negatives directly affecting, obviously, individuals' business, because there's a lot of us that are from small drop zones. How will it help us build the industry, and how will it maybe negatively affect individual businesses? And I think that's what I'm seeing is, I can see a lot of wheels turning in this room trying to decide, is this a benefit to us, or is this a negative for a long-term goal? Will it decrease our business of sky in the air, or will it increase the amount of positive publicity? That's my question.
Thank you. Could I have one of the motioners to come and speak to that, please? Thank you. Oh, we have Edmonton Skydive Center.
So, to the question of what's in it for the skydiver in a smaller drop zone, I don't know whether it really matters whether it's from a smaller drop zone or a larger drop zone, to tell you the truth. From a skydiver that is not a drop zone owner, but actual, just a sport jumper, what is the advantage of this change? The advantage of the change is that we're growing the sport, that we are moving forward, our national organization moving forward in the direction that the skydiving around the world is going, that we're promoting competition, which is a part of the mandate of this organization, which gives the individual members opportunities to go in different directions within their sport. And it also allows, as the presentation earlier showed, very good opportunities to showcase the sport more and more in the public, which if the individual skydiver cares about the furtherance of our sport, it gives them better opportunity, it gives the sport better opportunities to showcase itself in a positive light. If you're talking about from a small drop zone DZO, what's in it for him? I think it's the same thing, that it's free marketing is what it is. As we grow the sport, as we grow our public persona across the country, and I think, we've done a pretty good job of growing that over the 30 years that I've been a member of CSPA. It could be better, but we've done a fairly good job where it was when I started to where it is today. Perhaps it wasn't us, perhaps it was, Patrick Swayze movies, I don't know. But nonetheless, we have a better public view than we used to, and we need to continue to push that, because that is what is going to make Joe Schmo in Kelowna go, we should go skydiving this weekend, which is really what being a drop zone owner is all about, is having people making that call and coming out to the drop zone.
Thank you. Did that answer your questions? Do I have somebody who would like to speak against that?
If I understand the question is how will this affect the regular participant? It won't. There'll be no benefit to you whatsoever. What it will be.
Could you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. What
Thanks.
will be is there'll be less money available to promote your drop zone and your jumping out of airplanes. There are, as Ian pointed out, who is an accountant and a lawyer, as he has pointed out, that there is competition for the CSPA is an expense. It does not generate money. I would ask Ian, how much money does the Nationals cost us?
He subsidized the Nationals $15,000.
$15,000 a year get paid from the general fund of the CSPA to assist the drop zone in running a national competition. If they run an indoor skydiving competition, their hand will be out and they will be looking for $15,000 to subsidize it. So the benefit is nothing. The downside is less money available to deal with the things that we are dealing with here. I'd also like to address a few things that somebody else pointed out about this being a very limited motion.
We're just answering, I just asked you to, I just looking for an answer to the DZO question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have rebuttal? No, this is a pro-con, Hélène? This is to, can you speak to his, can you answer his questions? Which question is, would you like to state them again for Hélène, please?
Well, I think my presentation will probably address all of that.
Are we good then to move to, let's see. Pardon me? We're back to the con? Okay. So, Hélène, we have one more con, and then you'll come up and present for the 4. Joe, did you want to get up now? We're going on our second round now. Oh, sorry, Hélène has not spoken at all. I'm sorry, I am out of order here. He's speaking to the question. Okay, and then you'll speak to the question. Okay, thank you.
I speak on behalf of Skydive Burnaby now, for whom I carry.
This is only answering the questions from Okanagan.
I'm going to add to Mr. Greg's answer to that gentleman who asked about the effect on a small drop zone from the tunnel. I have been instructed, by the way, these are not my words. I have been instructed by Mr. Mike Pitt to say the following. Mr. Mike Pitt is the operator of Skydive Burnaby. He operates in the same area as Mr. Greg and myself in Ontario. Some years ago, he invested in a caravan, not a small airplane, a pretty expensive piece of machinery. And of course, his drop zone. Mr. Greg says the following words. Ever since iFly came into the Toronto area 3 years ago, his jumpers, and he really, you want me to put this forward, he really is for the experienced jumpers. He really tries to get them up in the air. He has lost the activity of his experienced jumpers in a notable amount, to the point where he says the tunnel is in competition with him for the resources of his experienced jumpers. Quote from Mr. Mike Pitt, Skydive Burnaby.
Thank you. So, Hélène? No, Ellen is just going to answer the questions that the member from Okanagan has presented. So did you want to restate the question, Okanagan? So that Ellen... Would Chilliwack Skydiving please refrain from back-talking? Thank you.
So my answer to that question is the following. I can only speak with the experience that we live in Quebec, because the experience that we live in Ontario is totally different. Right? The difference is that in Quebec, every DZ has chosen to participate in the development of indoor skydiving using that as a technology and a tool to better their drop zone. They all use it. They benefit by having now way more skydiver wanting to become skydiver. The best example that I can give is that the tunnel exists in Montreal because I was once trying to become a skydiver and I was struggling with achieving it, right? And I was looking for an answer to my problem. And what do you think I found? Indoor skydiving, right? That resolved not only my situation, but I also have now my daughter, both of them, who are part of the Canadian record for women. My youngest daughter is part of the world record for women, right, as well. Right? Jenny, my youngest daughter, had so much tunnel time before she became a skydiver because she had to wait to be of age to do it, that on her 25th jump, right, she did a head-down descent, two-way, with a person who already had 1,500 jump. And when he got to the ground, he says, no way, don't have just 25 jump, it's impossible, right? So the tunnel betters the ability to people to become skydiver, and I can tell you numerous situations where people have decided to stay in the sport because they finally were able to control something that had to do with skydiving, the portion of skydiving. I can tell you a story of a woman who almost died in a fatal accident, right? Whose life got totally shifted, and she decided that if this is how I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go take on skydiving, right? On her 29th jump, she was still not a solo diver, right? Mario from Nouvelle said, we don't want to see you here anymore. You need to go to the tunnel. Go to the tunnel, and then you can come back, right? She came to us. What do you think happened? She became a skydiver in the next couple of jumps right after that, right? And we have the definite proof in Quebec, because in Quebec, they are honestly willing to share the information with us. Whether or not you ask Voltige, Parachute Montréal, Nouvelle Air, Adrenaline, whether or not it's the one in Saint-Jérôme or the one in other location, or Atmosphere, as a matter of fact, they are all adamant about it. It increased their traffic in skydiver. Why? Because now people want to compete because they have the passion to compete. And at the same time, how many people who are skydiver who are promoting tandem jump to their friends and family because they want them to experience this unique, amazing sensation of skydiving, right? And I mean, this is what's happening. Their number is up no matter what kind of weather we have in Montreal or in Quebec. I mean, they have great number. And as a matter of fact, I know for a fact, I mean, nobody wants to share their number elsewhere, but I mean, everybody, come on, right? I mean, it's not a miracle. I mean, indoor skydiving at this point in time is a window of an opportunity to promote the sport of indoor skydiving. And when I have my chance to explain on the major topic, you'll see the rest of my conversation.
Okanagan, are you happy with your answer? So we have closed off the question and answer since we received really good discussion on the answer. Thank you for asking the question. Are you, who, MSPA? Yes, you may.
Hi, Kenina, Manitoba Sport Parachute Association.
Could you get closer, honey?
Not a drop zone, but a provincial sport organization in Manitoba. We in Manitoba have seen a decrease in our personal membership, and we report to Sport Manitoba, who's subsequently below Sport Canada. Anyway, so we deal with more of our situation depends more on competitive levels as well as member-based. So coming from that perspective, and earlier during the lunch seminar, Michelle gave a fantastic seminar of what CSPA is your membership does for CSPA, or what it does for you, pardon me. And there were 5 big organizations that we ultimately answered to. They were the FAI, Sport Canada, CRA, Transport Canada, and what was the last one? Corporations Canada. Perfect. So basically, how does this affect each of those 5? Like, from what I understand, FAI has recommended, or IPC has recommended, that indoor skydiving competition is based under our under CSPA. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pardon me? Am I right or am I wrong? Is that correct? Would that be a correct understanding? Okay. And then Sport Canada, we only have about 3,000 members, and we need at least 5,000 members to get any funding from Sport Canada. Is that correct? Okay, so we would essentially potentially increasing our participant levels through Sport Canada's perspective. We'd be also introducing children to this competition. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. How does that affect our manuals? That would be a general question. Anybody who can answer that? Because obviously that would be an expense. CRA. Pardon me? Well,
Could we not have side talking? If you're, well, Barb, that means that you need to get up and speak, but I don't think she's finished posing the question, so let's get the question posed, and then we will take answers from the members. Yeah. Kanina, how many parts to your question do you have?
Pretty much kind of 5, and there's might be some. Sorry, it's here, but.
So let me think. Okay, so how about we have people that are experts come up to answer the questions one by one. So pose a question, and we'll find by hand who feels qualified to answer the question. Then they can come up and they can speak, and then that way the virtual members will be able to hear the answers. So pose your first one, and let's have a hand for who can speak to it.
I'll just revise what or not go back. I'll just go back. So FAI has approved for IPC recommended that indoor skydiving be a competitive sport under CSPA. True or false?
Mr. Bennett.
It's really not false, but it's neither true. IPC has adopted indoor skydiving as a competition discipline and organizes first category events, World Cups and World Championships in indoor skydiving. It doesn't recommend to anybody what they should or should not adopt. What this motion is doing, in answer to your question, is bringing CSPA into line with the full ambit of IPC activity. We already cover outdoor skydiving. We're proposing to include indoor skydiving in CSPA activity in line with what IPC decided to do 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. Okay, Sport Canada they don't have, how would that affect Sport Canada's position? And again, just recapping, we have 3,000 RPs. We'd like to see a minimum of 5,000 RPs before we could get any additional potential funding. Is there anything that I'm missing based on Sport Canada requirements that would make us look good or would actually not benefit us as CSPA?
Do I have somebody that can speak to that? Doreen?
There's quite a process to receive Sport Canada funding. So first you have to qualify, and one of the qualification criteria is to have a minimum of 5,000 members. So right now we have 3,500, if indoor skydiving becomes a part of CSBA in whatever fashion that takes, potentially we would be able to increase our registered participants to the 5,000 member mark, and then we may be able to qualify to apply for Sport Canada funding. Okay.
Thank you.
And is it only competitive indoor skydivers, just because that's what the wording we use, only required to get a CSPA membership to compete? They don't have to be a CSP member just to be in the tunnel. Is that correct?
Melanie?
Well, what we did for Poland is that everybody had to have a CSPA license, and then they went and got a sporting license. So even the kids, I know somebody mentioned that earlier, the kids are actually CSPA members right now.
But are they required?
Yes, they're required to. You cannot get a sporting license if you're not a CSPA member.
That's all.
Thank you.
We ask for clarification. That's only the competitors, or everybody?
Yes.
Melanie said competitors. At this time, it's the competitors that are required to be, because right now it's. Kanina?
I heard sometime earlier today that the CRA is okay with our changing our purpose, or okay with competition indoor skydiving becoming a part of CSPA.
I'll ask the executive director to speak to that.
Okay, so just to clarify, the pre-approval that was sent last year was based on last year's motion. So CRA approved the motion based on how it was written last year. If this went through, we'd have to resubmit with the new motion. So I can't say whether or not CRA will accept it because it's not the same motion as last year. Does that, I know it's not a yes or no, but.
It's an answer. I don't think this would affect us with Transport Canada at all, so I'm going to avoid that. And our corporation stance, does it affect anything under the corporation?
Michelle, did you want to?
People are also looking at it, so.
Could you go to the mic, please?
What it's asking to do is change the purpose of the association.
Could you get closer? I'm sorry, Ian.
That's something that has to be submitted to Corporations Canada for approval. We're changing the constitutional.
We can't hear you.
documents of the association. So yes, they're involved in doing that. Probably just to represent.
Closer to the mic, please.
Sorry. The short answer is yes, Corporations Canada is involved because what this is asking us to do is change the foundational documents of the association. We're changing its purpose. And so that would be subject to their approval.
What kind of time and effort and expense would that be?
I don't know how long Corporations Canada would take to look at it. Probably not long. They probably wouldn't consider this something hugely important because they probably wouldn't turn their mind to think about it. It would be some expense to make sure that it was worded properly, translated properly, fill out the right forms, and pay the application fee. But if I had to pick a ballpark number, it'd be under a couple $1,000.
We actually know the amount, if Michelle would like to speak to that.
Corporations Canada doesn't make the approval, it's CRA. And then when we actually do submit, we just send them the paperwork, and sending in the paperwork to do the change is $200. So it would be $200 plus my time, which is just I fill out a form and I mail it, and then I cut a check.
I think I only have 3 questions, so thank you for bearing with me. How come the wind tunnels haven't become a member of CSPA as a club?
Thank you.
How come, right? I think that's one of the best questions that's been asked today, right? when I came up with the idea of the wind tunnel, right, I wrote a mission statement, and in that mission statement, there's 4 angles to it. One is to be able to promote indoor skydiving and skydiving in general to the general population. What I always define as non-skydiver and non-military. This is all my friends, the kids, and so on and so forth. Right? If you take the time to come at the tunnel, just sit whatever time you have and watch the people fly in the tunnel, see their face and their behavior in it. The second segment was in order to promote indoor skydiving as well as skydiving to corporate venues, businesses, people, to use this as a team building product and so on and so forth, right? The 2 segment that was written in that mission statement is very, very simple. We wanted to create in Canada the best technology for the drop zone operator, believe it or not, right? That's what our goal from the start, to create a venue for drop zone operator to be able to provide them with the tool to increase safety in skydiving, right? And the 4th component had to do with competition, right? And at the time, the mission statement talks only about regular skydiver, people who want to compete locally, nationally, and worldwide, right? I mean, this is why this was put in place, right? Now, the next thing that I did as soon as we operated in Montreal, this is in 2009, we opened in April, is I approached the CSPA with a very simple request. I said, I'm under the impression that it would be amazing if we could get together with the CSPA. And I'm under the impression, maybe I'm misleading, because we created a program called the Academy of Indoor Skydiving, International Academy of Indoor Skydiving. Believe it or not, right? Skydiving exists in the world, not because of us, but we took upon it and we decided to push it a little further. So we already created an academy, and our goal was to make sure that our indoor skydiver, or indoor body flyer, if you want to call them that way, because it's insulting to skydiving, we're in a position to become member of something that was great, CSPA, right? We approached the CSPA in 2009. We said, listen, why don't you let us, I mean, there's solo diver, there's A, there's B, there's C, whatever, right? Why don't we have like indoor body flyer as a member of the CSPA, where they pay a fee on a yearly basis, because we believe that with the academy, we're going to create a bunch of people that's going to become pro flyer, and that these people will likely want to belong to something. People like to belong to something. Why wouldn't they belong to the CSPA as their organization, where they can have a nice certificate in their house, where they can have a little pin that says that they're indoor skydiver, right? We had that from the start. We asked again in 2000, we were denied, no interest. We asked again in 2010, we were denied again, no interest. In 2011, in 2012, and imagine, now we're in 2017, right? And we're arguing whether or not we could at least consider that indoor skydiving can be competition. So.
I understand where you're coming from. My question is, and maybe, Michelle, can 5 registered participants come together, sign some paperwork, and become a club, and have all access to CSPA? Yes. Why hasn't anybody done that?
Because nobody told us anything about the possibility of even doing that, even if we asked repeatedly to become part of it. Why?
But, and then I guess the only other thing was if a club formed, this doesn't really pertain to this motion though, if I'm understanding this correctly. If they become a club, they still can't compete in indoor skydiving. Is that another correct assumption? Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine.
I think I have one more. I'm sorry. And then what would happen should either CRA not approve or the vote doesn't go through? What would happen to competition indoor skydiving?
Elaine, would you like to speak to that?
Okay, first, I'm just going to claim my credential. I'm a CPA CA. I've been in practice since 1979. I'm a tax specialist as well. CRA will not oppose to any of this. It's not their mandate. Their mandate, CRA, is to make sure that CSPA remains a non-for-profit organization, period. No matter what you say you're going to do, as long as you follow the rule of being a non-profit organization and you give tax receipt to people rightfully, they're going to say yes. They're not going to oppose something like that.
Thank
I'm sorry, I did ask 2 questions within one statement. So that answers if the CR doesn't include this, obviously it won't matter. What if this vote doesn't go through? What is going to happen to endorse competitive skydiving? Here.
I mean, indoor skydiving is there to stay, right? Like water, somehow, somewhere, something's going to happen to make it happen anyway. You need to know the following things. Vancouver will have a tunnel, Edmonton will have a tunnel, Winnipeg will have a tunnel, Ottawa will have a tunnel, Quebec City will have a tunnel. I mean, there's already in place 136 installation. By the end of 2018, there's going to be 136 operating wind tunnel in the world. Every major city will eventually get one. And we're going to keep growing and growing. It's unstoppable, right? And I guess when I have a chance to speak what I was supposed to speak, my famous 10 minutes, you'll get the rest of the story.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you all for your answers. I really appreciate it.
I have a question for
He hasn't even had his, can we just wait for order? I've got Tim, and I have Vancouver Vancouver. Does this pertain to the questions, or is this a completely different line of thought? Because Alain hasn't presented yet, and did you want to save your questions until after Alain has presented? Because he was just answering Manitoba Sport. Okay, I wanted just answers to Manitoba Sport, if Manitoba Sport has all of their answers. Thank you. I have a question. Did you have a question, a new question? I have a question about Alain's answer. Alain's answer was, okay. Okay, board says go.
Thank you. Alain, thank you very much for your explanation about what your purpose and your mandate is when you form the tunnel. My question is, one of your mandates was to promote skydiving. There are 2 tunnels in Canada, and I agree with you very much that Quebec is a very beautiful but a very different animal than Ontario. Joe and I are carrying proxies for all of Ontario with the exception of Bob Wright, who I believe is watching us on hand. Could you please just give us the list of things that you have done in Ontario to promote skydiving?
That is actually quite personal.
It is. But
Are you willing, are you happy to stand up to
They
this?
say the truth, and the truth will set you free. Well, I mean, let's do it, right? I mean, whether or not it's Quebec or Toronto, whether or not it's Toronto Oakville or soon to be Toronto Whitby, right? All of our staff is always promoting regular skydiving. Not only they're promoting regular skydiving, but at the same time, we impose ourselves a neutrality versus any kind of DZ, right? Mario Prévost, that you all know, and Michel Lemay are board shareholders with us. Nouvelle Air and Parachute Montréal doesn't get 1 penny of benefit more than any DZ in Canada, right? They're not happy about it, but that was the basic of understanding when we decided to get started in Montreal and agree that Michel Lemay and or Mario Prévost become officially shareholder, which they did, and they're happy about it, of course, right? But they don't have any benefit. So what we're doing for the DZ is very simple. We behave in a way of total neutrality, right? whenever a client walks in, I mean, we introduce them to the sport of indoor skydiving, but we always make a very, very solid parallel to regular skydiving. We never, en français on dit dénigrer, we never put down skydiving like skydiving is a dangerous thing or anything like that. As a matter of fact, if you came to visit with us, and you can send all of your friends and family to test whether or not I'm saying is true, what do you think we're going to tell them? We're going to say, listen, right, you're here, right? We need to demystify something very, very important with you. When we skydive, we do not fall. We glide. If you come and experience skydiving, you're going to feel exactly the same thing as you would if you were in the sky. And then that's going to maybe open your mind to be able to want to do the real thing later on, right? And all of our kids are doing that. When he's saying, what are we doing in Ontario in order to promote the sport of skydiving and indoor skydiving in general? Well, we're not a drop zone, but we spend $300,000 in Toronto in order to make publicity. Yes, those clients come to us, but by ricochet, we send them back to you. Why? Because from the start, I understood what principle, right? If I can bring somebody to demystify indoor skydiving, and I send them to become skydiver or to go do a tandem jump, they'll be back, right? Because once they experience that, whether or not it's indoor or outdoor, they're going to want to come back, right? And this is why 20% of our clients, they come back. And you know what happened when people, when people come to me, I say the only real danger is addiction if you come to us. And when you're addicted to flying, you're addicted to want to do the next best thing to go in the sky. And we tell them, right? If you do indoor skydiving, the one thing I can guarantee, when you do the real thing, it will never ever take away the immensity of a skydive. You're not going to lose. On the opposite, you're going to be body ready in order to do something amazing. So what do we do for the Ontario market? The same thing we've done for Quebec, with the exception to the fact that in Quebec, every DZ cooperated with us from the start and didn't see us as an enemy. Right? In Ontario, it looks like we're an enemy, and yet we've tried over and over and over to be friends. We've tried over and over and over to meet with the DZ owner and try to explain what we were about and that we were something positive for everybody in order to move on in the future. And we believe we're accomplishing that day in, day out, and that all of our staff are avid promoter of skydiving as it is supposed to be.
Thank you, Ellen. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question from Vancouver Skydive Vancouver Island. Sorry, can you come, please? Please come to the mic. Yes, ma'am.
I just have two questions, and both of them are a little bit different. So the first one is, I know that in Canada right now, I fly, and I'm totally ignorant, I'm a West Coaster, so we don't do much tunnel flying unless you're in Arizona, but, so we're just talking about I-Fly right now. There are these portable wind tunnels coming in. One is actually coming to the island, and it is promoting enhancement for people who are already skydivers to perfect their skills in these awesome, I do have the name, sorry, it's body flight. And so and if we're looking at tunnels and how it is and these competitors, and our mind is right now just on the people coming out of iFly, is there consideration for other types of wind tunnels that are coming out and competitors that might come from those types of wind tunnels? And I don't know if that's an ignorant question or that's the question, but I'm going to stand up here.
I think the short answer is if we adopt this motion, it'll be mandated that all types of tunnel flying would be treated equally by. If we don't adopt the motion, of course, private businesses will do what they want.
Well, it's interesting because my next question goes to liabilities. Okay, so I have a really excited 11-year-old girl in the hallway here. And yes, we have a drop zone, and we do happen to start at 16 years old for tandems. So what concerns me as a parent, not just well, I don't really skydive, but I'm an owner. These are kids. And from a liability aspect, if these kids are in competition and something happens to them, as a parent, I will do everything to protect my kid. So what if there's a head injury or a neck, they're paralyzed, whatever it be. How is CSPA protected from not being in one of these lawsuits? Because parents will sue. Bottom line, maybe as skydivers we're less likely because we're adults and we know what kind of risks we're getting into when we climb into a plane and go up, or we climb into a tunnel. These are children. And I promote my kids in all the sports that they do and would in tunnel. But if something happens to them, whether they're competing or just having fun with their friends in these tunnels, how is CSPA protected in this in a liability if they are now CSP members? If she wants to compete, she becomes a CSP member, then all of a sudden CSPA, I would assume in a lawsuit, could be named in that lawsuit. So I would like to know from just the kids, because the US set a really good example. Parents do not have a right to sign away their children, like what we do right now with our waivers, whether you're bungee jumping, skydiving, or anything. So I just wanted to know that.
A parent in Canada still does not have the right to sign away their child's rights. And
Correct.
the drop zone owner as a business makes the decision to take that risk. So any drop zone that takes anybody under 16 on parental consent, they would not be covered with the defense fund, or because they're underage.
Correct. So if CSPA, though, is allowing a 12-year-old kid to become a CSPA member because they're competitors, CSPA is saying now, oh, we consent, that they're minors. How does a CSPA have a right to take on minors?
It's a good question, and I would love somebody to speak to it. Oh, Ellen?
So I want to address that because we have addressed that from the start. We have a wind tunnel. We have kids flying from 4 years old and up, right? And we try to convince parent who has kids younger than 4 not to show up. And they're always trying to come anyway, right? And it's just a purpose, right? And we've already addressed that with our insurance, right? And you need to know that when you are a guardian of a minor, you have the right to take the responsibility on behalf of that minor. And when the parent come to the tunnel and they sign on behalf of their kids, right? They take that responsibility, and they did sign the waiver. And our insurance is okay for that. And if something would have happened, because there's always, yes, something could happen, right? I mean, we are legally protected. Now, I don't know how the CSPA will deal with that when they're in competition. I mean, it's a valid point. Maybe you can agree that adult only flies in competition and kids are turned off the right, or given not given the right to compete, but that's a different topic.
Do we have anybody else that has information on that? I think it's a really good question, and yes, Alberta skydivers.
In Canada, the common law jurisdictions deny provinces outside of Quebec, parent can't sign away a minor's right to sue. So if you injure a 16-year-old in Alberta, he waits till he's 18 and then he launches his own lawsuit. And the fact that the parent signed a waiver doesn't mean anything. The one thing that Ellen mentioned that they do have is insurance. And if their insurance company is willing to cover the risk of injury to minors, great. I mean, that's what schools do, that's what hockey teams do, things like that, that they don't rely on the waiver signed by the parent because they can't. What they do is they rely on insurance. And we don't have insurance for personal injury suffered by a participant. It's something that we may be able to get for indoor skydiving, for instance, because they perceive that to be a lower risk than skydiving, or not. We've never looked into it, but that's, I mean, Ellen's answer is he has insurance. and that the waiver is neither here nor there if it's signed by a parent on behalf of a minor.
Thank you. Are your questions?
I think so. I just don't know how minors play. Like, it's just different. Minors are a whole different thing, so we're talking about minors. Like,
Could you come to the, yeah, if you're going to continue your question. Thank you.
I think you pulled at my heart, obviously, with the video and the minors, and that was your whole presentation, was about these kids. And that's awesome, and it is the kids who aren't CSP members. So yeah, it's lacking the revenue that way. But if we're talking about these kids becoming CSP members and competing, that's a whole different liability factor in the judicial system for everybody associated to that minor. And it would include now CSPA being able to be named in that lawsuit. God forbid it never happens, but it is. And people are hearts on that. So,
Is there a question here?
yeah, I want to know, like, what do we do from a legal standpoint? Do we have a legal perspective of what, if we introduce minors as members into the CSPA, what is our legal liability? What risks do we run?
Thank you. Barb? Chilliwack Skydivers?
Okay, for the answer to that, I suggest you hire a lawyer. All right? Because nobody in this room has the answer to that. But I will tell you, we're talking, okay, Alan's given you how he deals with liability. We're talking about competition skydiving. The age limit for competition skydiving is 14 to 17. So your 4-year-old is not involved, whatever, or even your 11-year-old. It's 14 to 17 is what is a junior indoor skydiver.
We don't want to personalize this, and so, but Barb, could you come back? The question, do you know anything about how the people that are putting teams forward, they're young, and how are we supposed to, I guess the question is, the way I'm saying, that I'm believing Allison is saying, is how do we protect these kids if they're CSPA members? And you said hire a lawyer.
Anybody can join CSPA. Anybody can join. There is no restriction on who can join CSPA. The only restriction is on how old you have to be to jump out of an airplane. In indoor skydiving competition, only we're talking about, because we don't care about the rest of it, the age limit is 14 to 17. Perhaps that's why the Center for Sport and Law said a risk management and act appropriately, but you're asking questions of an organization that doesn't know the answer. Everybody has opinions, of which we've heard all, but it's not fact. The fact is it's 14 to 17 for indoor skydiver junior.
Okay.
Period. That's who we're talking about.
But that
Those
doesn't
other
answer,
things are
that's not
lawyers.
answering her, I had hoped that you had an answer. Go ahead.
And not part-time lawyers, you know, take a case to a lawyer. Take your case to the Center.
Thank you,
for
Barb.
Law.
Allison, would you like to go ahead and clarify that?
I just want, I guess that is my point.
Okay.
We don't know what the liability is to CSPA, and yet we're about to vote on this. So if, and I don't want to say we're yay or nay, but there's just so many questions. And if we don't know the answer, because these are 14 to 17-year-old competitors that we are talking about.
You're actually presenting now instead of asking a question.
So yeah, that was.
And you're presenting a con, so. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Okanagan Skydive.
My final question, why does CSPA need tunnels, and why do tunnels need CSPA? It's two questions. I don't have the answer yet, and I'm supposed to put a vote to this, and I don't have an answer yet, because why do tunnels need to be part of CSPA, And why does CSPA need to have kennels included?
You can get up.
That's my question.
I have defenders that wants to speak to that.
I'm just saying that if we finish listening to the presenters, some of our questions might get answered, and if not, we can ask those questions afterwards.
Thank you. In that vein, I would like to have Hélène come up and do his presentation because it's been long overdue. Long overdue, sorry. Thank you very much.
So, sorry about the thorn that has been imposed on all of you. I apologize. Sadly enough, I was born with no filter, so I say it the way I think it comes. Plus, I'm French, so I might say certain words in English that are not well said, but anyway. We just have to blame it on a hurricane, because this is exactly how it got started, right? And I think that in the process, I will probably try to address as many of the questions that was raised before. Start with the hurricane. When, in 2001, when Alan Mentley, at the time president of Arizona Airspeed, that all of you probably heard of or know or anything like that, ended up in Orlando, Florida, stranded in a hotel because of a stupid hurricane, right? And the morning after the hurricane, they couldn't fly anywhere anyway. He opened his window from his bedroom and SkyVenture was there, the old ancestor that I invite you to go and visit in Orlando, Florida, right? And he had an epiphany, I think that's the word, and realized that, wow, we're stuck. Got Arizona Airspeed to go to try that weird machine that nobody wanted to touch before that day, right? What do you think happened? Not only Alan created a new conversation called tunnel camp, not only Alan became 75% of the time rented at that infamous tunnel, not only he got every major team in the world who did any kind of skydiving enroll into tunnel camp, flying from all over the world to Orlando in order to learn to skydive properly, kind of, in order to compete, right? But he bought the company, right? I mean, everybody probably end up at some point going to Eloy. I mean, Eloy is built because Alan was at Arizona Airspeed, wanted a tunnel, and said to the owner at the time, I want a tunnel and my DZ, right? And this is how it all got started, right? What happened next is that pretty much at the same time, I ended up struggling with skydiving, and I mean, I went to the same exact location, and when I saw what I saw in Orlando, right, I said, we need to have one of those, right? And I didn't say I want, I said, we need to have one of those back home, right? And we had to wait till 2005 to be able to have something recirculating, right? I mean, some people have said, well, I mean, you know, indoor skydiving is not really skydiving, and I mean, you know, swimming is not really boating and whatnot, but I mean, I guess again, I'm confused a bit because there is as much difference between parachuting and skydiving than there is between skydiving and indoor skydiving. But yet, the three of them fit into one another, right? A lot of the skydivers are actually skydiving. They're not parachuting. The parachute is only for them to land safely. That's the only purpose of the parachute for them, right? As a matter of fact, what do? They free fall as deep as they can, closer to Earth, and then they open and they land as quickly as they can, right? I mean, and then you have the original parachuting people who are doing everything that they do under Canopy and so on and so forth, right? I mean, to say that indoor skydiving is not skydiving, I mean, yes, we just have 45 feet of up and down and so on and so forth. We don't have 13,000 feet or 20,000, 25,000 feet, but we still body fly with our own body, and we still experience exactly the same feeling as it is in the sky, right? I mean, there's no difference with that. And having said that, I mean, it's like saying, well, you know, aviation, to be a pilot, you need to at least have a lot of practice in a simulator, but simulator is not really flying, as a matter of fact. You know, it's essential to flying. I think that I wouldn't be comfortable flying in an aircraft, especially going back home, if I think that the pilot hasn't practiced enough or well enough. And I think that indoor skydiving, that's what it does, right? As I said before, from the start, for me, what was important was to create something that was a tool for the skydiving industry. Right? We spend an average in each tunnel of about $300,000 a year in order to promote the sport of indoor skydiving and skydiving as well. Right? And from the start, we wanted to be part of the CSPA. The question was asked, why? Because we want to be part of something amazing. I'm a skydiver. I'm proud to say that I have a 15-year pin with the CSPA. Right? My kids, they all went to ski school, and they all got those little pin every time they achieve a level and so on and so forth. Right? When you get your solo license, you're happy. When you get your A, your B, you're happy, and you're moving on with the sport, and I think that that's a fundamental principle with any kind of sport. Right? Some people are concerned about what's going to happen to my kids and how are we going to deal with that? Well, how do other organizations deal with swimming, skiing, or any kind of sport that's happening out in the world? Right? To start questioning the reality of where we're going with it based on the fact that how we're going to deal with that. I mean, we're going to have to figure it out. Right? I mean, indoor skydiving is going to keep growing. You know, somebody said it, and we know we're going to end up being a demonstration sport at some of the Olympic, and soon enough we'll probably end up in the Olympic, and people will compete there, and I mean everybody's going to be proud of it, right? Some people have mentioned what's happening in the UK, what's happening in the US, and so on and so forth, and I say, come on, Canada's always been a leader worldwide with a lot of things. I mean, other countries already agreed to that, right? I mean, France has agreed to it, Poland has agreed to it, Sweden has agreed to it, you know, many big places already followed the IPC choice to include indoor skydiving as an important factor within their business. Somebody says, yeah, but they're just not out there to make money, right? Well, let's talk about money, right? I mean, we have created a program called, it's pretty much the equivalent of the AFF, right? We call it the WTTP, right? And I mean, that's a program where people have flown in the tunnel an average of about 50, 60 minutes, and at the end, well, they got the level of WTTP. We're the only ones sanctioning it. Our dream, or my personal dream, would be to be able to have them be part of the CSPA, even if they're not jumping out of an aircraft, right? I mean, this is the goal, right? So that's the benefit for us. The benefit for the CSPA, hey, listen, we fly an average of about 35,000 new people a year, brand new. 20% of these people come back. A big bunch of these people go to the WTTP program, right? Our goal is to make sure that they are part of something bigger than just being part of a tunnel, right? I mean, if these people pay a fee on a yearly basis, similar to what people are paying for skydiving, and I can bring 1,000 people, like somebody was saying, well, we haven't been told exactly how much money we can get out of this, right? Well, because nobody has even bothered to come and sit down with us and say, hey, you want to be part? I mean, you know, let's see what we can do and how we're going to be able to do that, right? There's a famous actor or a famous producer that created a famous phrase in the world that says, if you build it, they will come. Well, I mean, I think that that's the process. The process, if we find a way in order to be part of the CSPA, at this point in time, humbly, we say, listen, we know for the past 8 years you haven't been really wanting us because, again, we're a torn. Well, can we at least make sure that our competitor can compete in the world competition? And in order to do that, well, we need to go through a certain channel. Wouldn't CSPA be proud that our athlete, our Canadian athlete, make the podium and, you know, create an impact for everybody else? Right? I mean, we have about 100,000 visitors because people come and fly, other people just come and watch. These people are now exposed to what skydiving is or indoor skydiving is, and it demystifies their stigma about the sport and so on and so forth. Right? I mean, just look at how many years we've been in business. Montreal, 8 years, Toronto, 3 years. Now we're opening Whitby, and soon enough, every province in Canada is going to have their own tunnel. People are saying, yeah, but you're far. Yeah, but what can I say? Money talks.
We're at 9 minutes.
Yeah. So we need to get to the point where, I mean, you're going to have a tunnel in every major country and so on and so forth, and then you will benefit even more. I mean, just give us the time to show up. I mean, you know, there's no miracle to this, right? So again, I mean, you know, I put that forever because that's a dream. In 2001, I dreamt that one day we would have in Canada a world indoor skydiving competition. Right? When we went to Frankfurt, we were competing against 5 European countries, and they gang up against everybody in order to maintain this in Europe. Right? And we vote. Why? Because we had enough delegates from all of these countries that wanted to come to Canada. Right? And we're going to have that, and we're inviting you in October, whether or not we're part of it or not. I mean, we'll still promote skydiving. I mean, my daughter jumped, so.
Thank you, Elaine. I think this would be a very good time to take a short recess. I can see people are getting a little bit, trying to get up, move around. So if the rest of the membership is good, we'll call a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 2:40.
I thought I knew first. But yeah, that's like.
Okay. For the second part, we'll go into the second round of presenters. Does anybody want to represent their motion or represent their position, pro or con? I have a list of who started off. How many people would like to get up and speak for or against the motion before we call the vote? Just in the form of questions? Can we get through the rest, can I go through the presentations again and get the people that are pro and con to come up and present, and then we'll take questions from the floor again? Okay, thank you. Yes. Everybody's allowed 10 minutes twice, so we're now running into the second 10 minutes for anybody that would like to come up and speak. Excuse me? Are you asking questions, or are you making a presentation for or against? The questions I'd like to handle after everybody's finished their second round of presentations. Thank you. Rena? Pardon me? You'd like to speak for? Please take. We're recognizing second decade.
I would just like to make a few comments on things that have been said during this whole meeting. First of all, I do know, and I was at the meeting where the U.S. Stood up and made an argument that indoor skydiving is not skydiving because you don't use a parachute. That argument was well constructed, but was rejected by 34 some odd countries. And it was very well known at the time that that argument was put forward not because of the argument itself, but rather that the drop zone owners the tunnel owners in the United States did not want anyone messing around in their business. And that's a fact. So you have to take that argument for what it's worth and what's behind that argument. The next thing that's been said, so then you have to ask yourself, is CSPA, is it representing drop zone owners, or is it representing its members? The next thing regarding manuals. The manuals for competition indoor skydiving have been done. They've been done for free. I know that because I wrote them. And we have the CSPA national rules waiting in the wings. Those were also done for free. Not in both languages yet, but the addition would be minor to the FS rules that are already being translated now. They're just a few additional sentences that need to be added. As far as judging at a tunnel, the judges judge, I don't know if anybody knows this, but judges judge for free. They always have. It does not cost CSPA for judges as a per diem or anything of that nature. As far as training CSPA judges, I have been a judge for 25 years. and I have never had CSPA pay for one of my ratings. I have chased them down myself. I have spent thousands of dollars doing so. So it does not cost CSPA in that regard. As far as $15,000 to run a tunnel meet, because it costs $15,000 to run outdoor nationals, those numbers don't apply. Sorry?
Closer to the mic.
Oh, those numbers don't apply. We're talking about a different amount of judging staff. We're talking a different, you're not using airplanes. We're not subsidizing the drop zone. We're talking about only judges. And so far, the tunnel operators have not asked CSPA for anything except the use of a scoring system, which the judges desperately wanted and needed. And CSPA was gracious enough to give it. So at the moment, CSPA has not been out a dime for tunnel competition, and I doubt that we would ever see a $15,000 bill coming from a tunnel competition, just knowing how they run. I've been to very, very many of them, and I've been chief judge at very many of them. The numbers are not the same. I was the chief judge in Poland at the World Cup tunnel competition in 2015. They live streamed the tunnel competition, and they had, I don't know, Melanie might know how many people were watching that live. How many? 40,000. 40,000 people watching that live. They had live commentary, color commentary as the competition was going on. They had people watching it. They had advertisers. They had so much exposure, and it's only gotten bigger. Poland was bigger again. So it's becoming very professional. I think for me to see how it's evolved, what's going on, what's being put into it, skydiving can only benefit from what's being offered, and I do not understand at this point in time why somebody is still coming begging to the table when they are giving us their offering so much to skydiving already. That's my position, and I would just like to thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I've had a 4. Is there any, Barb, I'll put you on.
In relation to this and $15,000.
Can you come up to the mic?
Okay, I'd like to dispel any myths about $15,000. CSPA is not anywhere in its articles or provisions obliged to supply $15,000 to any nationals bidder. They're not obliged to. CSPA is obliged to hold a national competition to select teams. We don't have a whole lot of people lining up to have national competitions. The organization, CSPA, by virtue of being a sporting organization, has to have this. And the carrot is we will cover certain costs of the national competition, and currently the subsidy is $15,000. So people saying we have to do this and we have to do that. No, we do it, but we don't have to. However, this year, for 2017, the board has pre-approved their $15,000 to the host. Okay? They don't have to.
Thank you. Do I have anybody that would like to speak against, now that we've had 4? Questions? You'd like to speak against? We are recognizing BC Skydive North.
First of all, I'd just kind of like to go over some of the stuff that has...
Could you get closer to the mic?
That's kind of made me change my mind at the no side here. The question of liability, which is still unanswered, is one thing that certainly comes to mind. And just the incentive for tunnel flyers to join the CSPA, the only incentive that they have is if they're competing, which means that no other jumpers will become members of the CSPA. The tunnels apparently don't want to become members of the CSPA as well, as a drop zone operator, I have to become a member of the CSPA. So I don't see why they should, get a free ride on that one. The other thing is just the wording of the way that this thing is done. It says that the purpose of the corporation is to foster and govern competition indoor skydiving. Also, it says on a nationwide basis. Well, nationwide means from coast to coast. We've got 2 tunnels in Canada. Both are in the east. So, you can toot all your horn all you want about how good the tunnels are for skydivers, but if you haven't got access to one, it's not really nationwide, is it? And another point is that all CSPA members pay for their membership, whether they compete or not. And it's just with that we're supporting this organization to be there for us when we need it. And the tunnels are just simply in there for the competition end of it. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Is there anybody that would like to speak for? For the motion. We can go back into our second rounds of 10 minutes. And we are recognizing.
No paper this time. So I guess just to address a comment, and I guess I'm going to repeat myself again, right? We offered from the beginning of our business in 2009 to have the people who were going to be part of the Academy program become member of the CSPA, right? Everybody is saying, why would they agree to that, right? And they would agree to that because they would perceive a benefit for them to be part of it, right? I mean, if you look at the Maslow hierarchy of needs, the first thing that we need is food and go to the bathroom on a regular basis. And the second thing on the agenda is belonging to something. This is exactly the next step where people are, right? I mean, it's a natural phenomenon for people to be part of any kind of team or be part of any kind of organization, right? We know from a fact, with our experience, I'm a CPA, right? We put a business together that was a sound business that's proven that it's working, despite the fact that everybody told us that it would never work. And it does work, and it's growing. And by experience, I mean, we know that we have the power to enroll a big chunk of our participants to become part of the CSPA, right? That thing never happened, right? We never had any obligation whatsoever towards the CSPA from the start. And yet, from the first day we were in business, we put in place a system where you cannot have access to pro-flyer rate if you're not in good standing order with the CSPA. So the only people that flies in Montreal, I fly Toronto in Oakville, and it's going to be the same thing for the other tunnel that we will sponsor, right, are imposed if they want to have a preferred pricing to be part of either the CSPA or a member in due process with our academy, right? We offer from the start to have the academy people be part of the CSPA. I mean, we didn't have any obligation to do that. So the CSPA has benefited all these years without us asking anything in return, right? And no matter what's going to happen today, we will continue to do that. Because for me, it's a fundamental principle, right? I want people to be part of something because I believe, right? When we signed up with SkyVenture, we were obligated to follow certain rules imposed by the IBA, right? And my principle from the beginning was the following. Maybe I don't agree with everything they want us to do or everything they come up with, but the principle is that if you don't align yourself behind somebody that brings rule, you're nobody, right? Whether or not you're a ski instructor, whether or not you're a skydiver, whether or not you're a coach, if you're part of no organization, you're part of nothing. And this is why we were trying to achieve that direction and so on and so forth, right? And today, I mean, we're merely asking to kind of like create a situation where at least we're going to create a kind of like quasi-marriage, I guess, in the process You know, when you're married, you can divorce and stuff like that. Nobody likes that, but you know, people are concerned about safety and they're concerned about liability and so on and so forth. We've been in business for 8 years in Montreal, March 31st. 3 years in Toronto. We have no problem whatsoever, right? I mean, nobody is hurt themselves aside from, yes, they sometimes bind themselves a bit on the glasses and stuff like that. And this is the reason why we follow IBA rule. This is why we have an instructor in the flight chamber, whether or not evolution or fusion fly, or whether or not it's your child who's 4 years old that flies. So for us, safety is paramount to anything that we do. And I mean, we've been able to demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are an organization that brings to the table a safety environment, right? I mean, we were created with the intention to add safety for DZ operator, and I think that we achieved that, because when somebody from our tunnel go to a DZ and they do whatever they have to do in the sky, whether or not they want to become an AFS student or whatever, and they're more stable, I mean, it helps your coaches to be in a safer environment as well. So it's not only the tunnel operator that benefits, but at the same time, it's your coach that are in the sky with those new students and that are themselves feeling safer. So everybody wins in the process, right? And I mean, by doing this, right? I mean, I remember in 2007 when I surveyed the situation with the CSPA, at the time you had 4,500 members. And I've been told now, statistically, that you have like only 33. What happened? Do you really think that it's cause of the indoor skydiving tunnel that the clientele is going down? We're trying to do the opposite. Imagine if we hadn't been there, right? Imagine what could have happened. I mean, your number today could probably be only 2,000 people, and where would the CSPA be? I mean, everybody's saying, well, Sport Canada will not help us if we don't have enough members to do that. I mean, we could easily add an extra 2,000 members to the CSPA. Wouldn't that help, right? I mean, Sport Canada doesn't like sponsoring sport that does not appeal to children. We have kids flying at 4 years old in the tunnel. I mean, this is a plus for the CSPA. And if the CSPA wins, by ricochet, the DZ will win as well. We will win, and this is how you do a win-win situation, is by helping one another achieve other things. Right? And I mean, and this is what we're proposing. I mean, we were talking about how much is it going to cost. We've been in operation for 8 years in Montreal, 3 years in Toronto. We have the financial statement that we can put on the sheet right there. How much money did the CSPA spend on our behalf? Right? We never asked any money from the CSPA for the $300,000 a year per tunnel that we spend in publicity promoting the sport. Right? We never ask anybody for all the promotion that we're doing with our staff in order to motivate people to understand that skydiving is not a dangerous sport. Right? As a matter of fact, I tell people, I mean, if you go scuba diving, man, that's way more dangerous. Right? But anyway, right? We could talk forever and again. I mean, one of my mentors said, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So, you know, all of you are not convinced, well, what can I say? I mean, you know, we're just trying to demonstrate that we are in, I mean, we've always had faith that our sport was going to keep growing, and I mean, it does. We know that we're doing good for the industry, and I mean, I just wish that you recognize that, and that you know, another mentor said, the brain works better like a parachute when it's open.
Thank you very much. Do I have anybody that wants to speak against the motion again? Niagara Skydive.
Wow, this is way longer than I thought it was going to be. I actually want to publicly thank Landon and his daughter for coming out today. When we spoke on the phone a week ago, you weren't going to be here, and I think that the fact that you've come here has, you presented an excellent argument. And I think that they have presented an excellent argument, and I'm sure that it felt like you were walking into a pit of snakes, but we're all passionate about what we do. And there are clearly two camps. The one camp that I happen to sit in is simply concerned about preserving the limited manpower and funds that the CSPA have. We have very many challenges running a business, and to dilute the amount of energy and funds that are there to promote skydiving concerns me. There were a few issues that were brought up over the arguments, and I tried to make some notes with, I just wanted to address them. First of all, there has been zero evidence, in my humble opinion, that the tunnel will generate any money for the CSPA. I believe that the number that was quoted was that there were 8 people that were mandated to join us. 8 members is a long way from the 1,500 that we need to get. I personally think that the tunnel is probably the best training aid ever designed for skydiving. I send people to the tunnel on a regular basis from my center. We run a PFF program. And there was a day where we would take a PFF jump up and they would be doing their 10th or 11th PFF jump, and we'd be, maybe next time you're going to get it. I'll do 2 PFF jumps now, and if they're not getting it, I tell them to go to the tunnel and come back when they're stable. So I use it as a tool. And this isn't about me not thinking that the tunnel isn't a valuable tool. I think it's a very, very valuable tool. But my argument is that it is a very different activity. I'm a coach 1, I'm a coach 2, I'm a PFF instructor, I was a course facilitator, but unfortunately I've lost that privilege. I have 5,500 jumps. I've been jumping for 32 years. I jump every day as a full-time skydiver, I'm a pilot, I'm fairly well seasoned. I can't go and teach in the tunnel. They will not allow me to do that. They will not allow me to do that because it's a different activity. It is true. I have been there. You will not allow me to go into the tunnel and coach. It is, in my opinion, it's a different activity. I think there's been some misinformation that has been passed out, and I don't want to point the fingers at who, but to suggest that the judges cost the CSPA nothing is not accurate. They have a budget. The budget pays for them to go to a national association. It pays their airfare. It pays for their hotel, and it pays for a per diem. I wasn't suggesting that the judges were walking away from the competitions with a wad of money in their pocket. Their commitment to skydiving is unprecedented. But there is a cost to it. And the cost might not mean cash in their pockets. It's to get them to the competition to judge it. These are all unknowns to us with this motion that's on the table. What's the liability going to be? What's the true intention? One of the supporters said this is a limited motion, only dealing with competition. It's not. It says right there that we want to change the purpose of the association. For the exclusive purpose of the corporation is to foster and govern amateur sport parachuting and competition indoor skydiving. Fostering means we do all of the things that I mentioned earlier. Well, it would appear that some of that stuff has been done, and that's great that people have volunteered to do that. It does demonstrate that some of our resources are being used already for the tunnel. They're great that they've done that, and I think they should hand them over and allow the tunnel to do it. They've also claimed that there's going to be 133 tunnels, and there's going to be one in each province each year, and there's going to be millions of people that are going to the tunnel. I think that's great. And I think that's a great reason why you should start your own association. An association that will promote your interests. The tunnel. You speak of spending $300,000. You spend $300,000 to promote your business, not the CSPA. You're promoting the tunnel, not the CSPA. It's a great argument for both sides. There's lots of questions that are unanswered. I'm afraid that the efforts of people that have been volunteering for a very long time and the financial resources that the association has built over the past 50 years will be diminished and will be spent on things other than skydiving. I believe it to be a separate activity. The claim is that they need the CSPA to issue sport licenses and a selection committee. And I believe that we can achieve that without changing our purpose. You're asking us to change the core of our belief. And I think that lots of people that have been around for a long time will be resistant to do that. We are old. Change is scary. We do not want to give up the things that we believe to be our birthright. I think we can achieve your objective without changing the purpose of the association. And I do believe that this motion, as it stands, will set us up for a claim that we are discriminating against participants in that particular discipline. Thank you very much for your time. It's great to see everybody out here and argue so passionately for their beliefs. However this vote turns out, I suggest that when we're done, we hug and shake hands and we get a beer.
Thank you. Melanie? Pardon me? Yes.
Oh, good.
There's a lot of back and forth. Okay, 4 things I want to say. We've had 6 national competitions. Who's paid for that? Rena, do you want to answer for the judges? Yeah, we've paid for that, and we're going to continue to pay for that. The second thing, if you want to take out your cell phones and open your calculator, like really do it, please. I want to show you something. Tim, take your phone, please. Everybody needs to see this for themselves, okay? So 1% of 35,000, what is that? Times what CSPA registrations are currently, what is that? Times 2 tunnels currently and 3 in the month of September, what is that? That's how much more money could be coming into the CSPA from the tunnel per year. And that's just with 2 tunnels, a third one coming up in September, and then the other one's coming in the next few years. You can't tell me that you don't want that. The third thing is, I don't know if you guys have actually talked to your jumpers and what they want. I've been sitting in the back. People have been texting me all day, and they're outraged by what is going on right now. They are telling me that they want, if we become a member, if we become a member of the CSPA as a club or whatever we want to call it, they're going to join us, and they're going to leave the drop zone because they want to go with the forward movement of indoor skydiving. So I don't know who has asked their jumpers what they want, but the community right now is strongly, strongly for this movement, and we're doing this for the community because they're paying a membership, and we should be representing them as voters because you get votes based on the number of members that you have jumping at your DZ, and you should be the voice of the community, and that's not what everybody's doing right now. And the fourth thing is, we were made recently aware that we could join the CSPA as a club, and we will gladly do so. That's it.
Thank you very much. Do I have anybody that wants to speak against again? Are we finished with the opposition? Are we finished with the opposition? Yes. Third call. We've closed off the opposition. Is there anything else to be added? Has anybody got anything they'd like to speak to that hasn't been already said? Edmonton Skydive.
Thank you, Debbie. I just want to address a few things that I've heard over the day. The member for Skydive Toronto told a very nice story. He started his remarks, and he talked about fourscore and 20, or I forget what he said, but a long time ago he saw skydiving. He thought it was You know, it moved him, and he told a nice story. Well, when I started skydiving, not quite as long ago, but still a long time ago, relative work was the new thing. For the younger people in the audience, that's what we called formation skydiving back then. And I thought that was pretty amazing. I watched that as a student because I was actually a student at the provincial championships. And at the end of the meet, a lot of the people that are here today were officiating at the meet, and they announced the overall champion of the meet. And the overall champion had nothing to do with the four-way teams that I watched. All it was the combination of the serious events, style and accuracy. And there were clearly people in the sport at that time that didn't consider relative work to be legitimately skydiving, that it was just some foolishness that the kids were doing. We've moved on from that, but in many ways we haven't. The new things come up and people go, well, I don't know what that is, wingsuit, that's not really free fall, you can't count that as free fall time, you kind of got a half a parachute out, or, you know, and we move on, and we've added a lot of things to skydiving. And so to suggest that because tunnel skydiving is different, that it isn't part of it, I don't see this argument much different than I saw the style and accuracy versus relative work argument of 35 years ago. Another comment that I heard was, and the member from Niagara, I believe, brought it up both times that he spoke, this talk of discriminating against some members. Having two kinds of members in a group is not an unusual situation. I know that on the board table, Izzy has the Cspa vote. Well, Cspa has three types of members in their organization. They have members. They have members from out of province who are not allowed to win medals. They have but they're still members. They have student members. And in fact, we actually have two kinds of members. We have student members. So when somebody comes to take a student, they are a different kind of member, and they don't have all the privileges that they get when they buy their second membership later on.
I need to speak to that.
That's wrong.
Actually.
Can we hold the comment
Well,
until he's done?
I may have spoken in error about Cspa. If I have, if I have, it's because it has changed since I was on the board. Because when I was on the board, there were absolutely three types of members. But you could correct me when I'm finished if that in fact is true. The other issue that's come up is the issue of liability. And they say, well, we're going to have minors competing. Does that open CSPA up to liability that we're not prepared to take on or we're not ready to take on? To which I say, generally, it's the operator and not the sanctioning body that gets sued. When you look at, you know, Hockey Canada and Soccer Canada and these things. But more importantly, if this is an issue for minors competing in tunnel, then it's a really big issue for the sanctioned 16 and 17-year-olds that we allow to take first jump courses and do tandems. And we have argued in this, not this physical room, but at these meetings, we have argued about whether to allow people between 16 and 18 to be students at CSPA. And this body has elected to allow it, even though many people don't, many individual drop zones don't. CSPA does allow that. And so we're already open to that. And I would suggest that we're a lot more open to liability from somebody skydiving than we are from somebody in a tunnel. The reason we are so adamant about keeping children out of our sport is because it isn't because you could die skydiving. It's because we know that some people are gonna die skydiving. You know, it's a fact of our sport that people predictably die every once in a while in our sport. That isn't true in tunnel flying. Okay, we don't expect anybody to die in tunnel flying. Doesn't mean it can't happen, just like it it can happen when you're skiing or playing hockey or doing a host of other activities, but it's not expected. And that's the real difference between parachuting and being in the tunnel. And so I think that the liability issues that are brought up really already exist, and so they're outside the scope of this argument, because if we're concerned about that, then we really need to worry about the liability argument for the junior tandem students and the junior first jump students. The only other thing I will say is the member from Niagara talked about things being unknown costs, and unknown, and you know, we don't know how it's going to work out. And he talked to, he said, you know, we're old, we're resistant to change. And it's like, that's why it's kind of sad that we've all got gray hair in the, you know, the people making the decisions here. Not everybody is, but the people speaking seem to be. And if we're, you know, if we're that, have that low a risk tolerance, it's a bit ironic because we are a skydiving organization, you know. And you're right in that we can't know all the ways that things are going to turn out if we go down this road. But we need to remember that this board is still going to authorize any money that gets spent. And if we don't want to authorize the money in a particular direction, we simply don't put it in the budget. And that's just the way that goes. We will well, in no way are we losing control of any fiscal abilities by accepting this. So I do think that we should accept the motion. I think it's the way forward. And I really feel that if we don't, we're going to find ourselves left behind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have been with Cspa for 5 years, no longer. Anyway, 7 years. So we have two actual types of members. Not that it's really here nor there. We have our regular members, so you pay your $20, you get your membership for the year, you get access to subsidies, funding, that kind of thing. And then we have associate members. So those are the little pamphlets that you get to fill out for those of you in Alberta when your people do tandems or first jump course, and we give you a little pamphlet. They get a free membership for a year. Doesn't really do anything. They don't, yeah. So, and we call them associate members. So if they come back and they go through AFF and they do all the things, they absolutely get access to all those benefits. The only thing that's different is, so out of province members, you can still come and compete at provincials, you can still come to our boogies, you can still do all the things. The only thing you can't get is access to the subsidy funding if you don't live in Alberta, and that's a government restriction. And the last thing, is the gear rental. So we give free gear rental to 21 and under. That is also for the government because that money is earmarked for youth programs. And since it's skydiving, the 18 to 21, those are basically our youths. Does that sort of clear it up? I know it has absolutely nothing to do with...
Except that these are the reasons why you discriminate against some of your members, as the member for Niagara told us this was a big problem. But the point is, you do discriminate against members from outside of Alberta. I'm not saying it's wrong, and I understand your reasons why, because you're compelled to, but it doesn't change the fact that, in fact, not all members are equal within that organization.
So you're
and that's not unusual in these organizations, that there are effectively different classes of members.
So you're actually speaking about two different types of organizations. So you're comparing apples to oranges, because Cspa is a provincially funded organization. Okay, so we get our money from the provincial government. We have to do what they say. CSPA is a national, so it's got different sets of rules in many cases. I know I'm splitting hairs. It's what I do. I was a paralegal for many years.
We're derailing this whole. So let's move back on track.
That was the only thing.
Thank you. I have Skydive Toronto. Are you asking a question because you've had your two presentation times? Okay, you haven't done it. Okay, I confused it with the questions. Okay, come on up.
I wasn't going to say anything anymore because I thought my colleague from Niagara Skydive was so eloquent and detailed in his argument why we should vote no. However, I feel that if there are people who are texting in and messaging and so forth about the position, I would like to offer some more explanation on why I am going to vote no. You know, Canada has been actually a powerhouse in the international scene of skydive competition. We've had champions and medalists in style and accuracy, in canopy formation, in canopy piloting, in formation skydiving, and most recently in wingsuiting. And of those disciplines, I can think only of one in which the tunnel makes a real difference. I do not oppose tunnel flying. I have the highest respect for their skills. And many of the jumpers at Skydive Toronto go to iFly. In fact, I tell them to go to iFly. I encourage them to better their free fall skills. Where I have a problem with this motion is that calls for the change in purpose of the association. If tunnel flying, if the activity of tunnel flying is so different, if you're arguing that it's so different, then they should have an association of their own. If you argue, I believe Alain said, well, if you film a four-way in free fall and you film a four-way in the tunnel, it looks like the same. So if tunnel flying is so similar to the real skydiving, then this motion is redundant. There's no need to change the purpose of the CSPA and dilute it and alter it. And that really is why I'm going to vote no. Okay? This motion is ill-proposed. It is uncalled for. The CSPA has done wonderful things for Canadian skydiving. And I respectfully ask my peers to protect what we have and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. It is 4:30. We have the room until 6 o'clock. I am going to ask, 3:30. Is there any other, yeah, I'm on Alberta time. Is there any other discussion for this motion? Is this your second time, Buzz?
It is.
Okay. Thank you, Buzz.
I have to take issue with something that my good friend behind me just said. He said we are changing the purpose. We are not. The original purpose is still there. What we are doing is enhancing the purpose as opposed to changing it, which is a very different concept, and I would ask you to think about that before you're voting. Thank you.
Thank you. This is going to be my last call for speakers. Does anybody have anything new to add to this? Is there any new information? Any new information? No more speakers? Are you adding something new, or are you asking a question? Go ahead. It's your second time.
Second time. Nina with Manitoba Sport Parachute Association. We have really freaking long winters, especially on the prairies. What a fantastic way to have an opportunity to compete in my favorite sport in a different way. yeah, that's about it. I love competition. We need more of it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try this again. Do I have any more speakers? Anybody else like to speak? Anybody else is in members that need to bring up voting members? Yeah, sorry, this is closed to just the voting members. Any more voting members would like to speak? Okay. I am going to now read the motion, and we're going to do the vote. What I'm going to ask before I do this is that to get this is going to be done by secret ballot. If you could line up in front of our wonderful executive director. She's going to check you off the list and give you your number of ballots. And then Judy's going to give you your ballots for voting. Tim? Because that was what we decided.
I think we're doing this to death, and the presenter.
Be it resolved that CSPA adopt indoor skydiving as a competition discipline, and to that end, amend the purpose of CSPA to include competition indoor skydiving, subject to approval from CRA, to change that indoor skydiving participants and tunnel activities be excluded from access to the defense and current team funds. Be it resolved that the new purpose of CSPA, subject to approval from CRA, read, the exclusive purpose of the corporation is to foster and govern amateur sport parachuting and competition indoor skydiving in Canada on a nationwide basis to the benefit of all the members and registered participants of the corporation. This has been moved by Edmonton Skydive, seconded by Parachute Voltige.
Are you sure that we need to vote this way? Because how else can people who have given instructions for their ballots to be cast be assured that the representative followed their instruction?
How about I just call the question? This is, I made this decision, but this is also, the membership can change my decision. I am here to serve you. They're questioning whether having a private vote is the way that we should proceed. So it was my decision, but if the membership is opposed for it, thumbs up?
Joe, you were given the proxy because they trusted you to do things the way they wanted. So I don't think that would be a question. Also, I believe a secret ballot in this case is warranted because some people might be intimidated by showing their vote if it's not the popular one.
Come on, look, there we go. We have Mike. Everybody get your raffle tickets out. Are we listening? Do we have our raffle tickets out? Raffle, yeah, hello, yeah. Raffle ticket number 945081. Again, that's 945081. No way, trouble. Look at that, there you go. Another prize that we have is for Canada CSPA t-shirt. And I won't show it to you because you can pick your own size according to you, whoever you are. I need another volunteer. Here, come here, Rob. Got one? All right, everybody have your ticket out? That is 945089. Yeah? 945089, come on down.
The results of the motion to adopt indoor skydiving, we had 63 votes. We required 42 for a majority. We had 38 for, 25 against, 0 abstentions. The motion is not carried.
Required.
Our next order of business is the presentation of the budget. I'll need the treasurer to come speak to the budget, please.
We'll wait for this. There we go. And if we could get this second worksheet, 2017-18 budget. So you know what you're looking at. What we have here is the first two columns are the actual numbers from the year ending November 30th, 15, and the year ending November 30th, 16. The column in blue is the budget for the year ending November 30th, 2017. That's the year that we're currently in. And the column in green is for the year, it's really preliminary at this stage, but it's for the year ending November 30th, 2018. So what we've done is, you can see, you've got the column, the first two columns show what the actual revenue was for 2 years past. These columns are the actual revenue. This is what we're estimating will be the income for Aero license fees in 2017. So Aero license fees, just to talk about that one briefly, don't really much matter because whatever comes in goes out. We collect $50 and then we pay $50 to get the sporting license. CAC is the Coaching Association of Canada funding. You can see that it's dropped because we're losing funding. We've estimated $3,000. Club affiliation fees, this is based on just everything staying the same. There's 14 clubs that are not schools that each pay $89 currently to be a member of CSPA. COP fees is the money that we collect, the $45 for when an A license or a solo certificate or so on is issued. So you can see we've had 46 then 41. So for budgeting purposes, we've conservatively estimated 40,500. It's the same with course rating fees. The number of courses that are held in any given year fluctuate a bit. So based on what we think might happen in the way of courses, that's what we've come up with that. Demo insurance fees are just the money that people pay to get the insurance for a demo. And again, it comes in, but mostly goes out to the insurance company. Miscellaneous income has been the sale of doodads, t-shirts, pins, that kind of thing. Individual affiliation fees are a big source of revenue. And you can see that they've been pretty constant in 2015, 2016, with a slight drop in numbers. So for budgeting purposes, we've assumed $281,400. If that number could change if we increase the number of members in the association. That doesn't come to pass. PIM, we don't sell manuals anymore. Rigor rating fees, for the rigor courses that have been held, CSPA's been collecting the money directly for the rigor courses and then paying the rigor instructors. That's different than most courses where the course facilitator is paid directly by the participants in the course. But with rigging, just as we were introducing the new system, we've collected the money and then we've paid the expenses associated with it. This is the team endowment fund that I talked about. That's made up of $5 per member. And so if we have 3,000 members, it's going to be $15,000. The current team is donations. That's people who, when they send in their $89 membership, tack on $12 for the team fund, or $100 or $200, whatever it might be. That money comes in and it's either designated just generally for the team, or it might be specific for, say, accuracy or for formation skydiving. And our donations were $8,300 in that year, $7,600. So we've assumed $7,500 for the purpose of this budget. Non-team fund donations is, what we have is some members who've generously donated a life insurance policy to the CSPA. CSPA owns the policy. The premium on that is $22,327 a year for that policy, and these people are donating the $23,000 each year to cover the cost of that life insurance policy that CSPA would be the beneficiary of eventually. WCP registrations, the World Parachuting Championships are only every 2 years, so there'll be none this year, and then there'll be a registration fee again in 2018. This is for school fees. So the Defense Fund, we're assuming that we'll get the same number of schools as we did in 2015 for the purposes of budgeting. Campaign advertising actually went up a little bit in 2016 as opposed to 2015. We're just estimating that's what it will be going forward. We actually have a handful of people who pay for a CSPA or for a Campera subscription, who are non-members who just pay for a subscription to the magazine. It's not a big source, but there's a little bit. Interest is, as I mentioned earlier, we have 3 savings accounts, or GICs, if you'd want to call them that. They're set up for the general fund, the team fund, and the legal defense fund, and that's the interest each of those earned in the year. So the operating account, we have a $400,000 surplus in the bank that sits in savings. It's generating $7,500. The legal defense fund has about $180,000 in it, and it generated $3,600 in interest. And the team fund account is going to generate about $8,200 in interest. And as I mentioned before, what happens is that just sits there, accumulates for 2 years, and then that money gets spent again in 2018. That's money that's used to support the teams. We have an anomaly here in the team fund interest because in 2015, a previous decision had been made to put the team fund money into a 3-year GIC that we couldn't access the interest from till the completion of 3 years. Rather than try to account for that over time, the entire amount that was paid for 3 years worth of interest was included in revenue in 2015, and then that money was spent in 2016 for the team. the numbers that you see there, what we're getting is 2% with the interest paid monthly, and the interest then is paid into the savings account, so we're compounding the interest on that. As we get to expenses, if we roll down, payroll is office staff, and that's just what we've paid. That's the actual amounts there. There was a slight increase voted for the office staff this year, so that's why that's gone up slightly. And then you can see what we've got here. So the Aero Club, we're expecting that. Awards, there's medals and trophies, that kind of thing. Bank charges and interest is what we pay on credit card discount, basically. We pay no service charges at the bank. Our accounts are service charge free, but processing credit cards, that's what that costs. We're just anticipating that, as Brian said, there's some upgrading that needs to be done to the office equipment, so we put a little bit in the budget for that. Courier and postage, about the same. Depreciation is a non-cash expense. It's just recording the aging of equipment. We bought a bunch of inventory in 2015, and we're not anticipating needing to buy any more this year or next year, or this year and maybe a little next year. The IPC delegation has had their budget cut, so it was that much, then that much, and it's this much for 2017. Membership liability insurance, we don't have the bill yet for this year. Might actually stay the same, might go down, might go up a little bit, so for budgeting purposes, we've assumed a slight increase. The life insurance is what I talked about before. So we have a donation made to the association that covers the cost of the life insurance, but that's what it costs. Miscellaneous expenses is odds and ends in the office. We have an insurance policy that covers officer, director liability. That's what it costs. We have a guy who comes in and cleans the office. That's what that costs. Office insurance is the liability insurance and loss, theft, fire, that kind of thing for the actual office. The permits and licenses is we pay $20 a year to maintain our corporate status. The travel and accommodation, permits and license, photocopy, we lease a photocopy machine and a postage meter machine. That's the cost of both of them, actually. Professional fees were legal fees, so that sport law consultation letter, and accounting fees. And the accounting fees are $7,500 of that this year. Rent's just office rent. Rigor course expenses are this, and the other side, you saw that we'd collected the money for running the rigor courses. That's what it costs to do. Sporting license, same thing. People pay us the money, and then we pay it out to the Aero Club of Canada to get the sporting licenses, paper, telephone, and internet. Translation is what it costs to have things translated. This is the staff. So when Judy and Michelle travel to the AGM or to the long-range planning meeting, they're not treated as a volunteer, they're staff, and that's what it's cost to have them travel from Ottawa to here, to the long-range planning meeting and so on. This is the committee expenses. Because we're running short of time, but if anybody wants to know, each one of these, this is made up of each of these individual items. So for instance, go to CNTC, please, just to pick one. The CNTC worksheet. No, so it's that worksheet, Brian, there you go. So for each of the committees, they've submitted their budget to us, and we've broken it down into the same types of headings that you see on the expense sheet. So the CNTC, it's the same thing. This is what they spent in 2015, this is what they spent in 2016, this is what this is what the board awarded them for 2017, for the year that we're currently in, and this is an estimate for the year going forward. And so you can see that comes to the CNTC is been budgeted to get $11,553. If we go back to the actual budget spreadsheet, what I've done is, you have to go up again. There you go. So what this is the accumulated total of all of the committees. So the committees have asked for in total, or we've approved a budget of $100,169. And we can give the details for each committee, as you'll see along the bottom. Competition expenses are in 2016. You can see that we had a payout from the team fund. That was the accumulated money in the team fund as of November 30th, 2015. It was all paid out for that. In addition, out of general revenue, we paid for national team uniform, and I forget what the miscellaneous competition was, but it was, I don't know, moving trophies or the scoring system or something like that. In 2017, what happens is we subsidize the Canadian nationals. That's how the teams for the 2018 World Meet are picked. So they budgeted $15,000. It's not a given, it's the drop zone, the entity that's awarded the nationals has to provide receipts to show that they've expended that kind of money, and it goes to things like the cost of judging or getting judges to the meet, that sort of thing. It's a maximum subsidy of $15,000. But then we don't subsidize the nationals in the year that there's a World Parachuting Championship, but we're anticipating by then that there'll be about $31,000 in the team fund for the 2018 teams. So if you're wondering how much money might be available to help your team in 2018, that's that number. And we've put in a number for team uniforms. Canberra, if we just go up a little bit, Brian. Those are the expenses with Canberra. They're pretty much a function of how many issues we publish. You publish 5 issues, it's X number of dollars. You do 4, it's this number of dollars. It's actually a little cheaper because we moved the printing to Alberta and the postage comes out of Alberta, so we only pay GST. When it was printed in Quebec and shipped from Quebec, we paid Quebec HST on things, so we actually save a few pennies because it's done out of Alberta now. This is just a wild guess. We put in that based on what's happened before. The Legal Defense Fund, the expenditures are just based on the number of claims made against it that are approved by the board. Some years there's been no claims or small claims. You know, we can hope that it'll be 0, but it could be right up to the maximum amount of money that's in the Legal Defense Fund, depending on circumstances. So those are expenses. So the overall budget predicts a deficit of $19,271, but if you break it down into the different funds, the team fund income we're expecting to be around $32,000 with no expenses because there's no expenses on it till 2018. The Legal Defense Fund, I've just, again, on a wild guess, have said, oh, we'll lose $500 in Legal Defense Fund this year. That number could be anything up to the entire amount in the legal defense fund, which is $183,000, or it could be zero. And then this is the one number that is our operating deficit. So you can see that in 2015, we actually did run a $50,000 deficit, but that had followed on a very profitable 2014, which was an 8-month year. This year, we actually, despite having budgeted a loss, we had a $20,000 surplus. If the money that we've sent there is actually expended that way and there's no increase in revenue or decrease in expenses, the general fund would have a $51,000 deficit for the year ending 2017. And then this is just, as I said, it's pretty preliminary at this stage, but it's to give the board some idea of guidance that if we continue expending things the way we are right now, with the revenue staying more or less the same, that's the kind of deficit that we might be looking at. So that's the budget the board's come up with. The committees can all tell you that they made when I did this little spreadsheet with the committee's original requests as opposed to what was awarded, the deficit was more like $150,000. So everybody's felt a little bit of, hasn't got all that they requested. So that's the budget that we have based on the revenue that we have now. I know that there's going to be some discussion later in the new business about perhaps changing the revenue numbers by increasing certain fees. But that's where we're at. Does anybody have any questions about this? Yes, Barry?
Yeah, the life insurance, so who's that for?
It's for the benefit of CSPA. So what happens is that life insurance is on the lives of 2 members of the association. They donated the policy to the association. In sometime in the far distant future, when they both pass on, it's a substantial payment to CSPA. The amount depends on how much far into the far distance future it is, but it's a very substantial donation to the association. Any other questions? Yes.
I have a quick question. I'm old enough to remember a number of fellow skydivers who had and still possess a lifetime CSPA membership.
Yes.
And that came from a point where the...
Oh, sorry.
Sure. I know a number of members over the years have had a lifetime CSPA membership, and I believe it was implemented at the time when CSPA was looking to increase its revenue stream, and I think it was at the time about a $1,500 expense, and it provided the member with a lifetime membership. You know, people being what they are in their lives getting on, some people don't participate any further, but you've got that moment of promise of lifetime membership. Wondered if the board's ever considered something like that to improve or increase or draw back some members back into the revenue stream.
We dropped having lifetime memberships because it proved to be a real money loser. So we have some people, not to point them with the little laser, for instance, who paid $250 for a lifetime membership a lifetime ago and are still there.
I hope he's not the one that's insured.
So I don't remember exactly, but I think at the time when that was done, the lifetime membership represented like 5 years of regular membership fees, 10 years of regular membership fee. And it was done because the association was broke, and this was a way to get some immediate money into the association. I don't remember when we stopped selling lifetime memberships, but it was a while ago. Anybody else have a question?
Overall, how are we looking?
Well, with this budget that we're proposing for this year and for tentatively for 2018, in the general fund, which is the one that really matters, the day-to-day operations of the association, the board is projecting a deficit of 51,000 and then 64,000. I mean, we're in the happy position of having sufficient reserves in the bank that we can cover that. But the hope is that we end up more like this, where despite having budgeted a deficit, we end up with a small surplus. And that can be done as we go through the years. The committees, for instance, have a travel budget, but if it turns out that they can economize by, the price of WestJet flights gets cheaper, or they change the venue so that there's less travel. I mean, everybody's conscious of the fact that we're short of dough in terms of this, and we expect the different committees will do their best to, even though they've been, say, awarded $11,000, if they can come in at $8,000, everybody will be happy. But this is for the purposes of planning. It also, it lets us know that if we don't change, that this is an unsustainable trajectory. We either have to cut down what CSPA does for its members, or we have to increase revenue. And that's, again, as I said, we're in the happy position of this isn't an urgent thing. We don't have to decide instantly, but that's not a sustainable trajectory. So I know that there will be some discussion coming up on on changing the revenue a little bit. The biggest thing that helps us is just increasing membership. And so if we went up another 500 members, then the budget more or less balances itself.
Any more questions for the treasurer?
We've been very conservative on the revenue side, so as not to get ahead of ourselves, and very liberal on the expense side. And the hope is over the course of the year, we'll cut down the expenses, increase the revenue.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for the treasurer? Before we go to approval of the budget, we have some results and feedback from surveys, ideas for revenue generation that have come from the membership and for promoting CSPA, and these have come from membership questionnaires. A discussion for insurance coverage before we move into new business. Michelle is taking the floor.
Ever so patiently, Brian. Thank you. Okay, so I sent all the members some surveys. I didn't get a whole lot of results, but at least the feedback that I did get was pretty warranted. I'm going to speed through this. This is just for information. What you guys choose to do in a vote in new business is totally up to you. Some of the ideas that came out: raise affiliation fees. We got suggestions anywhere from $90 to $100. Option 2, raise COPs and rating fees, or one or the other. Another idea that was referenced was to transfer $5 from the team fund that comes out of your $89 and roll that back into general revenue. I will say that when the athletes heard about that, they weren't happy, but as it is our job to produce every idea that comes to us, that was one of them. Raising membership fees, so the drop zone fees. There was some other comments to raise just the school fees and potentially lower the insurance and the defense fund fees. Another option was to have a tiered approach where smaller drop zones don't pay as much as larger drop zones. Sport Canada funding, I will put this out. I think we all know, we've mentioned it before, we are not eligible right now. It's not in the cards. When we have 5,000 skydivers, we can look into it again, but for now, not an option. Professional fundraisers comes at a cost, but that was mentioned. From one of the competitors, moving CP nationals to the US so that more drop zones would have the ability to host nationals, therefore the ones without swoop ponds. Another option was to every tandem fee, the drop zones put money back into CSPA. So they charge $1 or $2 extra per tandem. That money comes back to CSPA. Same idea for students. And the last one was to go digitally with Campera to get more advertisers. We're going to do this. That we are doing. Ned and Brian are totally all over that.
Can I make a suggestion that possibly we, on our homepage, add links to Pair Gear or Visual or whoever, and have them give a monthly portion of a certain number of dollars?
We had to get the new website to be able to do that, and that's something we still have to look if we can actually do, and then it comes to the board for approval. Can you go to the next one? Okay, the next survey that I asked was for people to give ideas about how CSPA can promote themselves. A few ideas that I got was that CSPA create posters to go to each drop zone about what the benefits were of being CSPA. I actually think we're going to use our current advertising budget to do this. So if you guys have, I think as DZOs, if we provided you with posters, would you put them up? Pretty easy if we do the work and we send them to you. Another one was for CSPA to give a budget to a representative to travel and go to events to promote CSPA. Working with drop zones to create custom wind blades with CSPA logos to put up on your drop zones. Another one was create media packages for when you guys host events that we endorse. And the last one was a news blast in Canberra that interviews jumpers and asks why they're affiliated with CSPA. So that would kind of go along the current biography that we have. The last one was an insurance survey. The reason that we did this was initially stirred by, hey, if we had a lower liability numbers than our policy, we could save money. But that wasn't the full reasoning behind doing the survey. The other reason was that a lot of people have told me that $3 million is just too much, and that they would be willing to go lower. These are not reflective answers because I only got 6 responses. So don't think that those are reflective of all the drop zones in Canada. My assumption is based on the fact that we haven't heard otherwise. I think we'll probably be sticking with 3 million unless something comes forward in new business. But for the 6 responses that I did get, that's how they came about. Okay, quickly before approval of the budget, the last item is the database. It was I tried to simplify the letter as much as possible with Brian in your membership packages. Where we're at now is CSPA has a database called FileMaker that records everything. Your CSPA numbers, your COPs, your ratings, your expiry dates, your address, your phone number, your everything. It does exactly what we need it to, but it was created by somebody who's no longer with us and did not leave a program or a document that explained how it was created and how it was programmed. And we have worked with an expert to try and create a new set of ratings for the riggers in the database. We are 1.5 years in and we are still not finished. I have a list of 7 other things that we have to put in the database, and we can't do them because we don't know how to program the system because everything is interconnected and we have no documents explaining how it's all interconnected. If we change one thing, we don't know what it's affecting somewhere else in the database. So we're at a point now where we need the membership to guide us on whether or not we can spend the money to get a completely new database so we can evolve. Just to give you an idea, like I said, 1.5 years, we still can't get the new rigger system in. We have new judges ratings that we are still not able to enter. We have a Coach 3 rating we can't enter. Competition development rating can't enter. Canberra, everyone wants to have it online, potentially save money, so we print less. We can't track it. So we can't say, hey, do you want online or PDF, because we can't track it to know how many numbers. And wingsuit as a discipline, we are not currently able to add it to the online portal. So if people want to donate to wingsuit, they have to come internally through the office to do it. So a lot of things, CSPA has produced some incredible things and we can't evolve because the system is static. So I guess the key thing is for you as a membership, when we come to new business, to look at whether or not we can move forward and take some money from the savings to get something that will work with us to evolve. If there's any specific questions, I'm going to bring Brian up to answer them because I do not do programming. Is there any questions on that?
Do we have an estimate as to how much it would cost for a completely new system?
Yeah, so in the letter that we sent you guys, we said it would be anywhere up to $50,000. We sent that as an extremely high number because we didn't know what we were looking at. As of right now, we've had one quote that's around $15,000, and we're still in talks with 2 other companies. The key is it's not going to be $1,000 or $2,000. This is a big project that's going to take a couple years to roll out and implement, but without it, we can't move forward. That's just for you guys to know. We are doing our best. We will try to find the cheapest company for what works with us, but that's kind of where we're at currently. 50,000 is an extremely high number, and we won't go that far. But that when we originally sent out the letter, we threw that in as a high. Any other? The cheapest quote based on what would work for us. We're actually in talk waiting for a company that does work with other national sport organizations. So we're partnering. We're looking at different databases based on what we need. It's not an easy process. Any other questions?
We have about 3,300 registered participants. Has anybody thought to throw it out there just to the registered participants to see if anybody from that crowd has the ability directly?
We threw it out to the members, and our hope was that if they knew somebody such as Brian and Rob Forbes, Rob was supposed to call me, and he hasn't yet. But like I said, we have kind of an RFP ready, so if you guys do know of people that may know it, please have them contact me, and we can look at it.
Come on, DZOs, come on, clubs, get your people involved.
Any other questions? Phil?
Just more of a complimenting thing. I've been range guy for the last 5 years, so I'm one of the heaviest sides of the guinea pig on the database. I've also been the guinea pig on construction databases that hodgepodge together. You don't want a nickel and dime this. So appreciate the sentiment, but it's got to be done by a professional, otherwise it will be a disaster. We actually are leading in terms of skydiving with what we do with our database, and full points for Ryan for maintaining a system that he did not create.
And just to show how awesome we are, USPA was jealous of our system when I showed it to them. Yeah. So any other, okay, we're going to move on, Debbie.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Be it resolved, the budget for 2016-2017 be accepted as presented. And B, be it resolved that the budget for 2017-2018 be presented as, or accepted as presented. That's because last year we deferred adopting the motion. The membership gave it back to us to allow for a year for Ian to get everything in. Okay, they're on one page, is that? One, two, okay. So let's do the first one then. Be it resolved that the budget for 2016-2017 be accepted as presented. Do I have anybody to move this motion? And do I have a second? Do I have anybody abstaining? Voltige? What? That's 3 votes? Okay, 3 votes.
3 against, or abstain?
Yeah, abstain. Do I have any against? The motion is carried.
And who motioned it? Who made the motion?
It was Parachute Montreal and ESC. Yeah. And the second part of it was, be it resolved that the budget for 2017-2018 be accepted as presented. Do I have somebody to move this? Thank you. Do I have a second? Oh. Okay, Kamloops Skydivers. Do I have any abstentions? Voltige? Thank you. Do I have any against? Motion is carried. All right, we have moved into our new business. I have received 5 motions from the floor.
May I add a motion to that?
Yes, you certainly may.
Liking it. Thank you. I like people that are prepared. Do I have anybody else that wants to bring up a motion at this time, or everybody's good with me rolling into it? All right. The first motion I've received is, be it resolved. Okay. Okay, I'll read it exactly as it's proposed. Be it resolved to have the authority for selection of indoor skydiving athletes to first category events, brackets, FCES, S's, FAI, be delegated to the iFly/SkyVenture Canada Group, Les Investissements SkyVenture Limité, in consultation with the CNTC and ratification from the board for 2017 and 2018. This has been moved by Chilliwack Skydivers, seconded by the Calgary Parachute Club. Do I have somebody to discuss this motion? Chilliwack Skydivers?
Yeah, just speaking to the motion, whether I'm in the motion about having them all join up and everything didn't pass, but we still need to address this because we have skydivers, we have members who are already members, who will compete at this meet. And we need a process CSPA has a selection process, but we have no authority over indoor skydiving. So we need a process, and our choice as a CNTC is to work with the professionals who already know how to do this. And we intend to follow through working with that. It is at no cost to the association. No economic cost, and the people who are prepared to do it are prepared to do it. So that's what we're asking for, and that's how we want to go forward with the selection for 2017, which is in Nouvelle Air, and 2018, which is in Bahrain.
Thank you, Barb. Alberta Skydivers?
Yes, I just think Debbie should look through the motions.
I have the motion.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that you look through the motions because I think you'll find there's duplicate efforts to try to accomplish.
I was just going to address that. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we start voting, I just wanted to say that we do have two motions that basically say the same, make the same motion. I took them and read them in the order to which I received them. Now, point of order, Buzz, could I ask a question? I have two similar motions. Do we have to move on one now that it's been read?
I believe so.
And then I will present the second one, and it can be withdrawn because it's basically duplicate. Is that the way?
I'm not sure if I understand it, it's not quite a duplicate. I would say that because they are slightly different.
Yep.
That you vote on one, but I think people should know about the other, just in case they prefer that.
Okay, so I'm going to read both of the motions then. I can do that? Thank you. Okay.
Point of order, can we move on the first one and then read the second one and rescind the first one?
He just said that we should read both of them, so I'm going to do that.
We can rescind the first, we should change that.
I'm going to read the second motion.
I do believe that as the presenter of this motion, I can amend it at any time. So in the fact that it is on the floor, or on red, you can add the additional information and I can choose to amend my motion.
Or if we read both of them, can the presenters of the two motions get together and come up with one motion that satisfies both? Okay, if Buzz, you said that's good motion. So the second one reads, be it resolved that CSPA endorse the World Championships in Indoor Skydiving to be held in Montreal in 2017. CSPA endorsed the team selected by the tunnel operator in Montreal as the team to represent Canada at the Montreal World Championships in Indoor Skydiving. This was moved by Alberta Skydivers, and it was seconded by Niagara Skydive Centre. Now, I can't speak to, they both to me say the same thing, so I'm going to need somebody who understands this to, Buzz?
As I understand it, the first motion covers both 2017 and 2018. The second motion is for 2017 only. So that's what I heard. That's the significant difference.
Okay.
One's for 2 years altogether, and one's for 1 year.
That's the way I read it. One's for the tunnel side, one's for...
It's the same thing. iVentures, iFly, Sky Ventures, so it's both. If you believe this is a significant difference in the two, Barb, you want to speak?
Except for the 1 or 2 years, to me, it's pretty much the same. The reason that we chose 2 years is because we work on 2-year cycles anyway in the CNTC, and we want to see how it plays out when we are looking at doing this, how it's best done for the future, because indoor skydiving isn't going away. And we would like to work with the tunnel officially and see how it works out, how their plan works out, how it works out with our policies and procedures and everything. So we would actually like to have it for 2 years, because 2017 is well in the works. I know it's just the beginning for most people, but it's not for us. So that's why I want 2 years. If you don't want 2 years, we can live with it.
And Niagara Skydive and Alberta Skydivers, are you opposed to having a 2-year selection process?
I set it up for 1 year because that's what I know about. That's what's on the table, and I don't know what's even possibly planned for 2018. I wanted CSPA to show that we support the activity that's going to take place in Montreal this year, given the results of the special motion, without committing ourselves to anything in particular going forward. We may develop a whole new approach to dealing with this, but we deal with 2017 in the upcoming meet by showing that we support and endorse it. And then we'll work out a procedure or not, or deal with 2018 as we have more information.
Okay, so I think I'm going to read this then as two. I have somebody else that wants to speak to it. Niagara Skydive.
I'd just like to address our motion. I support this motion that you presented because I too wanted to show our support of the wind tunnel. I believe that it's a great training aid. One of the reasons I thought 1 year would be good, excuse me, is I think we should come up with a permanent solution. We should come up with a way that we can deal with the requirements of the tunnel and protect the interests of the association. Right now, it is fresh in everybody's mind and everyone is very passionate about it. And it might be a good time for us to harness that energy and put together a long-term plan that will resolve this issue for the tunnel.
Thank you.
We respect that opinion, but in consultation with the players that are doing this, they definitely feel they need a 2-year cycle to make the plans and everything else. The players say people who are going to do the work, both sides of it, the people who are knowledgeable about CSPA and people who are knowledgeable about the tunnel, we all, not both, it's more than two, we all feel we need the 2-year cycle. And because it takes time you get a plan, you think it's okay, you test it out and you go, no, that doesn't quite work, we want to try this next year. And in 2 years' time, lots of things will have moved on, but we need some kind of commitment to spend the time, as do people who are knowledgeable at the CSPA and the town people. We need that commitment.
Thank you. Cspa? Oh, I've just recognized Cspa. You'll be next.
Hi. I'll be quick. I just wanted to comment as for the 1-year thing. So if there's a tunnel competition that happens, say, next January of 2018, before our AGM, we will not be able to support that if we only vote the 1 year. There's no competitions in January? Oh, am I wrong in my Yeah, competitions in general. So if we only vote 1 year, then that's only for 2017. So if there's a competition in 2018 before the AGM, we wouldn't be able to support it if we only voted for 2017. I'm on your side, Barb.
I've got Melanie. Sorry. Do you want to come up? It's easier. I can't. That's good. See people when they're standing. It's easier. Thank you.
People that are putting the proposal forward to define what support and endorse means.
May I have Barb? He wants to know how CSPA supports it.
Simply with it. No money, no extra work from anybody that isn't already committed to doing it.
It's basically a letterhead, isn't it, that says that CSPA supports the...
Yeah. You know, you don't just snap your fingers and send a team. There's a lot of planning, there's a lot of money, not coming from CSPA, that goes into doing this. And to have the commitment of the people who are willing to work towards it, everybody says, those people who are willing to do work need a 2-year plan. I said, can't you just do it in a month? And they said no. So we're committed, and we're committed to finding a solution that's happy for everybody. And so the people willing to work say that's one of the things they need. We're not asking for money. We're not asking for anybody else to step up and do any work. We're just committed to making it right. And probably, we don't know when the AGM is going to be next year. And we don't know when the selection process will actually happen. It might be January, February, it might be April. We don't know yet. But we need to know that whatever we do,
I think we have your understanding. That I think I've got it. I've got, for speaking order, I have Phil, and then I have Buzz.
So I'm wearing many hats when I do this, but then I'm very thankful for both motions and all parties who are back in the motion for putting this forward. The motion put together by Barb is the stronger motion, especially since she is the expert, and she's also the one who has to implement. And she's given this a lot of thought, so I personally think that is the stronger motion.
Thank you. Buzz?
I just want to clarify one thing about the 2-year motion. There is the World Championships in Montreal in 2017, and in 2018, IPC has already sanctioned the Indoor World Cup in the Kingdom of Bahrain. So the 2-year cycle from an IPC perspective is set, and that's why I would hope that you will support the CNTC proposal of the 2-year cycle. That's the one that makes most sense.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask if the Alberta Skydivers and Niagara Skydive, after hearing the arguments, would like to withdraw yours, and we'll move to motion the first one.
Sure.
Thank you. Be it resolved to have the authority for selection of indoor skydiving athletes to first category events, FCES's FAA, be delegated to the iFly SkyVenture Canada Group, Les Investissements SkyVenture Limité, in consultation with the CNTC and ratification from the BOD for 27 and 2018, moved by Skydive Chilliwack, seconded by Calgary Parachute Club. And at this point, I'm going to ask for abstentions. 2017 and 2018, sorry. Any abstentions? Any against? Went over the cord. The motion is passed. Thank you. The next motion from the floor. Be it resolved that the non-school club membership fee be increased from $89 to $275. This has been moved by Alberta Skydivers and seconded by Niagara Skydive Centre. Would you like to speak to this motion?
big revenue generator. It'll bring in an extra $1,000 or so. But more importantly, it makes it fair that the club that gets a vote at this meeting pays the same amount as the basic school fee or drop-out fee to the other members that get to vote at this meeting. It's just putting them on the same playing field.
Thank you.
I'm getting a great deal, and I'm underpaying for the services that I'm taking advantage of. So I think you should raise the price of what I pay.
Thank you. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this motion? Is there nobody else that would like to speak on this motion? Oh, dissenters.
The difference between the schools and a club is, of course, the liability and the insurances and defense funds, etc. I think that in order to get the RPs and people involved in the organization, to allow people to build a club and have interested RPs involved, I think it should be a reasonable price and left at $89.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak to this?
The clubs that are not schools, who don't own drop zones or don't even train students, some of us don't do that, I think maybe on equal financial footing is kind of a lot. I mean, I don't care, I'll pay it for our club, but I think that we always want to encourage members, like Brian suggests, of RPs forming together and being active and making a club. You don't want to make it out of reach for people. $99, $105, you know, that's not outrageous in this day and age. It's 2 pieces of beer, isn't it? But $275, maybe not, because our club will never access your other things that you do for schools. We won't. We're only experienced skydivers. So I think maybe $275. I'm for an increase, but not when we're not going to ever access those things.
Thank you, Barb. Alberta Skydivers.
Just so it's clear, a school that opts in for the legal defense, that opts in for insurance in the legal defense fund ends up paying $1,250. It's not $275. The $275 is just for basic membership and the right to vote at this meeting. The legal defense fund and insurance fund cost extra, and the total that a school pays is $1,250, not $275.
Thank you. Did Okanagan want to speak? Or nope. Okay.
So the schools will absolutely not get anything more than the average club would get. Is that true? The board should know that.
I'm sorry?
Is that true? The board should know that. It would be exactly
Should
the
know.
same for
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
The club paying more would have exactly the same rights as the school.
No, you would, yes, you would actually have the same rights as the basic school membership. The schools pay $275, and all they get for that $275 is the right to vote. For anything else that they get from CSPA, they pay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Kanina?
Just wanting to make sure that PSOs would be excluded from this motion, and we would remain at the $89 mark.
I have an online question. Oh, sorry, Kanina. I just blanked on that. Can you repeat your question?
It's okay, the audience sort of answered for me. No, I asked if PSOs would be excluded from, provincial sport organizations would be excluded from that motion. They answered no, we wouldn't be excluded. We would also be paying the $275.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Kanina.
They withdrew their comment.
The comment's been withdrawn from the virtual voter. Is there any other discussion on this motion? No other discussion?
It's not a question, it's part of my, can I rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
I would be against, because especially for as a PSO, We only get $3,500 a year in funding, so it'd take a large chunk out of our funding initiative, and we have a very small membership as it is, so it would not be beneficial for us in any sort of way. It would actually financially hurt us as a PSO for managed transport parachutes.
Aspa?
Just speaking on behalf of ASPA, which is also a PSO, it would hurt us as well. We don't get a whole lot of money either.
Is there any other discussion on this? Dissenters?
As much as Barb mentions that the school, straight up school, doesn't receive anything more than just a club, the advantage that they do have is as their students are being trained, they become members, and they do get the insurance and coverage of their membership, RPs. So if I'm a school, if I'm not mistaken, if I had a school, even its basic membership, I get the 6 months membership fee for any new students I trained, and that RP has all the insurances and benefit of CSPA.
I'm sorry, am I the only one that's not? I'm kind of,
All right, let me try it again. If I own a school, basic membership at $275, as I train my students are entitled to getting a 6 month, 10 jump membership.
no, that's extra.
That's $750 extra.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, because I'm going. Is there any more discussion on this motion? No more discussion? And I will read the motion one more time. Be it resolved that the non-school club membership fee be increased from $89 to $275. Moved by Alberta Skydivers, seconded by Niagara Skydive Center. Do I have any abstentions? Can we? 3, 5, is that all the abstentions? Voltige, so 3, 5, and 3. Do I have any against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that, can somebody verify the count? Judy, can you verify the count?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13.
13? 13 against? Let's call the force. How many people are for it? Okay. 3. Oh, where's your voting card? What's a 1? Get your voting card up, Rick. Buzz, can you raise yours again? Oh, I think we have a... Judy, can you verify the vote, please?
37.
Joe, how many votes do you have out there?
7. It's a pass, but we're being record keeping here.
I get 25.
You got 25 for?
I got 37.
We got 37.
Oh, I didn't count. See, I got 1,
8, 10, 11, 14, 15, 17, 18, 20, 31, 34.
Let's do 31. Sounds good to me. So 31 for
13 against.
13 against,
11
11
abstained.
abstained, so it's carried.
So I think it was 44, 55 votes.
Some people have left the room.
Anyways, it doesn't matter, it's carried.
Carried. Okay. The next order, or the next one is, be it resolved that the CSPA allow the tandem jumps for 16 and 17-year-olds without penalty as per PIM 1. This is moved by Skydive Toronto and seconded by Skydive Wasaga Beach. Joe, would you like to speak to this?
Madam President, I'd like to make a request. Can we push that one back and put that one forward, please?
Like, back to the back?
No. I mean, just behind that one, because I believe the other one is going to have more discussion.
So the two motions that you gave me, this is, you want the other one read first?
Would you please?
Yes. I will withdraw that one. The motion is, be it resolved that CSPA allow the use of AFF-rated instructors without penalty, provided that these are from an FAI-affiliated association. Joe, would you like to speak to that? That's moved by Skydive Toronto and seconded by Niagara Skydive Centre.
I'd like to deal with a little bit of history concerning this matter. I run a business. I need instructors for a business. So the search for competent instructors, competent, skilled instructors, is a continuing effort by all parachute centers. In 2011, at the HM in Moncton, a motion was passed, heavily supported, to allow foreign instructors. It was a very broad motion. And that motion was passed. It was never carried out. And for the past 4 years, from 2011 to 2015, we followed the CSPA requirements to the T. We used only PFF instructors to our own detriment. We did not have enough PFF instructors. And there was only 1 or 2 PFF course conductors across the country. In 2016, but by the way, we had AFF instructors with thousands of skydives. Now, can you imagine this? These guys had 3,500 jumps, 2,000 jumps, 4,000 jumps. And I wouldn't allow them to do AFF jumps. So finally in 2016, I said enough, our customers got to come first. Service always comes first. And we reluctantly, but we fully embraced our AFF instructors and used them. It wasn't for lack of trying the converting process, but these instructors are proud men. We're all proud. They have thousands of skydives. Some of them said, I've had past history with the CSPA. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do the conversion. Others said, hey, I took a course in the land where this AFF process, this way of training came from. And now you expect me to convert? I won't do it. And then there were other reasons, whatever. Some were emotional. Well, you know how things are. And then after I started using AFF instructors, of course, I've been going to the nationals and so forth, I discovered that most of the country, most of the Canadian drop zones in Canada right now uses AFF instructors. So if CSPA wants to endear itself to all of these drop zones out there, this is the motion to pass. Okay. I do not see a downside to allowing AFF instructors access to the Canadian market. Every drop zone is run by a drop zone operator who is concerned about safety, concerned about making his students looked after, about supplying service. It will always be that way. And therefore, I ask that you think about this development, and allow the use of AFF instructors at Canadian drop zones affiliated with the CSPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Perry?
As to the motion that was passed in 2011, a procedure was written on how to convert, and that's been in place for years. Right? Drop zones, when they ask the question, they get the answer how to use the process. When a drop zone chooses not to follow the process, that is their commercial decision. When CFs go in to run a PFF course, and there's people who can convert, who choose not to convert, that is their choice. I've gone out to the USPA on how their conversion process works. The Brits, the Australians, they all follow a similar process. If I go to the States to work as an EFF instructor, I have to follow their conversion process. Same if I go to the Brits, the same if I go to the Australians. Again, the businesses can make their business decisions. And if they choose not to have staff convert, that is their business decision. And it comes with the risks that come with it. So the process is there. Joe, what you do on your drop zone is what you do on your drop zone. The same with everybody else who has a drop zone in this room.
Thank you. Sorry, Brian was next, and then it'll be Niagara Skydive.
Your resolution needs clarification. These AFF instructors that you want to use without penalty, are they going to become CSPA RPs?
Absolutely.
So that was just basically a
Yeah.
question. Okay, then Niagara Skydive. Thank you.
I'm a businessman. I run a drop zone the same as Joe. Staffing is one of my largest challenges that I have. In 2011, there was a motion put forward.
Tim, can you get closer?
The motion passed overwhelmingly. At the time, the board decided not to do what the members asked them to do. The excuse we were given was that the insurance company prohibited us from doing it. That actually wasn't accurate because we asked the question earlier today. At the same time, we put forth if the insurance company prohibited it from happening, what happened in the scenario of tandems? Because a tandem rating was a foreign rating. At that time, everything went silent for a period of time, and the PIM-1 manual was amended to allow tandems to take place, and then once again, they claimed that the insurance company prohibited us from doing that. I asked one of the board members not too long ago if that position had changed, because as I travel around and go to other drop zones, some of my, I don't want to call them competitors, but some of my contemporaries were using AFF rated instructors, and they were under the belief that they did not have access to the defense fund, but they did have access to the insurance. We asked that question again today, and it seems like we don't have the answer. Every single drop zone in Ontario, perhaps with the exception of Bob, because he doesn't do PFF, use AFF instructors. They are all doing that under the belief that they have insurance coverage. If we have insurance company coverage, Niagara Skydive will rejoin the association. If we don't, I'm wasting my money. I'm wasting my money because I am paying for an insurance policy that will not pay off in the unlikely event of an incident. I bring in foreign temporary workers because staffing is very difficult in a 7-day-a-week operation. So every year, I go through a very arduous process of applying to the government to bring in temporary foreign workers. These people come into the country, and they're only allowed into the country if they have the qualifications that are required for the job. Often they're coming into the country, and what they have is an AFF rating, not a PFF rating, because an AFF rating is internationally recognized. If you have an AFF rating, which I actually have, I can go to any country in the world, and they will allow me to do AFF jumps. Mr. Phil here, sorry, Phil had said that the USPA will not allow CSPA to, or PFF instructors to perform PFF jumps at their drop zones. They have to convert. I'm sorry, but that's not accurate. Mr. Prevost is in Zephyr Hills right now doing PFF jumps with a bunch of students with PFF ratings.
Are they Canadian?
Yes.
Canadians.
They are doing PFF jumps out of American airplanes on American soil, and the operator is allowing them to do it. This is an issue of staffing. Every single drop zone in Ontario is using AFF instructors. This bit of information that we found out today may be a deal breaker, because all of them now are breaking the BSRs and will not have insurance coverage. I think it's time we move forward and we give the drop zone owners the ability to go out, hire staff, and provide good service to their customers.
So point of clarification is, I have this, what I said in writing from my equivalents from the USPA, the British PAA, the British Parachute Association of Colleges, and the Australians. Certain drop zones will allow Canadian schools to operate a satellite school on their location, which is what is happening in Zephyr Hills, and I've seen it happen in other places. But that's their arrangement with that commercial operation, apples and oranges.
Alain?
Yes, I just want to make a comment on behalf of Mario Prévost. First of all, Mario Prévost indeed was in ZL. He was training Canadian military. He's a Canadian, and he was paid in Canada by the National Defense. And he's using equipment in the US, which is totally different.
Thank you. Danny?
More question on this process and the way the resolution is worded. Can we change a BSR, in this case, BSR 2.8 specifically states it has to be a CSPA-rated instructor. Can we make that change through this resolution?
The membership has the right to make motions to change BSRs. More discussion? I've got BC Skydive North.
I just have one question. Why do we have such a shortage of instructors? Is it because it's next to impossible to get an instructor's rating because of all the red tape?
I have, Phil, you gonna rebut? Okay.
I think Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss, Joe, were you still speaking, or is? You're next? Okay, sorry, Phil, we'll take Joe. Thank you.
This motion has no intent to defy the instructor system of the CSPA. In fact, Skydive Toronto has scheduled a PFF course in June. However, despite that course and the 25 after jumps, contact jumps, it would take some time for those people to become rated. And even then, we will still be short. So this is about finding enough instructors. And why should we not use instructors who have thousands of skydives with a rating that has been established in the land where AFF began? It's like water flowing downhill. You cannot stop commerce. There's going to be a new drop zone in Ontario this summer. They've already contacted me to lease my aircraft. And I encouraged them to join CSPA. And they're not going to. They said, we're going to join USPA. It's easier for us to do business with USPA. And I just want to share that little piece with you. And how you've got to see the trend here. Over half of the drop zones in Canada use AFF instructors. They have to do what they have to do. And if CSPA is going to continue to make a difference, and I want CSPA to succeed, this is what I advise you to do.
Hi, can we have the talking in the back, please? It's a little distracting. Thank you.
So as I said in my report, I've gone out to all schools, all chief instructors for feedback on the CSP rating system, making sure they understood the changes we've made over the last several years, cleared up some misconceptions, and have asked me for feedback on changes they need to see or would like to see. We have increased the pool of PFFIs. We have 2 more in the pipeline. With support from the drop zones, we have courses. But I'll tell you this, a lot of the CF who are trying to arrange PFF courses, it is like pulling teeth. Leadership starts from the top. So the drop zones are having challenges with instructors. Have a look at what you're doing. And we can certainly carry this on afterwards, right? Some drop zones ask a lot of questions, others run silent. But have a look at the reason why you're having problems with instructors. Okay? Now that again, you are your own commercial businesses, and this is an HR issue. We've streamlined the pathway to PFFI in response to comments from the industry. We also want to make sure we're not watering down the PFFI instructor. Again, as per previous, some of the challenges we see with people coming out of the USP system is problematic. Again, if I go to the USPA to do AFF, I have to convert. I have to do challenge jumps. And there's no difference in how many PFF jumps I've done. These are the hoops I have to go through if I go that route. So if you choose not to have your AFF instructors do that conversion, that is your choice. But it comes with the risks that go with it.
Gord?
Yeah, actually, Phil, I got a question. Can you explain to everybody what exactly is the current conversion process from AFF to PFF?
Sure. They make contact. We set them up with PFF. It says CF who is a PFF instructor can do the conversion. Right? They do 2 jumps, basically the 2 one-on-ones, the jumps from hell from the PFF course to prove that they can actually do it. Right? 2-on-1s is a different level of complexity than 1-on-1s, especially when that person goes fetal. So prove that you can do that. Right? And from a risk management point of view, if you have somebody who can't do it, it's a lot better if they do it with an evaluator versus a student.
Is that it?
So it's only 2 jumps. It's just 2 jumps.
2 jumps.
Bill, how many of those properly rated CFs do you have?
No. There's not a CF who is rated PFFI. Any course facilitator who is a PFFI. And on top of my head, there's at least a dozen.
So,
Oh, wait, so-
clarification on that. 2 jumps. I thought it was also, they had to have so many jumps in Canada, or is that
Yeah,
on?
like it's the process, like there's got to be, if I remember rightly, it's 50 jumps or whatever outside of Canada to do it.
The PFF or AFF instructor has to have 50 jumps to get a check.
Ian? Can you get up and speak, please? We can't hear you.
It's finished.
If you had a question that the discussion would benefit, it would be good if you could be at the, thanks.
I was just curious, I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable that a person has some minimum qualifications, so he has a rating of 50 jumps, and that he can challenge, especially if there's enough people that the challenge can be arranged in an expeditious manner. But there's some confusion about where the 50 jumps take place. Who cares where they take place? I mean, if they've got 50 jumps, they've got 50 jumps.
Tim?
If you're American and you come to Canada and you have a driver's license, you can drive a car. If you're an American pilot and you come to Canada, you can fly an airplane. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can, just not commercially. Yes, you can.
I'm a pilot. I have an American pilot's license, and I have an American pilot's license. Can't do it commercially, but you can do it privately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there's a difference. This is a 6-year-old issue. We're struggling with the same things now that we were struggling 6 years ago. With all due respect, the CWC has had 6 years to solve this problem, and the problem is not solved. This motion has nothing to do with conversion. This motion has to do with allowing AFF instructors to jump in Canada. You make it sound very easy to convert. It's not easy. What you need is you need a course facilitator who has a PFF rating that will do it. In Ontario, we have one. And he refuses to do it because it says in the PIPs that he has to be trained in accordance with his rating, and he has not been trained as a PFF course facilitator. So Scott, who is the only PFF instructor out there right now in Ontario, refuses to do it because he does not believe that he's been properly trained. So though it sounds very easy to come out to the drop zone and do 2 jumps, it's not easy at all.
Phil?
There are at least 2 other CFs in Ontario with PFFI. And again, Tim, if you have a problem, bring it to my attention and I can help with the solution. Okay? This is a sport of strong personalities. This is a room full of strong personalities. Bring it to our attention so we can help you with your problem.
We brought the problem to your attention in 2011, and you have not done a single thing about it.
I've been on the committee since 2012, and I've never had a question from you on this.
Is there any more discussion for this motion? No more discussion? Be it resolved that CSPA allow the use of AFF-rated instructors without penalty, provided that these are from an FAI-affiliated association. Moved by Skydive Toronto, seconded by Niagara Skydive. Do I have any abstentions? Do you want to start writing? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13? 13 oh, you're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? Any other? That's abstentions? Thank you. Do I have any against?
Twenty-seven.
27? Okay. And can I see the fours, please? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
It's not carried.
13 for, 27 against, 18 abstained. The motion is defeated. The next motion, be it resolved that CSPA allow the tandem jumps for 16 and 17-year-olds without penalty as per PIM 1. Moved by Skydive Toronto and seconded by Skydive Wasaga Beach. Joe, did you want to speak to this one?
Was I ever shocked this past summer when I got some correspondence from the CSPA concerning this issue? PIM 1 says the minimum age for skydiving in Canada, according to the association, is 16. And then I was informed that if I train 16 and 17-year-olds, that the defense fund would not apply. Access to the insurance coverage would still apply, but not to the defense fund. I said, what the heck? I don't understand this part. There are many drop zones in Canada that take minors for skydiving. And to use the reason that we're not following the manufacturer's instructions, the manufacturer, bless them, is American. In Canada, we follow Canadian rules. I mean, of course, we use their procedures, or we exceed their procedures. But I thought we're on Canadian soil. My drop zone is on Canadian soil. And we should use the Canadian rules. So I don't understand why we're being penalized for taking minors, 16 and 17-year-old, when PIM1 says that's the minimum age for skydiving.
May I speak to this? Right now, this is two motions that have come, and then you're asking people to vote on, that are both, the reason they don't pass is they're breaking BSRs. The BSR, student BSR for tandem states that tandems have to be conducted in accordance with the manufacturer's rules and recommendations. And as a member, CSPA has been running, these are your rules and regulations, and you want to break them. And that's why Defense Fund is not being given when you're breaking BSRs. The membership has asked the board to have a set of BSRs that allow for safe operations of skydive centers. These BSRs were made by the membership. You have charged the board with keeping the association running. So now you're putting motions forward that are asking the membership to break the BSRs that you have put in place. So Defense Fund hinges on following the BSRs. You, as the membership, have put these BSRs in place. So why, whenever is a motion coming forward asking to break a BSR? I'm trying to get to that without actually having to say it. I think it's quite evident that the membership is driving this bus. And if the membership is not going to get behind the wheel, then why do we get these motions? The board is not the people. We are doing your will. We are here to do the will of the membership. So that's my rant. I'm sorry I ranted.
I'm not. Do you want to withdraw this and do it again?
Madam President, I respect your opinion. However, there is now ambiguity in PIM1. Because PIM1 says that the minimum age for skydiving is 16. I'm simply following that allowance. And you quote the BSR as following the manufacturer's instructions, which is at odds with the CSPA position in PIM1. So you have a documentary ambiguous situation. Might I offer to suggest altering my motion to changing the BSR so that what I'm suggesting is not in contravention of that BSR?
Joe, the board didn't write the BSR. The membership approved the BSR. You are in control of this bus. Oh, urgently? Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, 2 points. Joe, can you please tell me in PIM1 where it says 16? Because I read that thing every day and it says age of majority.
It's the following one. It says that if drop zone owner, or if schools choose to accept.
I can read it. In the event of a person under the legal age of majority is accepted for training, CSPA recommends that written parental consent be obtained. The age of 16 is not referenced. So unless I'm missing something, can you tell me? My second point was to your talk about the tandem manufacturers not really having a say what happens in Canada. I can say after the Go Skydive accident that happened last summer, they were very much involved, and so was the government. They flew out here to be part of the investigation, and the government very much cared. The tandem manufacturers, whatever happens in Canada, we are on their radar now. And as a result of that accident, that definitely, that moving forward, they're on our radar.
Thank you, Michelle, for the information. I'm going to take that into consideration. But I have traveled the breadth of this country, attending competitions and AGMs like this. And you know, there are some drop zones in Canada, and I'll point out the province of Quebec, that takes tandems as young as 13. So how do you equate this situation when some of the largest parachute centers in Canada take tandems at 13 and 14 years old?
Niagara Skydive. And then Edmonton. Sorry, Andrew, I didn't see your hand there.
I'm a strong drop zone, and I'm a strong tandem examiner, and the manufacturer is very clear. They will not support anybody that is doing a tandem with anybody that is under the age of 18. They have made it so clear that they said in the event of an incident, if your tandem passenger is under the age of 18, not only will they not defend you, they will help prosecute you. Phil has used a term a couple of times, manage your risk, or what you saying? Risk management. Yeah, risk management. I think this scenario here is risk management. If you choose to allow 13-year-olds or 12-year-olds or 16-year-olds to do a tandem skydive, the manufacturer will not stand behind you. You have to manage your risk.
Thank you, Andrew.
The member from Skydive Toronto talked about a conflict between these two ages. I'd just like to point out that there's no conflict whatsoever when presented by two regulations that have different standards. You're obliged to comply with the tougher one.
Thank you. Phil, did you have a hand up, or you're good? Thank you. What? This will be the last one?
Yes. I'm going to withdraw that motion. Okay.
Thank you.
And end this discussion. There's other business at hand.
Thank you. The next motion is, be it resolved that we modify our minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open body of water from 1 kilometer to 500 meters. The USPA's regulation is only 50 meters. 500 is much more in line with the ram air parachutes we are using today, which we use today. This is proposed by, are you Victoria Skydivers? Capital City Skydivers, and it is seconded by Kamloops Skydivers. Would you like to speak to your motion? Oh, sorry, read it again. The motion is, be it resolved that we modify our minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open body of water from 1 kilometer to 500 meters. The USPA's regulation is only 50 meters. 500 meters is much more in line with the ram air parachutes we use today. Motioned by Capital City and seconded by Kamloops.
Thanks, Debbie. So I think it's pretty straightforward what I'm asking for there. I think that rule is very out of date. It was based on round parachute technology. As USPA shows, their clearance is 50 meters. We're, 20 times that right now? So full disclosure, that affects our drop zone directly. We are within 800 meters of an open body of water, so we're required on all our jumps, tandem, student, experienced, to wear life preservers. So this would save us significant hassle. But I feel it's a pretty valid update to our rules as well. And everyone should know that is a BSR. So we'd be asking to modify the BSRs in this case.
Thank you. Edmonton Skydive Center? And it'll go Edmonton Skydive Center, Phil and Steve.
I would like to contradict the statement that BSR was written with round parachutes in mind, because I wrote that BSR. When I wrote it, we were modifying it from a mile to a kilometer, and the argument we made was the old rule was made for rounds, but now that we have round hairs, we can bring it down to a kilometer. One of the things that has changed between then and now is the price of flotation devices has actually fallen, and they've become quite compact and very easy to hand out. I don't think that giving your students a little clip-on thing to carry really is that big of a deal. However, a student in a real body of water, I don't mean a pond, but a body of water which they're over their head, or they have some moving water with a parachute over their, settling over them, I think is a very, very sketchy situation, particularly a first or second jump student. I don't think that the 1 kilometer rule is really all that onerous. I would suggest that we vote against this motion.
The speaking order is then Phil, and then Steve, and then Gord.
It's unfortunate that there's no chair here for the Technical Safety Committee, because this would be an appropriate one for them to speak to. What I would suggest, though, is that they are the experts, that if anything, the motion would be that this particular thing be directed to the TSE for review, discussion, and report back to the membership. Because, like, I've been dealing with students for a lot of years, and sometimes students do very interesting things. So, but I think this should not be decided in this forum. It should be directed to the committee for reflection and report back.
That answered part of what I was after, but my biggest question is, what is the exact definition of known value water? Because that would help with knowing and coming up with a solution.
I actually have answers to that.
Okay, do you want to answer that question, then Gord, then?
I actually had asked that exact question of Rob McNeil. I'm not sure if he's still on the TSC, but his answer at the time was, open water is any body of water that poses a potential safety risk to a jumper because of its size, depth, or both, and would require some form of a rescue in the event that they landed into it.
Perfect. So by definition, that could be a swimming pool. Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm on the island as well with the guys at Capital City, and we've been talking about this a lot. And so a couple of months ago, in the expectation that this might be coming up as a topic, I asked Michelle to contact her USPA counterpart, the executive director for USPA, about what their history is and what's going on with them, because obviously they have larger jump numbers, and it's a chance for us to get some quality information. This is the email that she got back from him, because as Mike said, they're only 50 meters, which seems kind of crazy. So his email says, "Hi, Michelle. Actually, our landing area BSRs are not as clear as they should be. The 50-meter radial distance refers to a circular shape with a radius of 50 meters. No hazards can be within that circular shape, but a hazard can be just outside that shape. So essentially, any of the named hazards can be adjacent to the edge of the circle for B and C licensed jumpers. That would place a hazard no closer than 50 meters to the center of the circular landing area." Just the technical background. As far as incidents and accidents, we have come up with 4 fatal accidents in the last 16 years and 1 non-fatal. There are likely more non-fatals that have not been reported. They have the same challenges with AIM reports as we do, apparently. Fatal. So the outline is to a couple of them here. Fatal. They had a hard landing in the ocean at a boogie, not a regular DZ. An intentional cutaway was intentional cutaway from too high over a lake during a demo, which was also not a regular DZ. A tandem pair landed in a lake. The instructor drowned, the student lived. The lake was 1 mile from the DZ, so we would have that same issue with that one there. There was a crew jumper who landed in a lake in winter and drowned before anybody could get help to him. The lake was 2 miles from the DZ, so crew dogs are notorious for that. Non-fatal, a wingsuiter flew too far offshore during a boogie as well, landed in the ocean and was picked up by a boat soon after the landing. So these are all the examples that USPA was able to give us, and some food for thought.
John Davis.
That's a definition of an open body of water, just sounds like a swoop pond to me.
Barry?
I can see, having dropped a lot of students myself, I put a few in the water, not a few, maybe 1 or 2. But the issue that I can see that Kamloops has is, when you have to operate in an area where it's borderline, you may have to put added restrictions on your students, or you may have to, say it's okay for senior jumpers to jump in an area like that. So I could see us going to the 500-meter rule, provided there are additional components in that rule that outline students be at a greater distance, or inexperienced jumpers be at a greater distance. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Michelle, you had?
First point is from Calgary Parachute Club. Note that in the U.S., B license holders have to go through live water training, so the distance is minimal, but they have to actually go through it. Then me putting on my hat, Transport Canada still says 1 kilometer. So this is something that you need to consider. Their recommendation for demo jumps is 1 kilometer. So if we lower that, we may want to be consulting with them, because we're technically, I realize it's not demo jumps, but if their recommendation for 1 jump is 1 kilometer, then it probably would apply to everything else.
Edmonton Skydive?
I would just like to point out that we changed the packing cycle for reserves, and Transport Canada did not for demos, and we exist quite well with that dichotomy in our system.
Actually, I've just reached out to Transport Canada to change the packing cycle. They have done so for the tandems, but not for the fun jumpers and not for the demos. They have agreed to this point so far. Now it's just gone to their legal counsel, and they're waiting for feedback from the legal counsel, and they will be making that change and adding it to cars.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? The motion once more is, be it resolved that the Technical and Safety Committee look into modifying the BSRs to reduce minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open, oops, that's the next one. Here we go, sorry, it was taken away from me. Okay, be it resolved that we modify our minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open body of water from 1 kilometer to 500 meters. The USPA's regulation is only 50 meters. 500 meters is much more in line with the Ram Air parachutes we use today. Capital City moved and seconded by Kamloops. Do I have any abstentions? 3, 4, 5. Abstentions? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14? Do I have any against?
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the 12?
Sorry, it was 14.
Or was 14 abstention?
Yeah.
Oh, so this has changed, okay.
3, 6. This is against the motion. 7. Can't even count. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. 20. Okay. Oops. I think we got you, yeah.
34 against.
34 against. Do you want me to show the fours? Yes, sir. This motion is defeated. And moving right on, we have the next
So for the
motion.
record, this is defeated?
Defeated. The next motion, be it resolved that the Technical and Safety Committee look into modifying the BSRs to reduce minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open body of water to 500 meters from the current 1 kilometer. USPA's regulation is only 50 meters. 500 meters is much more in line with the ram air parachutes we use today. Reducing it further to 100 meters would not be unreasonable if TS&C sees fit. This is moved by Capital City, second by Whistler Skydiving. You go ahead and speak, yeah.
So hopefully there's not any more discussion on this. This is just basically your recommendation, Phil, is that we bring it to the Technical and Safety Committee and see what they come up with.
So I shouldn't vote against it?
You know, your threes over there.
Do we need any more discussion? Discussion is finished. I'll read it one more time. Be it resolved that the Technical and Safety Committee look into modifying the BSRs to reduce minimum distance from the intended landing area to an open body of water to 500 meters from the current 1 kilometer. The USPA's regulation is only 50 meters. 500 meters is much more in line with the ram air parachutes we use today. Reducing it further to 100 meters would not be unreasonable if TNSC sees fit. Capital City and Whistler Skydive. Do I have any abstentions? 3, 6, 8. Do I have any against? 7, 8, 9.
Did you have yours up?
No, you don't want to do that. 9 against. Could I have the fours, please? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's a pass. The motion is carried.
Would that include progressive, depending on the license? We're going to review the whole thing.
We're done. Okay, moving on, we have, be it proposed that CSPA proceed with replacing the current FileMaker database with a new database at the discretion of the Board of Directors and IT Chair. This has been moved by the Alberta Sport Parachuting Association and seconded by Parachute Montreal. Do we need anybody to speak on this, or do we all understand the issues? I think Brian was very eloquent. If there is no more discussion, we will call the vote. Is anybody abstaining from voting? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops, 8 abstentions. Are there any against?
Can we go a little slower because we're delayed online?
Oh, sorry, guys. Any against? All 4? The motion passes. Thank you. All right, next one. Be it resolved that the CSPA Board investigate the possibility of CSPA collecting a sum of $5 or $10 from all DZOs and clubs in respect of every tandem jump taking place as part of the DZO club operations and report back at the next AGM. This is moved by Second Decade and seconded by Unicorn Sport Parachute Club. Would somebody like to speak to that motion? Sure, I'll read it one more time. Be it resolved that the CSPA Board investigate the possibility of CSPA collecting a sum of $5 or $10 from all DZOs and clubs in respect of every tandem jump taking place as part of the DZO club operations and report back at the next AGM.
Speaking to, this is basically as a revenue generator. I was speaking at the last IPC meeting to the Australian delegation, and they collect $17 per tandem. That's on top of, like, the $17 is on top of what the drop zone collects. So it's not taking something off off of the amount that the drop zone normally would get. This is in addition to. And I tried to find out exactly what it was about, and basically it's to fund insurance for the tandems. But that's what they're doing. However, like, one drop zone generates 61,000 tandems a year, basically. So we're not like Australia, but they use this money. They're collecting about $2 million a year. They're using it for all kinds of operations, not only just insurance. So I was thinking that this could be a possibility for Canada to come up with some similar plan in order to generate revenue for the CSPA. This is just a suggestion and an investigation to see if this is a workable solution that Australia is using.
Thank you. Does anybody want to speak against this motion?
I just have a question. So how do they charge it?
Microphone, please.
How do they charge it on top? So it's like, I would charge $299 to my tandem passenger plus 17, so it's like a tax. Can I say something?
Yes, Rick?
This is very much the same as AIF fees. AIF fees, airport improvement fees, we all pay them now wherever we go. You buy a ticket for $500 to go from A to B, and you pay $25, Vancouver National, Calgary, Kelowna, whatever. People pay $500 for 1,000 or 2,000 for a plane ticket, and they're pissed about paying $25 for an airport improvement fee. So you buy something for $299, and then want to charge another 20 or 10 to add on top of that. You know, oh yeah, we've got to do this for that. I don't think it's good for business personally. Another revenue stream might be better.
Thank you. Joe?
Maybe I can share some light on this. From going to the World Meet, I spoke to Graham Windsor, who was the head of delegation for the Australian team. Australia, I believe, is, and I hope they still have this, was currently the only country where they had insurance, student to instructor insurance. In other words, a student gets hurt, he sues the drop zone or the instructor, they have insurance for that. And that justified, by the way, that policy cost them big dollars. And I believe that this tax or this extra amount that the Australian Parachute Federation collects was to pay for that insurance policy. I advise you to look into that as part of this investigation.
Thank you. Did I have other hands? Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? No? I'll read it one more time. Be it resolved that the CSPA board investigate the possibility of CSPA collecting a sum of $5 or $10 from all DZOs and clubs in respect of every tandem jump taking place as part of the DZO/club operations, and report back at the next AGM, moved by Second Decade and seconded by Unicorn Sport Parachute Club. Do I have any abstentions? Do I have any against? 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 29? 34. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. 30.
34,
I got 32. 33. I got 33.
24 is not 26.
I counted before. Do I have the fours, please? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 is 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Defeated. 19, what was it against 36?
That was 32.
32.
It was 19 for, 32 against, and 9 abstention. The motion fails. Last one.
Yeah.
Be it resolved that PSOs be excluded from the amended vote of changing the club fee from 89 to 275 and remain at the membership fee of 89. This has been moved by Manitoba Sport Parachute Association and seconded by Alberta Sport Parachute Association. Kanina, did you want to come speak to this?
Provincial sport, so Alberta
Sport Parachute.
So, PSO is Provincial Sport Parachute Association, which I did mention earlier. We report back to our own governing body, which is usually our provincial, in our case, it's Sport Manitoba. They give us X number of funding each year. We're also part of the sport system that gets very little funding, bottom line. Our personal PSO only gets about $3,500 a year, and we only have like 30 memberships. We come from the prairies, so we do our very best to encourage ratings and develop our skills for the newbies and for the up-and-coming skydivers. So should we ever become larger than life, then yes, we'd be okay with providing more, but based on our financials, this would hurt us and potentially even consider us dissolve us. Personally, we also get our funding through MDLL, which is Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries.
Can you go closer to the mic?
Currently, they have taken away our volunteerism, because how we earn our funding is by volunteering for bingos at local casinos. Well, we no longer have that option because there's not enough bingo. They're all going electronic. So that in its state is, we don't know what's going to happen to that, how it's going to mold. So yeah, just at this time, we'd like to not add any additional expenses until we know what's going on.
Thank you, Kanina.
Thank you.
Izzy? For Alberta Sport?
I'll be brief. It's just same as Kanina. We're exactly the same kind of organization. We're the last two provincial. There's three. Are they still alive? Oh yeah, we have some of their money, but they won't be alive for long because once their little bit of money is gone, they're gone too. So we actually help subsidize our jumpers to get CSP ratings and COPs. We help pay for the coach jumps. We help pay for their ratings. So we help CSPA, and we're poor too. We have no money. No money. We don't get any more money from gaming and liquor as well. We get all of ours from the provincial government, and as everyone knows, Alberta is in the pooper right now, and so is all our money. Thank you. That's it.
Could I just speak to? No, I have a point to make. Is that the motion for the first one only mentioned clubs in Canadian in our bylaws? Our members are stated as DZOs. Sport organizations, provincial sport organizations, and clubs. So the original motion only was made to handle clubs. So then the motion is not required.
Withdrawn?
Well, it's out of order.
Sorry.
That concludes the new business, unless anybody else has any new business that they want to bring up at this time. That's the first call. Second call, any new business? This is the third call. Any new business? Move on. Thank you very much for all of your involvement. Our next item is the election of directors. Yes, we are doing an election.
Sorry, Debbie, there was actually one more piece of new
Oh.
business.
Is there? There's there's no motions.
And it's not really a resolution or anything, but it's a presentation that,
Yeah.
when's the right time to do that?
No, that's fine. This is the time to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay.
We have a presentation from our very talented board member, Roger,
Oh, my God.
who has made a proposal at the long-range planning meeting, and we expected to get a piece of paper with some points on it, and instead, he has come up with a full presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roger, can you go to the podium?
Yeah, we're gonna put it there.
Hey, Roger,
So-
can you go to the podium?
Oh, yeah? Okay, then.
We'll show these off.
Yeah, okay, I'll put it there.
It's on an angle.
Do you want me to final white this?
Yeah, Vanna waited.
I do not want to. I would like to be not in the photo.
Maybe move the pure leaf out of the background.
Hi.
I'm not in it, am I?
Okay, we have a presentation now.
Yeah, I'm Roger. Okay, since a year I realized we were about, I don't know, 3,500 jumper for the last year, and now we're 3,300. So we're going low like that. So we're losing skydiver. So for the first time, this is not my.
Is this one?
Yeah.
No, it's not on.
We are all tired.
Yeah, everybody's tired. Yeah, so we're going low on skydiver. So I realized because I'm an organizer, I used to organize lots of stuff on pool and everything. So I decided to do something, and Gord's gonna help me for sure. And well, it's probably for one of the first time in several years, CSPA is gonna give back to the skydivers. So we're gonna have innovation. We're gonna innov. It's gonna be an event. We're gonna do an event. It's gonna be for rookies. Okay, so we built some trophies and we built lots of stuff. And well, I think you've seen the papers. So we did a nice work for the last 3 weeks on that, and we'd like to do like a competition for all around the Canada on every drop zone. It's going to be during 2 weekends. Well, for the date are no good at all, but it might be in October or something like that. Okay? No, August. Okay? So these are, so we sorry, you realize English is not my first language? I'm pretty sure.
Keep going, you're doing awesome.
Yeah, okay. Then. Yeah, yeah.
So I think Roger's English is fine, but he's very self-conscious about it. But so essentially the idea is that this is just a fun little event that can go on at every single drop zone across the country to encourage young jumpers to participate. And the idea is that we get trophies for each of these different categories, and they go out to all the drop zones. And so you can have your own winner at your drop zone. And everybody, GoPros are everywhere, so we record what's happening, and maybe the winners from each drop zone, we send them in, and we choose a national champion who maybe gets some really cool prizes or whatever that. We're talking about maybe trying to hit up some manufacturers for some different prizes, or maybe even the idea of it possibly a raffle to help fund everything to go along with this. The main thing what we're trying to do is just get people out to do some jumps and get people interacting with different people. So, how cool would it be if you had, 3 guys with under 100 jumps jumping with a member of Evolution or something like that. Phil organizes the 3-way scrambles up at Eden North and now the Invasion every year. And it's honestly probably one of the most popular events because it gets people jumping with people they don't normally jump with. So this is just kind of a guideline, and all the rules aren't in place and how we're going to pull it all off or whatever. But I think it's spectacular what Roger's put together here, and we're talking about what's in it for me and what do the jumpers get out of it. Well, this is something that they can hang their hat on and say, hey, I was the CSPA champ at Whistler skydiving or something like that, and I think that's pretty cool. So kudos to Roger for all of his work.
Thank you.
So the CSPA board and Roger will be following up on that and working on a program and getting it out to the membership in time for the start of the season is our plan.
That's right.
Right. And if there's anybody that would like to volunteer, we are always looking for volunteers to help. Which brings us now to election of directors. We have 4 positions open. I don't know how many.
There are 3 incumbents, and I'm pretty confident there are nominations coming from the floor.
Do we have any nominations from the floor? We do have the 3 incumbents, which are Izzy Perry, Brian DiCenzo.
You can't see me if I stand up anyway.
We 3 are incumbents who have all put our names forward to continue on with the board of directors. We've done a lot of talking today. You've been able to talk to most of us, seen us in action, and if you have any questions for us, we would be happy to answer them. Or if you'd like to go to the people that are presenting their applications from the floor, we do that, but any member of the board is happy to speak. Thank you. Would anybody like to hear from any of the 3 incumbents that have put their name forward to run again? Thank you. We'd like to take any nominations from the floor now.
Please.
Kamloops Skydivers would like to nominate Daniel Graff.
Say again?
Kamloops Skydivers would like to nominate Daniel Graff for BOD.
Please stand up.
Danny, would you like to say a few words?
Not really. My name's Daniel Grant, Dad's Asian, whatever you want to call me. I've been skydiving since 2011. I have currently been the past few years president of the Kamloops Skydiving Club and helped grow our club there and raise our coaches there and make it what it is. And I'd like to continue these efforts along with CSPA and do what I can to help the organization because they helped me get here and I just want to keep passing the buck along.
Thank you. Oh, Melanie, you want to use this one? You can come up to the podium, whichever one you prefer.
So Voltige is presenting for I don't know what the word-
Nominating?
nominating David Lutzi. He couldn't be here today, but I'm representing him, so I'm reading what he's the message that he's sending to you guys. So I'm just going to read the letter that he wrote. To all Assembly voting members, by this document, I'm officially submitting my application to become a member of the Board of Directors. I have read the requirements needed to become a board member in PIM 3. I will explain how I will fulfill these requirements and at the same time explain a bit of my background. I have a somewhat eclectic professional background. I have a university degree in social sciences focused on change management for individuals and systemic change management, changes as a team or a group. I worked as a social worker and team manager for close to 10 years at the Provincial Youth Agency. Also, during the first part of my career, I continued my education in management and crisis management at a systemic level. All this experience and studies led me to refocus my career and utilize more of the business management side of what I have previously done. For the last 10 years, I've been working as a senior manager, going for sales, local and international, and reorganizing marketing and purchasing departments. Presently, I manage a purchasing and web marketing department, as well as being head strategic planner for retail sales in a 50-plus employee retail store and production facility. It is possible for me to provide a track record if necessary. Going back to my application, my experiences in management, strategic planning, change management, and business development are key aspects that I think CSPA board would benefit from. I'm more than eager to start contributing on what had been built by all board members and skydivers all across Canada. I must add that I am close to 1,000 jump skydiver since 2010. During that time, I've turned my focus to wingsuit flying, coaching, and competing. I am also a very implicated, I think E2, but that's in French. E2 is coach 2 at the Home DZ Voltige. I wish to thank you for the opportunity to submit this application, and it would be with hard work and devotion that I would thank you for considering a vote on your behalf. Personally, I know David. I've known him for a while. He's awesome, and he would definitely do a great job here.
Thank you.
David Lutzi. L-U-T.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Melanie.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us why David isn't able to be here, Melanie?
Unfortunately not.
I know. What's the reason?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Voting forms are,
Question?
I'm sorry. There's 4 positions open. Yes, we had, there's 4 positions change over in any odd year, and we had 1 position open. So the board lost a board member a few months ago, and so we've been operating with 6. So we have the 3 incumbents that are at the end of their 2 years, and we have the 4th one. So we have 5 people who have put their names forward, and we have 4 positions. Judy?
We're ready, same processes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Phil?
I have the pleasure to know you 3 very well. You 3 as well, but probably be appropriate for if all 3 of you are running for the board, if you would actually speak as to why you'd like to run for the board.
I thought I did that in my preamble, because everybody's been looking at us all day and watching us in action, and I asked if anybody wanted to hear anything else come out of our mouths today, but I'll pose that question again. It's been suggested that all of us get up and speak. I've got a lot of no's coming from the back. Oh, do we want to do show of hands?
We'll try not to take that personally.
How many people want to hear all of the board incumbents get up and give their speech?
I had you last year, you should have to.
Show of hands, please, for yes, we want to hear you speak more. I'd say that's a pretty big no.
Don't you hear me talking about that?
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the vote now. Michelle, I'm going to have to get you to explain it because I am still confused.
Okay, so if you have 1 vote, you get 1 vote. You can put your vote to one of the 5 nominees. If you have 2 votes, you can put both votes towards one nominee, or you can split your votes to 2 nominees. If you have 3 votes, same idea, you can put 3 votes towards one nominee, or split it 1-1-1, or split it 2-1. We will do the same thing as the ballot. You will get 1 form for 1 vote. So if you have 3 votes, we'll give you 3 forms. That makes it easier. So you basically just put 1 checkbox on each form to whoever you would like. Make sense?
We have identified a deficiency in our PIM 3 in our voting regulations, which when we did the change with the new not-for-profit, we have created a situation where you used to be able to have vote for each position, and now you are restricted to voting for whatever your votes are. So if you have 1 vote, even though there are 4 positions open, you can only vote for 1 person. And this is the way that our bylaw is currently written, and we'll be looking at revising it and applying, asking the membership to support a change to that at the next AGM, because it will be a special resolution motion.
Madam President, I'm asking for direction here.
Microphone, please.
Madam President, I'm just asking for some direction. What if you have 7 votes? Seriously, how?
You'll be getting 3 ballots, and on those 3 ballots, there'll be 5 names. Oh, 7 ballots. And then you can put 1 vote per ballot, you can put all 7 on one.
No. 1 vote per ballot.
Okay, you can only vote for 1 person on each. There'll be all the 5 names, and your 3 votes, you can put, you explain it, I told you.
I think I've got it, yes, thank you.
1 vote per ballot.
Yeah, and you can vote for the same person 7 times or for 5 papers?
Please bring your voting cards to us.
Election results, we have an award presentation and then our adjournment motion. So for our new board of directors, Izzy Perry, Brian DiCenzo, David Lutzi, and myself. And I would like to thank all of the memberships for your support, and we will work very hard in the coming year to make sure that we do a good job and try to do the work that you want us to do, so do let us know what you want. Thank you very much.
And we're still on the board.
Well, of course. Well, I mean, this is just the election results. Yes.
Wasn't enough seats this year. We certainly appreciate you offering, and your help will be recruited again in the not too distant future.
Oh yeah, we're coming.
And do it again, Danny. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so this is the point where I get to say thank you very much for everybody, all of the members, the volunteers, the registered participants, our staff, everybody that came out today to support our beautiful democratic process. I know it's been a really long day. Everybody was extremely good with getting up and presenting, and for that I thank you, and please keep trying to help the association by being a member. I know sometimes we don't always move as fast or in the direction you want, but if you keep pushing and helping us do what we need to do, it's the way an association works. And so I do thank you for your continued support. At this time, we also have awards. It is with great pleasure that I give the 45th anniversary pin to CSPA number 312. That would be Ian Flanagan. You are the 51st person. Look at the beautiful, look at the photographer. Thank you.
Look at your picture.
Oh, what did you guys?
I have two.
Ned, you're in front of the camera again.
What's that? Oh. I have two Kathy Johnson Service Awards and one Glenn Masterson Memorial Award. The first one is for Aidan Walters. He has received the Kathy Johnson Service Award. His service as a volunteer for over 20 years, served on the CSPA Board of Directors and was president of the association in the mid-90s, served as a rigger and instructor for many years. For decades, he has been a strong supporter of skydiving in Alberta, and in particular in the Canopy formation community. Instrumental in the development and the competitive skill level of canopy formation in Canada. Was a founding member of the Canadian Parabatics Group and promoted two-way CF in its rise in popularity. Assisted in the organization and promotion of competition and record attempts in Alberta, including the hosting of the Nationals. Has worked as a coach, instructor, and as a PFFI-rated course conductor for a number of years. This was put through, motioned by Joe Ablett, and so CSPA is pleased to give Aidan Walters a Kathy Johnson Service Award. Our next Kathy Johnson Award is, I'm sorry, I don't know who put the name on it because I can't read the writing, but I'm going to read why he's got it. He started jumping in 1977 and has accumulated over 3,500 jumps and over 43 hours of skydiving. He holds C-COP, C1, C2, JM, GC, SSI, SSE, and PFF ratings. He joined the CSB Board of Directors in 2008 and is currently still volunteering his time and dedication to CSBA's needs. He also serves as a liaison to the Canpera and TS&C committees. His commitment to our sport has and continues to contribute greatly to the growth of our association. It's our very own Jay Vanstone. You'll be getting This is the plaque for the Kathy Johnson that we're supposed to be taking the pictures with. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to do it again? All right.
Some assembly required.
Okay, come here.
Get over there.
We'll do it right.
But just don't stand right in front of the projector this time.
Okay.
There you go.
No.
And yes, I'm taking high-res photos. Awesome.
Thank you.
You'll get yours.
And our last award is a Glenn Masterson Award. This is long. The reason for the nomination. This volunteer has been volunteering for many years, started as an instructor and local club administrator, fundraiser for the BC Parachute Council, volunteering with the BC Lotteries for the benefit of skydiving in BC. In the early 80s, she became a member of the BC Council Executive and held a number of positions over the years, including being president. She helped organize local competitions and was a volunteer at the BC Summer Games. Due to her energy and knowledge, she became a member of CSPA's Competition and National Teams Committee. As well, in 1988, she started her training and became a CSPA-rated judge. In 1998, as a result of her steadfast service, she was awarded a CSPA Service Award. Her judging career has continued with her becoming an FAI-rated judge in multiple disciplines and has represented Canada in international competitions as a judge, as well as both assistant meet director and a member of the FAI jury at World Championships. As well, she has been a judge course conductor and has introduced numerous fledgling judges to the world of judging over the years. In 2013, due to her initiative and devotion to the sport she loved, she was awarded by the FAI the Paul Tislander Diploma for her service to the cause of aviation in general and sporting aviation. She has served as CSPA's alternate delegate to the IPC for numerous years. Previous to becoming the alternate delegate, she attended numerous IPC annual meetings as an observer at significant personnel expense. After many years serving on the CNTC, she became the committee chair. She has now served as a chair for over 10 years. In addition, she has served CSPA's national teams as head of delegation to a number of world championships. She has steadfastly pursued her belief in the importance of competition to the health of our sport, and in doing so has built a strong relationship with our skydiving athletes, much to the benefit of CSPA. Her service now spans over 35 years. Her workload is ongoing, and there's only one person that fits that bill. This was put forward by Joe Ablett, Jay Moldetsky, and Martin LeMay. And we would like to give the Glenn Masterson to our very own Barb Davies. I don't have anything that I can, we're just going to use this one, okay? I'll take it far enough away that it's just going to. No, actually, it's making your eyes sparkling and far enough away you won't see it.
I would just like to say it's a huge honor, especially because of the people who put it together. Joe Ablett, Jay Maletsky, and Martin LeMay are my heroes. They're our competitors, so I'm overwhelmed, and I don't think I deserve it, but I'll keep it. Thank you, everybody.
You get, yours will come in the mail.
Give that back.
All right, I have the great pleasure of one final motion. That motion is...
No, I got something to say.
Oh! Sorry, Brian, it's not on my little piece of paper.
She was going to leave me out. Okay, I have something to present as well. And this person joined CSB in 1989, has over 1,500 jumps and 10 hours of skydiving. This person has their C1, C2, Jump Master, Ground Control, SSI, SSE, and PFF ratings. This person is no longer jumping, but is continuing to contribute to the association by volunteering endless hours, running a drop zone, sharing her knowledge and passion for the sport, and by serving on the board of directors. This person is a member of the board since 2012 and was nominated president in 2013 and remains president to this date. This person is Debbie Flanagan, receiving the Kathy Johnson Service Award. It is my great pleasure to present this to her.
I'm honored.
We got to present this properly. You got to take it with any other hand. Okay, never mind.
We're going to use the background. No. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I've never won an award before, so this is kind of cool. Yeah. Okay, now I have the extreme pleasure to say, be it resolved that the 2017 AGM be adjourned at, what time is it? 6:44 p.m. Thank you. Do we have anybody that wants to make this motion? Cspa, okay. Do I have anybody that wants to abstain from this motion? Do I have anybody against? Thank you so much. We have 3 in an abstention. Anybody against? Everybody, it's passed. Thank you so much for your patience today and for contributing to our association. Thank you.